Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed, Died, and Got Reincarnated as Shido Itsuka Part 3. Before we start, please go support Chestertomlinson for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 10, The Hero's Passing. Kid was lying on the shores of Hamamatsu after drifting through the sewage system and ending up somewhere out along the coast. She woke up and looked around, only to not remember anything that happened before that. Kid looked around and found Kates and Murayama lying on the ground completely motionless. She walked over to try and wake them up, and as she shook their bodies to try and get a reaction, Kid tried her best to remember what happened earlier. All she could remember was that she was sent on a mission to capture a boy, but couldn't remember any details about him. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Rias. Kid! There you are! What are you doing all the way out here? You haven't answered my calls for the past day. Kid rushed over to Rias and tried to explain the situation to her, saying that she couldn't remember anything that happened and that she just found herself here. Rias was confused by Kid's response, and wondered how her pawn could not remember a single thing that happened just yesterday. She began to suspect that something associated with the supernatural had tampered with her memory. Rias thought to herself, if I remember correctly, Kid informed me that her most recent mission was attempting to capture a boy named Shido Murasame who was suspected of having supernatural powers. Is it possible that he might have something to do with this? Never mind, I can sort that out all later. Right now, I better get Kid and these two back to Koto. My name is Kid Hayadu. I am currently 17 years old right now and I am in my second year in high school. I hate everything that is happening in my life. Since the day I was born, my parents constantly grieved over my dead older brother who I've never met. I don't understand why they would pay so much attention to their son who's dead instead of paying attention to their daughter who's alive. I was constantly neglected by them as my parents would spend almost the entire day in front of the altar and grieving for my brother. I was also isolated from other kids as I grew up because their parents didn't want their children hanging around me. The reason for that is because from what I heard, my big brother was a huge pervert and many people hated him for that. As a result, I was also falsely and unfairly treated like an outcast by everyone around me. I grew up all alone and began to resent my brother as the years went by. I was often bullied by others because I was related to my brother whom everyone hated. I learned to fend for myself and fight on my own since nobody wanted to be my friend and simply wanted to hurt me. Issei Hayadu, I hate you with all my heart and soul. You destroyed my life before I could even begin to live. I swear if you were alive, I will kill you in your sleep and not feel any regret because I don't give a shit if you live or not. You ruined my life and I will make sure everyone will know how I felt. They will laugh at me all they want, but the time will come when I will be so much better than them. If they want to mess with me, I will just beat the shit out of them. One day, I met a woman named Rias who claims to know my brother personally. She told me that she was his girlfriend and that my brother wasn't as bad as I thought. Ms. Gremry proceeded to reveal the truth behind the supernatural, saying that devils and angels exist along with many other mythical beings and objects. I refused to believe it at first, but when Ms. Gremry showed me who she really was, I was stunned. She told me that she will train me to become strong and skilled in magic. I was trained in magic under a mage by the name of Lafay Pendragon and Ms. Gremry's best friend, Akino Himejima. I learned to use fire, lightning, water, and ice magic and quickly grasped the basics and moved on to advanced skills quite quickly in a matter of weeks. I was also taught more types of magic by more of Ms. Gremry's friends. She had a friend who was a Valkyrie by the name of Rosweiss, who taught me to use Norse magic. There was a Nikomata named Kuroka who taught me yokai magic. I never thought all these types of magic existed, but I loved it as I felt that being able to use them made me invincible. I was then trained in swordsmanship by two of Ms. Gremry's friends. They were Irina Shido and Zenobia Korda. They were tough tutors, but I was able to get used to their teaching style and become a master of the sword. Then, I was trained in martial arts by one of Ms. Gremry's friends and Ms. Kuroka's younger sister, Kaneko Tuju. She was quite harsh in her teaching and insulted me often, but I was used to that kind of thing since young and eventually got better at fighting. When I became strong enough, Ms. Gremry wanted to make me part of her peerage. She gave me 4 pawn pieces and I became a devil that day. My parents actually paid more attention to me when they learned that I was spending time with Ms. Gremery. They were happy that I was making friends for the first time and constantly asked what I did with her. Of course, I had to make up a cover story and not reveal the details of the supernatural to them. I liked being a devil. I was finally gaining friends and attention from my parents. But what I loved most about being a devil was that I finally gained some self-confidence and boosted my self-esteem. Whenever someone tried to bully me, I would just beat them down mercilessly and teach them a lesson. Soon, everyone feared me and nobody dared to approach me. I went on many missions assigned by Ms. Gremery, whom I began to call Master Rias. I killed many strays who lurked around town at night. I also worked with other people from other mythologies such as heaven and the fallen angels. I began to really enjoy life and was looking forward to see what kind of exciting things are awaiting me in the next 10,000 years of my lifetime. Right now, I am currently on a mission to infiltrate a company called DM Industries and chase them out of my town. Although military experience was a requirement, Master Rias contacted 2 old schoolmates who were my brother's classmates and were currently working in DM Industries to give me a recommendation to get me hired. Their names were Kone and Murayama. They used to go to school together with my brother many years ago, and from what I heard, Ms. Murayama liked my brother but never had the courage to ask him out. Anyway, I easily impressed the 2 of them when I fought them in close combat. I was then assigned as a wizard and was assigned missions by DM Industries to carry out covert operations which protects the company's interests. But I wasn't there to work for them. I was there on an assignment by Master Rias to eliminate DM Industries from our town. As for why she wanted them to be gone from Koto, it's because she says that the company has some secret dealings with the supernatural. Master Rias claims that the company wants to obtain supernatural powers for some unknown purpose, so I was sent to infiltrate the company to confirm her suspicions and take them out. I later found the allegations to be true. I was sent on a mission to capture a boy named Shido Itsuka who is believed to be associated with the supernatural, and we were instructed to obtain his powers. My teammates were Ms. Kone and Ms. Murayama, but they didn't believe the allegations of the boy having supernatural powers, but complied with instructions because they heard they could get superb rewards if they completed the mission. I can't remember what happened after that. 17 years ago. Ko Academy, 10 o'clock a.m. One morning in Ko Academy, Motohama and Matsuda were busy chatting with each other about Issei's strange disappearance. He just came back after so long and all of a sudden he vanishes off somewhere again. Being his 2 best friends at school, the perverted duo couldn't help but worry about Issei. They weren't able to focus on their classes since the morning and had difficulties trying to keep in their doubts and concerns. Matsuda: Yo man, don't you feel a little weird that Issei just peaced out again without saying anything? He just left like a dad saying he would go and get the milk. Motohama: I feel ya man. And not just Issei, the rest of the occult research club just straight up disappeared. I know that Kiba had just returned since yesterday, but I tried asking him what happened, but as soon as he saw me, he just ran away. What's his problem? Matsuda: I don't know man. For the first time, I'm actually focusing on something more than girls. There is some serious and freaky shit going on here. I heard a rumor that the girls of the ORC came back recently. Maybe we'd try asking them? Motohama: Perhaps. But I don't even have the courage to ask them. I'd bet if we even try to get close to them, the other students will beat the shit out of us before we can ask. Matsuda: Holy shit. I guess that's a possibility. But we can't just stay silent and do nothing about it. We need to report this to the police. We've waited for too long without any answers. The 2 perverts shared their worries about Issei. They felt like they should do something and were really considering reporting Issei's disappearance to the police. But in the end, they really didn't need to do anything because Sona Citri walked in to give an announcement to the class in the middle of a lesson. As Sona walked in, all the students averted their gaze to her as they all wondered why the student council president came in all of a sudden. The teacher stopped his lesson and greeted Sona. The 2 talked for a while and Sona walked to the front of the class while the teacher stood by the side to listen. Sona began to speak in a serious tone. Attention students, if I may have your attention, I would like to give an announcement regarding your classmate, Issei Hayato. As you all know, Issei has been not attending school for the past month due to personal family reasons. However, he managed to return home recently and start attending classes. But Issei once again has been absent for no reason. As for why Issei has disappeared for the second time, Sona appeared very tense while she spoke to the class. The students became nervous and were eager to know why Issei had mysteriously vanished. But what shocked them was that Sona looked like she was about to cry when she was about to reveal the reason behind Issei's absence. This made them feel like they were at the edge of their seats, and were pretty scared about what was happening. Sona continued. Last night, Issei Hayato was found dead. His body was discovered somewhere in the forest near the outskirts of the town. Authorities have been alerted but so far have not managed to find any leads. The school is planning to hold a memorial for him in the hall later today at 12 o'clock noon. All classes are to stop for 3 days out of respect for Issei Hayato. All of you are invited to pay your respects at his home, although it is optional. I'm truly sorry, everybody. That announcement made the hearts of many sink. Matsuda and Motohama were the ones most affected by this. After almost so long of not seeing their friend, he just dies for no reason and didn't even tell his friends where he went. The worst part of it all was that they thought Issei was most likely alone when he was left to die. It must have been scary and frightening for the young boy to have experienced such a terrible fate. Naturally, Matsuda and Motohama broke down in tears when they heard the news. The whole class, who was initially unsure of how to feel about Issei's passing, turned to them and were feeling awkward when they saw the two class perverts crying for their friend. The two boys then hugged each other as they grieved their deceased friend together. The rest of the class felt like it was best if they tried to ignore the two boys crying, since feeling somber and upset in this situation was a bit difficult, since Issei had such a lecherous reputation which made many dislike him. Kate thought to herself, I don't even know how should I properly feel in this situation. I just hope we find out why Hayato suddenly died. I wonder what Murayama thinks. She turned to see Murayama's reaction to this sudden revelation, and was surprised to see her looking very shocked and distraught at hearing about Issei's death. Kate looked at her, and wondered why her friend was feeling this way even though she hated him. Suddenly, Murayama started crying. The third person to do so when they heard the news about Issei's death. The whole class turned to her, and was also just as shocked as Kate. Murayama was sobbing a lot, but she said some words that could still be heard properly. Why didn't I say anything? I shouldn't have waited so long to tell him. Kate got out of her desk and came over to comfort her friend and asked her why she was feeling this way. Hey, it's alright, just take a deep breath and tell me what's going on. Murayama turned to Kate and told her why she was sad while still trying to wipe her tears from her face. I liked Issei. I liked him this whole time, but I never managed to convey my feelings through to him. What do I do now? How am I going to recover from this? That response shocked the whole class, even Sona, who was still standing silently at the front. Kate didn't want to believe what her friend said, but seeing her reaction made her feel that she was telling the truth and that she was being honest about liking Issei. Kate was still having a hard time believing what Murayama said, but as her friend, she decided to comfort her by placing her arm around her to show some emotional support, and to give Murayama some company. The rest of the class eventually felt a little sad that Issei had passed away. They thought about all the times Issei had just about angered everybody with his perverted antics with his two friends, but for some reason, instead of feeling a little relieved that Issei was gone, everybody felt solemn at his passing. Sona decided to give the class some space to process everything she had told them and left the classroom. Sona walked back to the hall to prepare for the memorial, and recalled all the times she fought alongside Rias with Issei serving as her pawn. Although they hadn't spoke much since they were in different peerages, Sona felt like she was missing a piece of herself. She could feel her stomach having this empty feeling within her, and it was bugging her quite a lot. Meanwhile, at Issei's house, Rias and all the girls were having a moral dilemma. Rias still remembered what Kiba said to her at Colorado when they found Issei's mutilated corpse on the cold and rocky surface of the mountain. Throughout the entire time she was cheating on him, Rias for some twisted reason felt joy and exhilaration whenever she was committing adultery behind Issei's back. It almost felt like cheating on him made her happy. And it wasn't just her, all the other girls felt the same way, not even the slightest sense of regret or remorse when they betrayed Issei. Despite acknowledging the fact that she and the others cheated on Issei and yet still continued, Rias was still angry of Issei's death for the wrong reasons. She felt like his death meant that she could no longer be the rating game champion since Issei's power played an instrumental and vital role in getting her peerage into its prominent and prestigious position within the underworld. The loss of Issei meant that her peerage would go into severe decline since it lost its most important person. Rias thought to herself, "This is all just a bad dream, right? Issei can't be dead, he's still alive, but he's playing a prank, right? How am I supposed to become the strongest now? Issei, why did you have to die? Do you know how I feel right now?" She felt as if the whole world was crashing down on her, and her dreams of being the rating game champion were crushed prematurely. But once again, she felt stressed out and frustrated for the wrong reasons. Suddenly, Rias thought that it was a good idea to call her boyfriend, Florian, who is secretly only using her and only wants to kill her, but she doesn't know that. Rias really wanted some company and thought that perhaps the girls would also feel relieved if their boyfriends came to comfort them. So, she called Florian via Magic Circle and asked him to come over because she needed some company now that Issei was dead. He agreed to show up with his brothers, but Florian only said yes because he felt as if Rias no longer had any use to her and wanted to break up with her now that he cannot use her to get the boosted gear. On top of that, Florian felt like it was also useless to get information about the underworld government from Rias, as he could just simply get his sister to relay information to him. Living room, 10:45 a.m. All the girls gathered in the living room and sat on the couches and awaited for their boyfriends to arrive. Eventually, a magic circle appeared on the floor and out came Florian, Werner, Severino, Moritz, and Gustav. The girls all ran to their boyfriends and hugged them tightly. The boys pretended to comfort them by hesitantly hugging them back while holding in their desire to kill them. However, Asia and Irina were confused when they didn't see Nikolaus or Alexander among the boys. Irina asked Florian, Where's Nick? He didn't come with you guys?" Florian was internally pissed off and still hadn't got over Nick's death, but he decided to hold in his anger and tell Irina what happened to his brother. "Nick is dead, and so is Alex. Ask your friends Yudo Kiba and Saji Genshiro why they killed them." Asia and Irina couldn't believe it and felt like they were dreaming for a second, but Irina remembered what Kiba said to her in Wyoming when he revealed that he had killed Nick back in the hotel in Los Angeles. She now realized that Kiba was telling the truth and couldn't believe it. Asia initially denied that Alex had died, but looking at the group of boys and not seeing him made her acknowledge the harsh truth. The two girls broke down in tears as they learned that their boyfriends were dead. As for the other girls, they were shocked at what Florian had just said. They had just seen Alex and Nick a day ago, and all of a sudden they were announced dead. Irina wasn't taking the news very well. During her fight with Kiba in Wyoming, she continuously denied that her boyfriend had been killed by Kiba, but now that Florian basically confirmed what he said, and it made Irina face the truth of what happened. Asia, who was already shaken by the events of the past few days, couldn't believe that Alex had died. Both girls remembered everything Kiba said to them in Wyoming about killing Alex and Nick. They tried their best to forget about what he said but couldn't shake off the feeling that he was for some reason telling the truth. Now, they had to face reality. Both girls remembered Kiba and Saji asking the girls whether if they were satisfied about cheating on Issei, and they also remembered being asked by Kiba how Issei would have felt if he had found out. Although Issei was dead, Irina and Asia felt very regretful about everything they had did behind Issei's back. For some reason, both girls felt like they should have been lucky that Issei never caught them, but they felt completely different. The two girls asked themselves how they even started cheating on Issei, which led everybody to this messy situation, and that's when they remembered the first day of Issei's stay in the hospital when they met Florian and his brothers. Flashback. 2 months ago. Koto Town, Japan. After the Surzex, Lucifer sealed himself along with other leaders including Azazel and Michael inside the isolation barrier field to fight the Trihexa. Issei Hayate had fallen into a coma due to battle exhaustion and was rushed to a hospital set up by Rias in Koto town. All his friends had gathered around him as he lay on the bed completely motionless, showing no signs of consciousness. The girls were heartbroken and inconsolable. Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel were all hugging onto his arms and begged that he woke up. Irina, Zenobia, Aquino, and Gasper were shedding tears and hoped for their friend that he would regain consciousness again. Kiba looked upon Issei's body with great worry and concern, wishing for his best friend to wake up soon. Rias was sitting next to Issei's unconscious body and was crying uncontrollably. The war had just ended, and although many celebrated, Rias had to go through one final fight, and that was a fight to maintain her sanity as she dealt with a life without Issei by her side. It was very difficult for the ORC to deal with this predicament. Issei had played an instrumental and significant role in helping them overcome their problems and pasts, and growing into the people they are today, so they couldn't bear to see the person who helped them so much go through something like this. As the group was standing quietly and hoping Issei would wake up soon, Ajuka Beelzebub entered the room. Ajuka saw everybody was looking very stressed and worried, so he decided to speak calmly and convey his message. Ajuka. May the members of Rias Gremmery's peerage please follow me for a briefing of what's going to happen next? It's about how life is going to be like for maybe the next few months. Everybody except for Rias stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Aquino, who was the last person about to leave, turned back and saw Rias still sitting by Issei's bed. Aquino asked curiously, "Rias? You're not coming?" Rias simply sighed and said, "I just can't leave his side. Issei-kun has done so much for me. It would be wrong as his girlfriend to just leave him for a moment, even if the Devil King orders me to." Aquino pondered in silence for a few moments, before responding to Rias. "I understand. We'll relay Lord Beelzebub's message to you when we get back, okay?" After saying that, Aquino left to join the others. Once most of Rias's peerage had left with Ajuka, it was just Issei and Rias left in the room. However, they weren't alone. Outside of the room, there were a bunch of doctors standing outside talking amongst themselves. Florian. "Alright, I got this. I simply have to disguise myself by looking like the Red Dragon Emperor, take advantage of Rias Gremmery's mental state and make her cheat on him, and extract information from her while pretending to be her boyfriend. Brothers, you will do the same for each of the girls in the peerage. You were all assigned a girl to target. I'll try to get Rias to send away the Valkyrie, since she's proven to be way too loyal to Issei Hayate and would pose a problem for us. As for the Knight and the Damper, I'll also try to get Rias to send them away too. They'll be a massive problem for our plans. Don't forget the main objective of this plan. We must steal the boosted gear from the Red Dragon Emperor by bringing him into a weak state when he sees us with his girlfriends." As Florian said his plan of action, his brothers all nodded in agreement and placed their trust in him as they watched his attempt in convincing Rias to cheat on Issei and be with him. Florian walked in the room and thought to himself, "Heh. Surzex Lucifer, what are you going to do now that I will get your little sister to cheat on your beloved little brother-in-law? You brought this upon yourself. If my father hadn't lost to you, then you'd be alright." The door opened and Rias saw a doctor walk in. For a moment, her heart stopped as she thought the doctor had a massive resemblance to Issei. But she snapped out of it, and remembered that the real Issei whom she loved was in a coma. The doctor went to the bed and looked at Issei, before talking to Rias. "Miss Gremmery, my name is Dr. Fokler. I'll be conducting some tests on the Red Dragon Emperor to make sure he's in stable condition. Don't worry, I'll be fast and the procedure won't hurt him, so stay assured that he will be fine." Florian proceeded to make himself look like he was doing what a doctor should be doing. He stood from the other side of the bed, where he and Issei were both visible in Rias's line of sight. Rias felt like the doctor looked pretty similar to Issei, but initially felt like her eyes were just playing tricks on her. But now that both the doctor and Issei were close to each other, she could now make a comparison. Rias was shocked when she saw a very uncanny resemblance between the two of them. She felt like it was probably just a coincidence that they looked similar, but Rias began to compare the appearances of the two and felt that the doctor was just a much more handsome and attractive version of Issei. Rias felt like it was immoral to feel attracted to another man when her boyfriend was literally in front of her unconscious. However, she felt her heart race as she began to see the doctor as Issei himself and imagined herself on a date with him. She blushed as thought of that scenario. Rias knew that Issei would be heartbroken if he found out that she preferred another man over him. So, she decided to hide her blush and conceal the fact that she had an obvious crush on the doctor. But Florian spoke. Miss Gremery? Are you alright? Your face is all red and you look pretty nervous. Is everything fine? Despite her best efforts to hide her blush, the doctor had noticed it and questioned why Rias looked like that. This only made Rias blush even more, and her face was almost as red as her hair. Now she couldn't make up a random excuse to say that she was alright, so Rias decided to tell the doctor about his resemblance to Issei. Rias nervously spoke. Well, it's just that you have a similar appearance as my boyfriend, Issei Hayato. I thought for a moment that you were actually him and well. The doctor spoke up as she was struggling to form a sentence. Oh, is that so? I get that a lot. You should see how my brothers and I look like. It's almost as if we are an army of Issei Hayatos. Rias blushed profusely at what the doctor said and thought. Oh my God! A whole group of Isseis? I can't imagine something like that. But the thought of being surrounded by many Isseis would be paradise for me. Florian looked at Rias with a deadpan expression, but he was internally smiling in joy and malice as he thought about what he had done. Haha! I got you now! You're probably thinking of me as a much more attractive man than this little shitbag is, right? Now all I have to do is just be careful with what I say. Florian calmed down and began talking again. Say, how would you describe your relationship with him? Many in the underworld are curious about your love life with Issei Hayato, including myself. Rias snapped out of her fantasies and looked at the doctor, before answering. Well, I would describe our relationship as well. I think I'm keeping many things from him. For starters, Issei-kun seems happy and excited that he has me as his girlfriend. He has done so much for me and only cares about protecting me and making me happy. But deep down, I just want him to be less perverted and stop obsessing over my breasts every once in a while. Issei may think that our relationship is going smoothly, but I think it's crumbling apart, and it's my fault since I don't have the courage to bring it up to him. Florian didn't say anything for a while, before he answered back. Well, why don't you try practicing how to bring up your true feelings to him? You can use me as practice, since I look like your boyfriend. Rias was surprised at the suggestion by the doctor, but she looked at him again, and could only see Issei's appearance overlapping his. Suddenly she felt like it was a good idea to try getting experience with her relationship with Issei by cheating on him with another man just because he looked like him. In the end, Rias completely forgot about Issei and started talking with Florian. At first, she just knew the doctor as Dr. Fokler, but as their conversation in Issei's hospital room progressed, Rias became acquainted with the doctor as Florian and even began talking casually with him. Although it was wrong, Rias personally felt that she hadn't done anything wrong, since Issei was a full-blown pervert who was attracted to any woman with large breasts. He would have also cheated on her by courting another woman. Thus, Rias felt like she was innocent in all this and viewed her affair with Florian as just harmless practice and experience for her actual relationship with Issei. Eventually, Akino and Asia came back to the room. They saw Rias and Florian chatting cheerfully with each other, and wondered what was going on. They asked Rias who this man was and why was she talking to him so casually as if he was her friend. Rias decided to just tell them the truth but construed the details such that it would be biased towards her, believing that Akino and Asia would understand. The two girls couldn't believe what Rias had just told them, but after spending a while considering what she said about gaining experience, the two girls also decided that it wasn't a bad idea. As Florian watched the girls slowly betray Issei, he was grinning with malice. Everything was going according to his plan to seduce the ORC girls, and all Florian needed to do next was bring the rest of the brothers into the plan. Eventually, the rest of the girls except Rosweiss were told one by one about Rias's plan to become closer to Issei by cheating on him with another man, and convincing them that they too should do the same as her. They were very hesitant to follow her lead at first, but Rias was eventually able to convince all of them without letting Gasper, Kiba, or Rosweiss know. Rias sent the other three away, hoping that with their absence, the girls could secretly go out with their new boyfriends without anybody knowing. The girls had to resume classes in school, but they lied to the student council every day about seeing Issei in the hospital and secretly seeing Florian and his brothers. As the girls spent more time with their new boyfriends, they viewed them as much more lovable and capable men than Issei, who was now practically seen by them as a useless pervert. Unbeknownst to the girls, they were only being used by their new boyfriends who were secretly planning to overthrow the underworld government and seize power. Florian and his brothers wanted to use the girls and piss off the Red Dragon Emperor so that they can take advantage of his mental state and steal the boosted gear. They knew that Issei was in a coma, but Florian told his brothers that the more time they spent seducing the girls and manipulating them to hate Issei, then the chances of success of stealing the boosted gear will be higher. His brothers begrudgingly agreed despite the fact that they all hated Rias and her peerage. Flashback end. Their affairs went completely unnoticed until Issei awoke from his coma 2 months later. He eventually found out the truth with his friends Kiba and Saji, but they failed to reveal their affairs to the underworld government as they were ambushed by Florian's sister, Priscilla. Kiba and Saji were defeated by Rias and her peerage in a fight, and were subsequently forced to stay silent about the whole thing, otherwise their girlfriends would be threatened. Issei, on the other hand, had mysteriously died from unusual circumstances. When the higher-ups were notified of his death, they all tried their best to find out what killed him, but their search came up empty-handed. The only clue which could give some insight to everybody was that Drake could no longer be detected by Albion, meaning that the possibility of Issei being attacked by a very powerful creature with the capability of wiping out literal souls was high. The underworld was on high alert for anything that could be highly suspicious and dangerous. But even with many forces spread across the globe searching for such a perilous creature, there was still no results. The devils eventually gave up and decided to inform the fallen angels in heaven about Issei's death. Governor Shemhazai was shocked by this sudden revelation, and the thought of Issei suddenly dying under mysterious circumstances was placing a lot of stress on him. Shemhazai and many of his subordinates set up an investigation team to find out about Issei's death, but just like the devils, their investigation ended shortly due to insufficient evidence and information. Gabriel was heartbroken when she learned of Issei's death. The other angels in heaven were also saddened to learn that the Red Dragon Emperor had passed away. Soon, the news spread to the rest of the underworld and many factions were shaken by the unexpected news. It was decided that Issei would get a funeral in the human world, where there will be a wake for people to pay their respects before he would be sent off to the underworld, where a special mausoleum will be constructed for him as a gesture of gratitude for his heroic actions during the Evil Dragon War, and so much more. Now back to the present, the girls were shaken by the news from Florian. Asia and Irina were still crying as they mourned the deaths of their boyfriends, who had been killed. Then Irina said to herself while trying her best to acknowledge reality, "So Kiba was telling the truth, he did kill Nick." Rias happened to catch what Irina just said and asked about it. "Wait. Kiba? He did this?" Florian responded to Rias. "Correct. Your knight along with your best friend's pawn killed my brothers. You're lucky they aren't here right now, otherwise we would have killed them on the spot." Severino was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he tried to contain his anger caused from wanting to avenge his fallen brothers by killing Kiba, but he knew that by doing so, the plan to overthrow the government in the underworld would be doomed to fail, since they wanted to keep a low profile for now and not do anything reckless. Finally, Florian had enough of being around Rias. His main objective of this plan was to just use them to get closer to Issei and kill him to steal the boosted gear. But now, he blew the opportunity to steal it, and now he's left with much less power. Florian had despised Rias all this time and had tried his best to put on a facade of a romantic boyfriend the whole time. Now it was time to break off from Rias, whom he considered deadweight. "Florian. Listen, Rias, let's break up. I don't think I can do this anymore. We only started dating because you wanted to gain more experience in relationships so that you can become a better girlfriend for Issei. But Issei is dead now. I don't think there's any point in staying together anymore. Goodbye. Rias was shocked by what Florian had just said. All she could do was watch Florian leave in disbelief and despair. Rias wanted to call for him to come back. But she remembered what Florian said about becoming a better girlfriend for Issei, and felt guilty when she remembered that she only dated Florian just so that she could become a better girlfriend for Issei, but ended up throwing her love for him away and left him for another man. The other girls were also feeling the same. For the first time in months, they all finally felt guilty about their actions they did behind Issei's back. To make things much more disgraceful, the girls only started feeling guilt and remorse for their actions only one day after Issei had died. If they had really loved him, then they would have been crying their eyes out and mourning his death the second they saw his body in Colorado instead of feeling conflicted about Issei dying and calling over the men whom they were cheating on Issei with so that they can get some comfort. Utterly pathetic and disgraceful. The girls stayed in their rooms, finally realizing the consequences of their actions for the rest of the morning until somewhere in the middle of the afternoon. However, although all of them acknowledged the fact that what they did was wrong, the girls didn't want to face any consequences, for they feared that they would be much harsher than death. So, Rias and the girls all decided to wipe out Kiba and Saji's memories about what they saw in America. The girls felt really stupid as they believed they should have done that in the first place. Time skip. Issei's house, 3 p.m. On the way to Issei's house, Matsuda and Motohama were still shaken by the news this morning. They had just attended the memorial service at the school hall, and were on their way to Issei's home to pay their respects. Matsuda. You know, this road seems very familiar, don't you think? Motohama. Yeah, we always went to Issei's place to look at his collection of magazines and discs. We always felt excited when we walked home together and talked about our preferences for women, but now that Issei is gone, I feel completely different. The two boys recalled all the times they hung out with Issei and felt nostalgic as they looked back on every memory he was in. The two boys remembered the times they got angry with Issei because he got with a girl who was part of the ORC, but now they felt bad at what they did and said. Then, Matsuda decided to tell Motohama about something he always felt whenever he thought about Issei. Hey man, I know the three of us got together because we were all perverts, but the thing is that I wanted to get to know Issei as more than just a pervert. I wanted to know him more as a regular person. You feel me? Motohama replied. Yeah man. I was actually feeling the same. I wanted to know more about Issei's personal tastes and preferences. I saw him more than just a fellow pervert at school. But we wasted our opportunities to get to know him more and will never be able to know him better. The two boys continued walking to the wake while talking about how Issei had impacted their lives. Eventually, they reached Issei's home and saw the entrance crowded with people. Upon closer inspection, the two of them saw many people who seemed unfamiliar, as if they were not from Koto town. One of the people at the entrance saw the two boys looking at the house and went to greet them. Betrayal. Greetings boys, may I help you? The man who greeted them was the vice-governor of the fallen angels, Betrayal. He had been informed by Shemhazai about Issei's passing and immediately came to his wake to pay his respects and to also check on his daughter, Akino. The two boys were curious who this man was, so they decided to introduce themselves first before asking who he was. Matsuda. Hello sir, my name is Matsuda. This is my friend, Motohama. We are friends of Issei Hayato at school. We came to his place to pay our respects. Who would you be, sir? Betrayal. Well, nice to meet you too. My name is Betrayal and I am the father of Akino Himejima. She is currently one Issei Hayato's girlfriends. I also came here to pay my respects and to check up on my daughter. I'm worried that this devastating news would impact her greatly. The two boys were shocked that Issei was really dating Akino. They had just believed it was a rumor, but seeing her father show up at his funeral, it was undeniable proof that the rumors were true. The boys would have felt jealous in this situation, but they didn't feel like it since they should keep quiet out of respect for Issei. Then, Betrayal showed the two boys into the house and brought them to a room where there was a wooden coffin in the middle of the room surrounded by flowers. The boys saw that there were some people already standing by the coffin and weeping. The two boys walked over to the coffin and saw a picture of Issei placed on the surface of the coffin. It was heartbreaking for them to see something like this. They just saw their friend for one day after a long period of disappearing without any reason, and then he suddenly dies. Motohama wanted to know how Issei died, so he asked Barakiel what happened. Motohama: Mr. Barakiel, do you know how Issei died? I mean, I want to know how my friend had suddenly died. He disappeared for so long and out of nowhere he just dies? Could you tell me what happened? Barakiel stood quietly for a while, wondering how he should respond to his question. He remembered being told by Shemhazai that Issei had obviously been murdered by someone. The problem was just that they didn't know what killed him. So, Barakiel decided to tell the partial truth and use it as a cover story for what actually happened. Barakiel: Issei was murdered in cold blood. His body was discovered in a forest just outside of the town's boundaries. Authorities have been trying to search for the culprit, but they haven't found any leads so far. The hearts of the two boys sank when they heard what Barakiel told them. The two of them probably anticipated that Issei had died due to natural causes, but they never thought that the reason for his death was murder. A feeling for vengeance brewed within them, wanting to find the murderer who killed their friend. The two boys looked around the room and saw Kiba leaning against the wall, standing next to Saji, Gasper, and Rosweiss. Kiba looked very stressed out about this situation, and the two boys decided to keep their distance from him as they believed Kiba just needed some space to sort out his thoughts. But deep down, Kiba was feeling conflicted about what he should do about Rias's affair. He knew it was the right thing to do, but Kiba feared for Tsubaki's life as he was worried about what kind of messed up things Rias would do to her. Not to mention that he was being watched 24/7. Even if Rias or any of the girls weren't around, they could still be monitoring his behavior at all times, so Kiba really had no choice but to stay quiet as he felt like he had been checkmated. Issei was already gone, and he didn't want to lose anybody else, so Kiba forced himself to stay quiet against his own will, feeling regretful that this action would hurt Issei if he found out about it. Saji was no different from Kiba as well. He thought the exact same things but also considered the fact that Rias could have already fabricated a cover story with Florian which would make his own side of the story seem illegitimate. He also feared speaking out because Rias had a lot of influence and connections compared to him. Saji and Kiba were the only ones who know about this information, but speaking out was going to be a real hassle since Rias was watching them constantly, and would immediately know if they wanted to try revealing the truth. She would find a way to stop them from ever telling the truth before they could even say anything. Gasper was crying as he couldn't believe that Issei had died. He had done so much for him since they met, and helped him become stronger. He regretted staying in the hospital with Valerie, and thought that perhaps that he should have spent some time with Issei and possibly have prevented whatever that killed him. Rosweiss was heartbroken as the man she loved had died without any proper explanation. All she knew was that his body was in very bad shape, but nobody knew what caused it. Rosweiss regretted returning to Asgard to visit her relatives when she should have stayed by Issei's side in the hospital until the day he woke up. Unfortunately for both Gasper and Rosweiss, they would never find out the truth behind Issei's death because the culprits, Rias and the ORC girls, have already covered up their tracks and were about to erase the last few traces of evidence. Matsuda and Motohama continued staying at Issei's home for the rest of the day until the evening when they decided to head home, and come the next day to continue paying their respects. 6:30 p.m. Among the people gathered around the coffin, a certain Riser Phoenix was feeling somber yet nostalgic as he recalled the memories Issei had given him. He truly felt humiliated and humbled when Issei had defeated him after crashing the engagement party. However, Riser felt grateful that with Issei's help, he became a better person. Riser never expected himself to miss Issei, but there he was, standing quietly as he reminisced about all the times Issei had interacted with him. Riser came to pay his respects along with his entire family. They also came here to meet up with Ravel, who was currently staying at Issei's house. They spent the whole afternoon paying their respects to Issei but never saw Ravel show up at all. However, Ravel finally left the room and came down the stairs. Riser spotted Ravel and rushed over to her, wanting to show sympathy to his sister for losing her boyfriend. Riser. Ravel! I'm so sorry for your loss. I know you loved Issei very much, and it must have been very hard for you recently. Ravel was still feeling guilty inside and regretted her actions, but when she heard what her brother said just now, it only made her hurt more inside as the amount of regret continued to accumulate. Ravel realized that she had done something truly awful to the man she loved and said many horrible things behind his back. All she could do now was break down in tears as Riser hugged her to console her. Then, the rest of the girls came down from their rooms and were looking pretty wrecked. Betrayal rushed over to Akino and hugged her. After all, it was his responsibility as a father to care for his daughter. Betrayal said in a consoling and soft voice, "Oh dear, oh dear. Gorgeous. Remember this line, it will be significant much later on." Akino didn't know what to do but just hug her father back. She felt very regretful about being unfaithful behind Issei's back when he was in a coma. But she was also scared as she didn't want her father to find out about her affair. Then, Irina spotted Gabriel walking towards her with a sad expression. Irina panicked because she didn't want Gabriel to find out about her actions and feared for her life as she thought about the harsh consequences that she will face when the three factions find out. Irina braced for what Gabriel was about to do, but was surprised when Gabriel simply embraced Irina and stroked her head gently. Gabriel. It's alright, Irina. It's alright to be sad about this. I know you liked Issei since childhood, and I'm sure it must be very painful for you to lose someone you love very dearly. My most sincerest condolences to you. Irina had calmed down after she found out that Gabriel only wanted to comfort her. But just like Akino, she also didn't want Gabriel to find out about her actions. All she could do was hope Kiba and Saji would not say anything after they had been threatened by Rias that she would hurt their girlfriends. Gabriel let go out of Irina and proceeded to comfort Asia and Zenobia in the same way. The two girls also felt regretful that they had lied to everybody about what they'd been doing while Issei was unconscious in the hospital. Asia herself remembered what Kiba said to her when he and Saji crashed their room and scolded her like Vincent and Jules when they went into Brett's room. Asia finally realized the magnitude of her actions, and realized what kind of repercussions it could have caused if someone had found out. She kept trying to calm herself down, saying that at least Issei didn't know about it, but unbeknownst to her, Issei had already known about everything they had done behind his back. It would only be until almost 2 decades later will Asia face the consequences of her actions. Then, Team Vala and Ophis arrived at the wake. Kuroko was saddened at Issei's sudden death, so she rushed over to her little sister and gave her a hug to comfort her. Kaneko realized that Issei was more than just a pervert to her. He was someone who helped her overcome the trauma of her past and helped her embrace who she was. Kaneko realized that Issei wasn't the worst she was. Vala watched the entire thing and observed the girls' behavior. It was obvious to him that they were devastated by Issei's death. However, he couldn't help but feel a little sense of regret and shame radiating from the girls as he watched their behavior. But Vala didn't care too much about it since it could have been a trivial matter between the girls and Issei, so he decided to not question it. Although, he still felt slightly suspicious about the girls, but Vala would eventually forget about it. Finally, the most important people had arrived at the wake. From the entrance came in the Queen of Surzek's Lucifer's peerage, Graphia Lucifuge. She had rushed over along with the current Devil King, Ajuka Beelzebub, after finding out about her little brother's passing. Graphia wasn't immediately informed about Issei's death. She was peacefully looking after her son while the main figures of the underworld were busy trying to find the cause of death. However, when all their investigations came to an abrupt end, they decided to declare Issei's death as a death due to unknown causes. Graphia was subsequently informed about Issei's death, and she refused to believe it at first. But Ajuka had told her many times that he died and even showed her pictures of Issei's mutilated corpse. Graphia wasn't going to believe Issei had died until she saw the body herself, so she rushed over to the human world to Issei's house and see it for herself. Graphia saw Issei's coffin and couldn't believe her eyes. But she saw many important figures from the three factions such as Gabriel and Betrayal, all with sad expressions. She walked towards the coffin and removed the picture from the cover. Then, she slowly opened it up to see whether or not Itsuka was telling the truth. Nobody tried to stop her because they needed Grafia to see the truth for herself, and if she continued to deny it, then things would end up pretty bad for her. She slowly lifted the coffin up and saw a mutilated corpse which was completely unidentifiable. Grafia covered her mouth in shock and shut the coffin. She fell onto her knees and was breathing heavily. Grafia finally saw the truth for herself and broke down in tears of grief. Everybody felt sorry for her when she learned of Issei's death. Rias was just sheepishly standing by the corner of the room, still hoping that nobody will find out about her affair with Florian. But she needed to not look suspicious in front of everybody, so she walked over to Grafia and hugged her from behind to make it look like she was comforting her. Rias thought to herself, "Don't worry, I'll make sure nobody finds out about what I did." Later on, everybody gathered in front of the coffin and waited for the first person to give their eulogy. The person who was first in line was Vala. Vala was very stressed out by the recent events. He found out his rival had died and wanted to find the entity that killed Issei and then kill it with his own hands. Vala walked to the front and saw the people who were present. On his left was the Phoenix clan who were waiting for him to begin. In front of him was Barakiel, Gabriel, and Grafia who were standing with their subordinates who accompanied them to the wake. On his right was the ORC and the student council. Vala felt sorry for them as they lost someone who had played a major role in helping both groups grow. He took a deep breath before speaking, thinking about all the time he clashed with Issei at the Peace Summit. Vala spoke. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. I was a rival to Issei Haidu. When I first met him, I thought that he was just a weak human who couldn't use the boosted gear properly. But when he showed his true power and defeated me at the Peace Summit, I thought that maybe Issei wasn't such a terrible guy after all. I spent many hours thinking about how we would meet again, and what I would do if I saw him. We did end up seeing each other a few more times, but didn't seriously fight and just talked. But the one thing I never expected was fighting alongside him against my evil grandfather. It was during that time when I truly respected him not only as a rival, but a friend and even considered him a brother. My view of Issei changed that day and I saw him as a trustworthy ally and to some extent saw him as a role model. But I never thought I would see the day when Issei died. What pains me is that he was all alone during that time. I bet that he was really scared as he was living through his final moments in life, worrying about how his loved ones would deal with his passing. Issei, I promise you, I will search the ends of the earth to find the murderer who killed you, even if it will take me the rest of my life. But for now, rest in peace, I will miss you." Vala finished his eulogy and bowed to the crowd before walking away. A few more eulogies were given throughout the evening by individuals such as Barakiel, who talked about how he was thankful to Issei for bringing him closer to his daughter. There was Itsuka, who talked about the massive mark Issei had left on the underworld and how everybody will dearly miss him. There was Sona, who talked about all the great things Issei has done for everybody in Ko Academy and spoke about him with great respect. There was Ophis who spoke about how Issei had left a great impression on her, and why he will be someone she will never forget no matter how much time had passed. Time had passed and many were already feeling tired, so many of the people who attended the wake decided to go home for now and come back another day. Over the course of the next few days, more people showed up at the wake. For example, Xiaticus and Venelana, the parents of Rias and Serzex, showed up to the wake and tearfully paid their respects to Issei. Serorg also showed up with his peerage and Sigvera Agars to act as guards for the wake so that they can protect the people who showed up to pay their respects. Governor Shemhazai also came with his other fellow fallen angels such as Sahariel, Tamiel, and Penimune. Gabriel came the following day with Delio Gesualdo and Griselda Corda. Besides individuals associated with the underworld, there were also humans in Ko Town such as Issei's classmates, and teachers who came to pay their respects. Other figures such as Tannen in human form, and Shiva also came to the wake. On the third day of the wake, Issei's parents returned home, wanting to surprise Issei with a little sister who was currently in his mother's womb. But they were shocked to find out that Issei had been murdered while they were away on vacation. Goru and Miki blamed themselves for not being there for their son when he was alone back in Japan. If they had stayed back at home to look after him, then perhaps he would still be alive. There wouldn't be a single day that went by where Issei's parents wouldn't think about their son. Even 17 years later, when their daughter, Kid Haidu, was born, Goru and Miki still couldn't get over Issei's death. Everybody blamed themselves for neglecting Issei and constantly focusing on their own personal affairs. But the one thing that nobody knew was that the real killers of Issei were living right next to them this whole time. Saturday, 10:30 p.m. Koto Town, Japan. Kiba was walking along with Saji in the park late at night. Both boys wanted to share about how they've been feeling these past few days. Saji asked solemnly, "So, what now? We already have the information and evidence we need to prove Rias and the girls are guilty, yet we are being pathetic and staying silent this whole time. We are dishonoring Issei and insulting his legacy. What do we do now?" Kiba didn't say anything for a while before he turned to Saji to give his answer. "You know what Rias said back in Wyoming? Tsubaki, your siblings, Momo and Ruruko will all be harmed if we speak up. Not to mention we are also being watched right now as we speak. If we are to protect ourselves and our loved ones, I think we need to stay quiet." Saji: "Are you serious? We are being bad friends to Issei if we are cowards and stay silent. I think we should." Kiba interrupted and said, "We already lost Issei. I don't want to lose anyone else. Listen, Rias has defeated us. She has us surrounded and we can't do shit." Saji wanted to respond, but he thought about what Kiba said and realized he was right. Every action the two boys take are being monitored strictly. They don't even need to do anything. One move which makes Rias suspicious will result in a bad ending for them. Saji just sighed in defeat and didn't say another word. The two boys continued walking together in the park, feeling awkward about the exchange they had just now. But after a few minutes of following the path, they encountered something in the shadows under several trees. The boys immediately sensed that the figure standing under the trees was not human and prepared themselves for a fight. But the figure just turned around and walked further into the shadows. Kiba called out to the figure, "Hey! Get back! Where do you think you're going?" He rushed after it with Saji following closely behind. They sprinted through the woods and tried to catch up with the figure, but they were stopped in their tracks as ice materialized on the ground and froze their upper bodies and legs. Saji: "What the heck is this? Why are we frozen?" The two boys tried their best to thaw themselves out of the ice, but they were stuck. Then, Kiba got a glimpse of the mysterious figure walking towards them. Kiba shouted at Saji to get his attention and look forward as the figure who most likely trapped them in the ice was coming towards them. When the figure got close enough, the two boys saw that it was Rias who was hiding among the shadows of the trees. Kiba and Saji recoiled in shock. They were worried if they had set her off somehow. Saji angrily asked Rias, "You hitch! We kept our promise of being quiet. What do you want this time?" Rias didn't say anything and continued walking up to the boys with a stern expression. The boys looked around and saw the other ORC girls emerging from the shadows. The boys now knew that they were set up this whole time, and it was most likely Akino who used ice magic to freeze them in their spots. When Rias got close enough to the boys, she started speaking to them in a cold and emotionless voice. "I know you've kept your promise, but I don't think I can trust you idiots to stay quiet. That's why I'm wiping your memories of everything that's happened this past week." Saji: "You what? Are you insane? What the hell are you trying to accomplish by doing that? Don't tell me you're trying to cover up your tracks." Rias: "They'll kill me if they found out. I must make sure nobody finds out about this. Forgive me, Kiba. Forgive me, Saji." Without saying anything else, Rias used her powers to erase the boys' memories of everything that happened to them this past week leading up to Issei's death. Kiba and Saji tried their best to resist, but they were frozen in position and eventually lost all their memories of the events in America and the days before that. The two boys fell unconscious and Akino unfroze the ice, causing them to collapse onto the ground motionless. Rias sighed a sigh of relief and said in a very tired voice, "Phew, that's the last of them. We are safe, girls. Nobody knows about what happened. I don't think Florian or any of his brothers would be dumb enough to snitch on us, as they will also get punished harshly. Let's just bring the boys to their respective homes, and we'll figure out what to do from there. Asia asked anxiously. Are you sure we really covered it up? We need to make sure that there are no more witnesses. Zenobia walked over to Asia and gave her a pat to the back, reassuring her. Don't worry, Asia. I'm sure Kiba and Saji were the only ones aware of what we did. I think we're good. Then, Zenobia turned her attention to Rias, asking what should they do now to fill up the power gap left by Issei when he died. Rias, what do we do now? Issei is gone and he was the most powerful person in the peerage. Surely we have to find someone to replace him, right? Rias answered. Correct. However, Issei is just simply irreplaceable. When we were in Colorado and found Issei's body, Albion said that he could not detect Drake anywhere. Maybe there's a possibility that the boosted gear is truly gone. Akino responded nervously. Then that means that finding a replacement for Issei is going to be extra tough, right? Rias. Yes, but not to worry, I have 8 pawn pieces with me right now. We can find 8 potential candidates for a pawn position in the peerage. However, recruiting them will be a hassle. Which is why I want you all to find people with strong sacred gears and do anything to get them to join us. Irina asked with curiosity. Do anything to get them to join? What does that mean? Rias. I don't care if you hold their family hostage or kill them so that you can swoop in to recruit them. We will do all that it takes to become the strongest peerage in the underworld. Just don't let the people you are recruiting know that you are using extreme methods to get them on your side. The girls nodded to Rias's orders, agreeing to search for sacred gear users and recruiting them using any methods regardless of how cruel or heartless they may be. After all, the girls never cared about how others would feel, they just wanted to help Rias be the raiding game champion and become the strongest peerage in the underworld. Nothing else mattered. Unfortunately for Rias, someone did capture all the evidence. It was Issei. He heard her entire conversation with Kiba and Saji in the medic tent in Wyoming. Right now, footage of the evidence is currently being stored in a memory orb created by Rain Murasame, which she used to record all of Issei's memories. Rias and her friends may think that they are safe. They think that they have successfully gotten away with everything they did to me. But justice will eventually catch up to them and force them to face the consequences of their actions. No criminal will be able to escape punishment no matter how hard they try to escape. So enjoy your happy times, Rias. It won't be long before I get my revenge. Chapter 11: The Patient. Shido quickly came to terms with his existence and reconciled with his parents, although he never saw them the same ever again. He was also particularly nervous around his mother, as nobody knew what she was at all. However, Shido still loved his mother since she never hurt him in any way and loved him his entire life, so Shido didn't really distance himself from Rain too much. In contrast, Shido was much closer to his father since he revealed all the details about his life as the Welsh dragon without leaving out a single detail. Shido often came to his father to hear his stories since they were very exciting and intriguing. David also gave Shido the ability to detect and identify anybody who was associated with the supernatural by giving him a special sense which helps him detect supernatural energies. On top of that, David and Rain helped Shido develop his ability to communicate telepathically with them, since they share the same energy. Tohka had also regained the motivation to begin practicing kendo again. She remembered all the times when she had enjoyed it but stopped completely after everybody had lashed out at her for losing to some stranger. Tohka picked up her bamboo sword for the first time in a long time, and with encouragement from Shido, she slowly began to redevelop and train her skills once more. Tohka had already joined the kendo club in Raisin High School. She quickly rose through the ranks and impressed many of her peers in the club, unaware that Tohka was previously a kendo champion. So, the leaders of the club decided to give her a senior position in the club and allow her to teach other members. 3 weeks have passed since Ellen failed to capture Shido and left Tengu City to go back to London. So, as of now, Shido was safe and could go back to school. He also accepted Tohka's confession the other day, and they started dating. Shido and Tohka actually loved being together, although Origami was really jealous and continued to pretend to be Shido's legitimate girlfriend and be around him at all times, causing Tohka to argue with Origami a lot. But even though they were safe for now, this wasn't the time to slack off and continue living as if nothing had happened. Shido and his friends faced an almost near-death situation, and they were not even aware of it, so everybody has to make preparations to become stronger and recruit the other 8 sacred gear users in Tengus City. Sunday, 9:00 p.m. Shido was sitting alone at the dinner table thinking about the recent events that had happened. He remembered that part of Origami's backstory where she mentioned Akino and Kaneko trying to take her away from her parents, which led to total disaster for everybody involved and forced Origami down a chaotic path. He also thought about the time David told him about Issei's death being staged the whole time and was only resurrected because he had a powerful sacred gear. Shido turned to the counter to see his mother finishing up his bento for tomorrow lunch, and then turned to the living room to see his father sitting down quietly and scrolling through his phone. Shido called out to his father, "Dad, could we talk for a moment?" David looked up from his phone and turned to Shido, before asking, "What is it, son?" Shido, "It's about Tohka and Origami. I would like to ask you how I should protect them from external threats such as Rias and her peerage who destroy innocent people's livelihoods and forcefully make them part of their peerage simply because they have a sacred gear. I don't want anybody like that to ruin Tohka or Origami's lives." This response prompted David to get off his chair and walk towards the table. Rain had also taken note of the conversation that was happening, so she was also paying attention. David sat down and asked, "Well, what would you like to do for them? I also haven't thought about that. Remember when we faced Kid Hayadu in the alleyway? We threw her down the drain, which probably led her to somewhere else in Japan. But she has pawn pieces which Rias can use to track her location." Kid Hayadu also revealed that she was instructed by Rias to infiltrate DM Industries for some reason, but the important thing is that Kid most likely notified Rias of whatever mission she was doing while undercover. In this case, it would be about you and the possibility of you being associated with the supernatural. This means Rias would most likely search Tengus City for you since it was the location of Kid's most recent mission and might coincidentally discover other sacred gear users who are completely unaware of her dirty methods she uses to recruit people into her peerage. So I'll wait for your suggestion while I'll try to think of my own. Shido thought quietly for a while. Although he wanted to protect his girlfriend and classmate, he hadn't thought of proper way that guarantees their safety. So, he stayed silent and couldn't answer the question. Rain suddenly spoke up and gave her own suggestion. "Why don't we let them stay here?" Shido snapped out of his train of thought and turned to his mother, before asking, "That's not a bad idea, but Tohka lives in a girl's home where she's not allowed to leave. I'm fine with Origami staying here, but I think that she will be fine in her secret base." Rain then said, "Both of them have no parents, right? Then the solution is simple, we just adopt them." David was taken aback by this solution, so he responded, "Adopt them? Are you sure the 2 of us can support 3 people? We will need to spend more money to feed everybody in this house." Rain, "Don't worry, darling. I'll help you find employment, I'll speak with you about it later. But anyway, what do you think of this suggestion?" Shido thought for a while, taking everything into consideration about this suggestion. "I don't mind letting them stay here. In fact, I think I will appreciate their company here. And this proposal also means we will not be separated since we will come home together on the same path." "All right. I've made up my mind," Shido responded to Rain. "Okay, Mom. I think we will let them live here." David, "I thought about it for a while, and realized that this is probably the best option here. Since all the sacred gear users will be in one house, it will be easier protecting each other from enemies. I guess it's settled then, we will adopt them." Rain nodded at their responses and proceeded to think of the next step of action. After she had finished Shido's bento, Rain and David talked about the adoption process. Since Origami lived alone without any support, it will be easy to adopt her without much papers to sign. However, Tohka was living in a girl's home and would require speaking with management and discussing adoption. But Shido's family wanted to protect both Origami and Tohka, so they are determined to see through this plan no matter how hard it will take. Monday, 8:30 a.m. Raisin High School. Shido and Tohka were walking together hand in hand. Since they were a couple now, It was only natural for them to be this close and intimate with each other. Other students just stared at them in shock and disbelief, not expecting the plainest guy in the whole school to suddenly get a girlfriend out of nowhere. The couple didn't mind all the gazes from their schoolmates. The only thing that bothered them was that Origami was following closely behind and glaring at them with jealousy. Shido thought about his family's decision to adopt both Tohka and Origami and decided to keep it a secret until he surprised them with it. The couple entered the class, and as soon as everybody saw Shido, many of his classmates came rushing to him in confusion and surprise. Male classmate 1. What? Shido? What's the meaning of this? Why are you holding hands with Tohka? Are you dating or something? Male classmate 2. Yeah, man. The two of you look awfully close. Not only do you have a steaming hot mom, but now you're dating the transfer student? Damn it! How the heck is your luck with the ladies so high? Tanamachi. Dude! You told me that you weren't interested in girls. Did you reject Ai Yamabuki the other day not because you weren't interested in getting a girlfriend, but simply because you hated her? Ai. That's right, you're the worst. Did you just flatly reject me because you hate me? What part of me is not likable to you? Am I ugly or what? What she said. You're the absolute worst. Me. That is so lame. Shido and Tohka were caught off guard by this onslaught of ridiculous comments and questions their classmates were hurling at them. Shido became increasingly awkward with each remark being thrown at him, but Tohka suddenly hugged Shido's arm and responded to her classmates with a confident and sassy smile. Tohka. That's right. We're dating. So listen up, you can cry and beg all you want, but this girl is already taken. And just for your information, we already kissed. Huh! Everybody was shocked at this revelation and the immediate response that Tohka gave them. But one classmate asked one more question. Female classmate. But wait! What about that time when Origami also confessed to you? Did you reject her too? Shido. Well, that's... Suddenly, before Shido could say anything, Origami came from behind and hugged Shido's other arm, much to Tohka's shock and jealousy. Everybody once again recoiled in surprise, but before anybody could say something, Origami made a series of bold statements. Origami. Shido didn't reject me. He also accepted my confession and now I am part of his harem. Shido. Huh? Tohka. What? Get away, Origami! Shido never said anything about accepting your confession. He accepted mine and mine only. Origami. Then I will be his mistress. Tohka. Huh? No. It doesn't work like that. Get away from him. The two girls continued fighting each other in jealousy while Shido was just tired of the noise that was coming from all sides. The whole class just watched the entire ordeal unfold in utter shock and many were rendered speechless. Tanamachi couldn't help but feel jealous of Shido, seeing that he had two girls who have already confessed to him, and he himself was still stuck with a digital girlfriend. Then, Ms. Okamine walked into the class. She stepped inside and turned to see the entire class grouped around one spot. Ms. Okamine asked in confusion, Why are all of you surrounding that area? She walked over to observe what was happening, and was shocked to see Shido was being hugged by two girls. Ms. Okamine was in disbelief and said, What? Two girls already? How does a high school boy have much better luck than I do? She started crying and ran out of the class. Everybody watched her leave, and after a few moments of hearing her footsteps become softer, it became clear that she was probably not going to return to class. Tanamachi. Well, I don't think she's gonna be coming back anytime soon. Should we go check on her? Ai. Don't worry, this isn't the first time we've seen this. She'll eventually come back. In the meantime, let's just return to our desks. Class started a bit later than usual because Ms. Okamine spent a while crying in the restroom wondering why she can't get married yet. Nonetheless, she still returned to class and began teaching. The school day went on as usual. The only difference was that Ellen no longer teaches at Raisin High School. So, a substitute teacher was assigned to teach the class. But now, the school hired a new teacher who would be able to teach the class. 10 a.m. The students waited for their new English teacher to arrive. He came in and all the students were enthralled by his looks and appearance. The girls were squealing in excitement as they admired their new teacher's beauty. The boys were so stunned that even many admitted that their new teacher was definitely handsome and greatly envied him. But not everybody was enchanted by his looks. Shido was completely shocked when he realized the teacher was his father, David. Shido exclaimed with a startled expression, "Dad?" David turned to him and saw Shido. He happily greeted his son and waved his hand. "Oh! Hey there, son! Your papa is here! Isn't that great? Your mom managed to get me a job here! How does that sound?" The whole class went silent when they heard the unexpected revelation. Their jaws dropped, and their eyes were wide open due to shock. Everybody. "Yach? Dad?" Tanamachi turned to Shido and asked, "Wait. Shido, that's your dad? Why is he here? First your mom and now your dad? What the heck is going on?" Shido, "Dad, is this what you meant when you—" David, "All right. That's enough. Class is about to begin, so quiet down." He shouted at the both of them to stop and listen. The two boys sheepishly nodded their heads before settling down in their own seats. After that, David began teaching, and he actually did a surprisingly good job even though he was a dragon with absolutely zero experience in teaching. Shido was actually impressed with his father's methods when he taught the class. He thought that perhaps his father had a natural talent for teaching. It was most likely because that talent became more refined over time since David used to teach his past users many of the boosted gears techniques. Class went on as per normal and continued all the way until lunch, but before David dismissed the class, he asked for Shido, Tohka, and Origami to see him in his office for a while. The whole class simply stared at the trio at the back with looks of cheekiness and mischief. Perhaps they thought that the trio was in trouble because they were thought to be in a polyamorous relationship involving 3 people. Then, David allowed the class to go for lunch and gestured to the mentioned students to come out. 12 p.m. They walked out of the classroom and followed David through the hallways, but instead of going to the faculty room, he led the trio to the back of the school, much to their confusion. Shido, Dad? Is something wrong?" David turned around and responded, "Well, now that the 3 of you have sacred gears, I would like you 3 to meet my wife and I every weekend at this location just outside of Tenga City." He showed them a map of the city and pointed to a red X drawn on the map which indicated a small building in the middle of a forested area. Origami asked, "I would guess that it would be where we will be training, right?" David, "Correct. I understand that it will take some time to find and recruit a sacred gear user, which is why if DM Industries or stray devils attack us, I must train you 3 to use your abilities properly." Tohka, "I see, so it will be just the 3 of us with you and your wife, Mr. Murasame?" David, "Yes, but I want you to train amongst yourself during the weekdays, which is why every day after school, I want you 3 to come to this other location after school." He took out the same map but pointed to a building in the industrial outskirts of the city. Shido, "All right. So I guess we have a plan. But Dad, I don't know where to find the other sacred gear users. I spent the past 3 weeks searching the city, but they seem to be pretty evasive. Since you can also detect their signatures, did you have any luck finding them?" David, "No, son. I also tried searching with your mother, but we had no luck finding them too. It seems like whenever we are locked on to their energy signature, they get stronger as we get closer but eventually disappear whenever it gets too strong. I think this might be a defense mechanism for the sacred gear to prevent any external threats from tracking them down. Damn it, Michael, I bet you and the other archangels made this modification back then to prevent the devils or fallen angels from obtaining your fellow angels' powers." Origami, "A defense mechanism to conceal its presence? If that's the case, then how come Akino and Kaneko were able to track me down? They're devils, so shouldn't I be hidden this whole time?" David, "To answer your question, I think it has something to do with the angel who is friends with them. Irina Shido, the ace of Archangel Michael. My hypothesis is that the angel specifically designed a device or developed an ability which exclusively allowed only angels themselves to track down those sacred gears, and being a subordinate of Michael, the leader of heaven, Irina Shido might have gained access to that thing which helped her and her friends to track you down. But then again, that's just a hypothesis. Origami. If that's the case, then I have an additional target I need to hunt down besides Akino and Kaneko. Do you know how she looks like? David. I'll show you a picture of all of them, but promise me you won't go off on your own to fight them, because your current power isn't enough to beat even one of them. David placed his palms close together, and a bright red glowing energy started forming between his palms. Then, David faced the wall and flashed an image with the red energy as if it was a visualizer. The image was a picture of Rias Gremry's peerage from 17 years ago. It showed all the boys and girls who were part of the peerage. David named each one of them and explained who they were and what kind of role they played in the peerage. The trio took a look at each of the people shown in the images. Shido looked at Issei and thought to himself, "Huh. So this is how I looked like 17 years ago in my past life." He pondered about what kind of life Issei had lived. Origami looked at Akino and Kaneko, clenching her fist and gritting her teeth, saying that she could never forget the appearance of those two girls who destroyed her childhood that day. She also took a look at Irina, and also vowed to hunt her down as revenge for revealing her location to the devils. But Tohka gasped in fear as she recognized two of the girls in the picture. She stumbled backwards and struggled to breathe. Shido noticed this and asked if his girlfriend was alright. "Tohka? Are you alright? What's wrong?" Tohka pointed at the picture and said, "Shido, do you remember those two mean ladies who ruined my reputation on the day of my high school's festival? It's those two over there. The orange-haired one with the twin tails and the blue-haired one with the green strip of hair. They were the ones who humiliated me in front of the whole school." Shido and David gasped in shock as Tohka revealed identities of the two girls who ruined her life that day. David felt angry at the two of them, cursing them for ruining another person's life. Shido finally knew who were the ones who hurt his girlfriend and made her go through hell. He clenched his fist and swore to bring them down. David said in a soft but threatening voice, "Zenobia Corda, Irina Shido, you too, huh? I guess all of us here have something against you and your fellow hitches. The day will come when you will pay for all of your sins." The trio could see their teacher fuming with rage and felt his anger radiating strongly. It became clear to the three of them that David held a grudge against the ORC girls. Shido wanted to calm his father down, but David's aura was so powerful that Shido couldn't even get near him. David calmed down after a while and resumed talking. "David, sorry about that, kids. Anyway, back to the main topic. Tohka, I understand that you live in a girl's home, and you are not allowed to be outside after 5 p.m. Which is why my wife and I are adopting you and Origami into our family. We also spoke with Shido about it, and he fully supported this decision." Tohka and Origami's eyes widened in surprise, before doing a double take to see if what David said was true. Then the two girls asked if what he meant what he said, before David confirmed it. The girls turned to Shido, and he only smiled at them. Tohka stammered, asking, "But why?" David, "I don't want to see any more people get hurt by the ORC simply because they have a sacred gear. My family will take you in and I promise that we will protect you all." Origami, "I can't believe this. Do you actually want us to be part of your family?" David smiled warmly at them and nodded his head. Tohka ran towards Shido and embraced him tightly, before giving him a kiss on the lips. Origami fell onto her knees, feeling really touched about David's decision to adopt both of them. David chuckled at the sight before him, before picking up Origami and hugging her. Shido and Tohka soon joined in on the group hug. Tohka was crying tears of joy because there was someone who was willing to adopt her into their family, thus she didn't feel alone anymore. Origami simply smiled, appreciating the heartwarming gesture that Shido's family had shown to them. Tohka said happily to Shido as she was hugging David, "Thank you, Shido! You're the best! I just hope that there's enough for me to eat." Shido chuckled at her remark and assured her that there is sufficient food for everyone to eat. Soon after, they all broke the hug and focused on what David had to say. David continued on the final part of what he wanted to tell them. "Shido, don't worry about not finding another sacred gear user in Tengu City. Although I couldn't find any of them, I could still narrow down the location of one of them to a hospital somewhere on the other side of the city. It's Tengu City General Hospital, and a sacred gear's energy signature gets very strong when we approach the building, but when we enter the hospital, it immediately disappears. I highly suspect that one of the other 8 sacred gear users is somewhere in the hospital. Shido asked. Tengu City General Hospital, huh? I see. But how would I know who it is? You said that the energy signature disappears whenever you get too close, so how am I supposed to know who I am supposed to be looking for? David. Maybe you have to get literally next to the person who has the sacred gear. I think this is the solution to identifying the person who possesses it, because I stood right in front of Tohka and Origami and I could sense that they had a sacred gear. But when they walk away, the energy signature disappears. So I think that the method of identification is by going near someone and check if they are the person who has it. Shido. Alright, I guess I have to approach every person in the hospital then. David. I guess so. Anyway, Tohka, I'm going to have to speak with the management of your home about adoption, since there is a process involved. Tohka. Sure. I'll take you there tomorrow after school, since I need to stay in school for kendo practice. David. Is that so? Okay then. Origami, you can come right away. We are always happy to welcome you whenever you want. Origami. Understood. I'll pack my things and get ready to move. Though I would still like to use my secret base as a location to watch the boundaries of Tengu City for any external threats. David. That is understandable. We will discuss about what to do for your secret base. Right now, head back to class and have lunch. We will sort out everything later on. 3:20 p.m. Outside of Tengu City General Hospital. School went smoothly for everyone and Shido immediately left to search the hospital for the sacred gear user that David managed to locate. He spent a while walking through the entire city to reach the hospital. Since he was taught by David to identify supernatural signatures as well, Shido used it to sense the presence of the sacred gear. Just as David said, the energy signature became more powerful as he approached the hospital. But as Shido entered the place, the signature was gone. Shido thought to himself, alright, time to search this place. He started with the hospital staff, which included the receptionists, janitors, nurses, and doctors who were walking up and down the hallways. However, none of them were the person that Shido was looking for. When he went through the hallways several more times, Shido confirmed that he had seen every staff working at the hospital and that none of them had the sacred gear. This meant that the person who possessed the sacred gear was a patient. So, Shido started from the ground floor and slowly made his way up the building as he passed through each hallway with rooms for patients. Eventually, Shido reached the top floor and began sensing an energy signature nearby. Although it was faint, it meant that the person with the sacred gear was close by. Shido slowly walked past each door and felt the faint energy signature became stronger. To make sure that he got the correct room, he walked up and down the entire hallway until he pinpointed the room where the energy signature was the strongest. It didn't take long for him to find out that it was one of the rooms towards the end of the hallway. Shido found himself in front of hospital room with the name, Henkawa, on the door. He confirmed that this was the location of the sacred gear user. He knocked on the door to let the patient inside that he was coming in, before opening the door and entered the room. Shido looked around the room, and saw a girl lying down on the bed face up. She was wide awake and was looking in his direction. The knock most likely caught her attention, and she turned towards the door to see who it was. The girl looked confused, so she got up from her bed and struggled to push herself to stand up. She staggered towards Shido before she asked him in a soft and nervous voice, "Excuse me, who are you?" The girl had a white rabbit puppet on her left hand and she had long and curly blue hair which grew past her shoulders. It was obvious that she wasn't looking well. Her skin was quite pale and sleep circles were distinct around her eyes. She was just slightly shorter than Shido, only reaching his chin level. Shido didn't know how to answer. He tried to come up with an excuse on the spot, but he couldn't think of one, so he decided to introduce himself first to let her know she wasn't in any danger. Shido. Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Shido Murasame. I was told that I could find a certain patient by the name of Himkawa here. Would that be you? Yoshino. That is me. My name is Yoshino Himkawa. Do I know you? Shido. Well, I come from a community support group which has organized an event where we will pay visits to sick people in hospitals and cheer them up. Why, yeah. Are you bucking serious right now? As if anyone would believe that shit. But Yoshino responded. Oh, is that so? Well, I appreciate the help from you, and since I'm pretty bored, I guess I could talk a bit. Mommy hasn't come to visit me for almost 2 weeks now. I wonder if she's okay. She staggered back to her hospital bed and sat upright, waiting for their conversation to start. Shido calmed down when Yoshino didn't freak out or anything, so he walked over to the side of Yoshino's bed and started talking to her. Nice to meet you, Himkawa-san. My name is Shido Murasame, and I am currently a student in Raisin High School. Right now, I'm in my 2nd year of high school. How about you? Yoshino. My name is Yoshino Himkawa, but please call me Yoshino. I'm 16 years old right now, so I'm supposed to be in my 1st year in high school. But I suddenly came down with an unknown illness when I was 13 and I have been bedridden since. My mommy has always been the only one taking care of me. She pays me a visit almost every day to make sure that I am alright. But she hasn't come here for 2 weeks now. I'm really scared and lonely. Shido. Oh, I see. I'm truly sorry for you, Yoshino. I can't imagine how painful it has been for you this whole time. Your mother reminds me of my mother when she was young. Whenever I fell ill and would always spend the whole day by my side taking care of me. I think your mommy is a great person. Yoshino smiled at his comments and agreed. My mommy is amazing. Shido took note of the white rabbit puppet on her hand and inquired about it. By the way, who's this little fella on your hand? Suddenly, the puppet spoke in a different voice and attitude as if it had a mind of its own and scared Shido. Yoshino. Well, look who finally noticed me. Nice to meet you, Shido. My name is Yoshino. Shido breathed heavily as he was trying to process what the puppet said. Then, he calmed down and spoke. Oh! Nice to meet you, Yoshino. Sorry if I was being a little rude just now. I just didn't expect you to start talking. Yoshino spoke again. Hee. The doctors who come to check up on Yoshino had similar reactions as you, Shido. So I don't think you should be ashamed of it. It's not every day where you see someone like me talking out of the blue. Shido. Oh, I see. So, Yoshino, who is Yoshino to you? What kind of relationship do the two of you have? Yoshino. Yoshino is who I want to be. Yoshino is strong and brave, unlike me who is weak and scared. Yoshino is like a hero to me, always protecting me no matter what. Whenever I get scared, Yoshino always tells me that I'm not alone and that I can talk with. Shido. Oh, so that's how it is. If I'm being completely honest, I think you're pretty strong yourself, Yoshino. Although you've stayed in here for so long, you've managed to overpower this disease for over 3 years. I'm impressed and I do believe that you will recover from it. Don't feel sad, just know that many people like me would definitely support you, just like your mommy and Yoshino. Yoshino widened her eyes at what Shido said. For most of her life, the only memories she could remember was the small and dull hospital room which shut her off from the rest of the world. The only things of note which she could recall were the times her mother visited her and always put on a cheerful display to cheer her up. Yoshino was very grateful for everything her mother had done for her, and hoped to recover soon so that when she grows up, she will return the favor to express her gratitude to her mother. But Yoshino often felt like her life was coming to an end whenever she felt seriously unwell, resulting in her losing hope in her recovery and survival. However, Shido's touching and encouraging words tugged at her heartstrings and made Yoshino feel emotional. She couldn't help but cry despite being in poor health. Shido simply smiled as he knew that his words managed to cheer Yoshino up and temporarily gave her a moment of comfort from the pain and suffering from her illness. Shido let her cry for as long as she wanted because he knew that Yoshino probably hadn't felt this happy and thankful for a long time. After a few minutes, Yoshino eventually stopped and took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, Shido decided to do Yoshino a favor by finding out the whereabouts of her mother so that Yoshino wouldn't be worried. Shido. Hey Yoshino, do you want me to go find your mommy? I will find her and make sure that she's alright. I know you are very worried for her, so I wanted to help you in any way I can to make you feel better. Yoshino's eyes widened in excitement and hope as she listened to Shido's request, to which she immediately agreed by nodding her head. After that, Shido waved at Yoshino and told her that he would be back with good news. As he left the room, Shido coincidentally bumped into a doctor who was just about to enter Yoshino's room. Both were startled when they accidentally bumped into each other, but Shido told the doctor he bumped into that he was fine and that it wasn't such a big deal. The doctor also said he was alright and said goodbye to Shido as he left for the ground floor. The doctor entered the room and saw Yoshino sitting upright on the bed waiting for him. He was shocked when he saw her smile, since each time he came in to do checkups on Yoshino, she would usually be gloomy and blue. The doctor assumed that Shido was most likely a friend who came to cheer her up and felt proud of whatever he did to make Yoshino feel happy. But then the doctor felt nervous because the reason he came into Yoshino's room was not to perform any checkups, but it was to deliver some bad news. Doctor. Good afternoon, Yoshino. Sorry if I barged in while you were talking with your friend, but I have some news for you. Yoshino. No, it's okay. What is it about? Doctor. There are 2 pieces of news I got. The first one is about your condition, and the second one is about your mother. Yoshino. Huh? My mommy? What happened to her? Doctor. I'm really sorry, but she's... Scene break. 3:50 p.m. Ground floor of Tenga's City General Hospital. Shido went to the reception desk and told the staff that he was a friend of Yoshino's and that he wanted to call her mother to find out about her whereabouts. From there, he learned that Yoshino's mother's name was Nagisa Himekawa and that she was a single mother who was working many jobs in order to help pay for over 3 years' worth of medical bills. The staff gave him the phone number he was supposed to call and even gave Shido the numbers of her workplaces just in case her personal phone number did not reach. Shido waited for a few moments after dialing her phone number, but all he got was an automated voice saying that this number was no longer available. He found it strange, but he guessed that Nagisa was most likely working right now, so he called one of the business numbers to see if he could contact her. This time, the call went through and Shido began asking about Nagisa's whereabouts. Shido. Hello, is this Tenga City North Hardware Megastore? Manager. Yes, my name is Nishikawa, the manager of this place. How may I help you? Shido. My name is Shido Murasame. Please just call me Shido. I am looking for one of your workers by the name Nagisa Himekawa. Does she happen to be here right now? Manager. Oh, so you haven't heard? Shido. Huh? Heard about what? Manager. Well, Nagisa got into an accident while working here a few weeks ago. She was busy moving boxes in the storage room when a bunch of boxes containing heavy beams of steel from the top shelves rolled off and hit her on the head. She fell down and spent almost 2 hours in there lying on the floor losing a lot of blood. Nagisa subsequently died due to blood loss from a hemorrhage caused by the impact from the beams hitting her and the impact of the fall when she hit the floor. I'm really sorry, Shido. It's my fault that she's dead. Shido couldn't respond. He was going to deliver good news to Yoshino after he found out where her mother was, but instead of finding out Nagisa's location, he discovered that she had died 2 weeks ago. His mind was racing and he was scared to face Yoshino and tell her the truth. Manager. Shido? Are you there? Shido hung up the phone and he sat on a chair, wondering what he should do. The last thing he saw before leaving the room was Yoshino's expression of hope and longing as she looked forward to hearing the news of her mother, but now everything had gone south and things were getting really tense. He was breathing heavily as his heart was racing. Shido knew that the damage has been done and that nothing will bring back Nagisa, but he still couldn't muster the courage to face Yoshino and tell her the truth. Shido decided to go back to Yoshino's room but simply stay outside her door and prepare himself so that he can tell her what happened to Nagisa. Shido felt each step towards the elevator was making his stomach churn more and more. It became increasingly uncomfortable to breathe and his head was getting giddy. He pressed the button to level 4 and leaned against the wall, and grabbed on the railing so that he could stand. When the doors finally opened, all Shido could see was the empty hallway that led to Yoshino's room. He staggered out of the hallway as he anxiously approached the room. At times, Shido even considered turning around because he didn't have the determination to reveal the horrible truth. But he knew that the longer he hesitated, it would only hurt Yoshino even more when she will inevitably learn the truth for herself and hate him for breaking his promise. So, with whatever strength and willpower he had left, Shido made one last push to her room. He stood outside and his hands were shivering in fear and anxiety. Shido slowly moved his hand towards the doorknob and grabbed onto it, before twisting it and pushing the door open. Shido braced himself for what was going to happen. He prepared to see Yoshino's smile of hope disappear as she will be greatly saddened by the loss of her mother. However, Shido didn't mentally prepare himself enough because the sight he saw in the room was much more horrifying and traumatic. As the door slowly swung open, Shido saw that Yoshino, instead of lying in bed awaiting for his return, she was by the window and trying to climb out of it, using her strength to pull her leg over the ledge. Shido recoiled in horror as he realized that Yoshino was trying to take her own life by falling from a dangerous height. He instinctively rushed towards her and pulled Yoshino back into the room. Shido. No! Yoshino! Stop! What are you doing? He begged for Yoshino to not do something so dangerous and asked her why she was doing this. Yoshino turned around and Shido saw that she was shedding tears down her face. He didn't expect Yoshino to suddenly cry when he was gone, so Shido asked her what had happened. Shido asked, Yoshino? What's wrong? What happened? Yoshino struggled to speak as her breathing became much more difficult and unstable. But she managed to mutter out a few words in a heartbroken voice. Mommy is dead. This was much more shocking to Shido. He questioned how she somehow knew the truth behind her mother even though he hadn't said anything. But then Shido remembered bumping into a doctor before he left for the reception counter. He guessed that the doctor was the one to deliver the bad news to Yoshino, and that she was probably engulfed with grief and sadness to the point where she wanted to take her own life. Shido felt sorry for Yoshino and hugged her as she cried. He picked her up and placed her back onto her bed and continued consoling her. Shido could only watch as Yoshino was mourning her mother's tragic death. He gave her some water to make her feel better and stayed by her side until she stopped crying. 10 minutes had passed and Yoshino had calmed down a bit, but she was still shedding tears and her eyes and cheeks were all red. Shido gave her another glass of water and sat down by the chair next to her bed. Shido said softly and regretfully, I'm sorry, Yoshino. I broke my promise. I'm so sorry for being a terrible person. Yoshino turned to Shido and said, It's not your fault, Shido. There is nothing we can do to bring my mommy back. Shido. Then, would you like me to stay here? Yoshino looked down and tearfully said, I would greatly appreciate that, but I'm sorry, Shido. I don't have much time left. Please go home so you don't have to feel sad when I'm gone. Shido widened his eyes in shock as he heard that, frantically asking, Huh? What do you mean? Yoshino. The doctor said that I only have a few weeks left to live. He said that my organs are slowly failing one by one. It will only be a matter of time before their functions fail and I will die. I'm sorry, Shido. Shido became emotional and he couldn't believe what he just heard. He broke down in tears of grief and regret as he felt helpless in this moment. He desperately prayed that this was all just a nightmare and that he will soon wake up from it. But this was reality and he couldn't deny it. Shido looked back to Yoshino and asked her, Would you like to be my friend? You've been in here for so long by yourself and I think you'd be scared if you died all alone, so I want to be your friend so that you'll have someone by your side until that time comes. Yoshino. Yes, I would like to be friends. Thank you so much, Shido. She hugged Shido as a gesture of gratitude for everything he's done for her even though they just met less than an hour ago. Shido then advised Yoshino to have a rest since she was pushing herself and needed to prevent her illness from getting worse. She agreed and fell asleep on the bed. Shido took out his phone and texted his father. Texting. Shido. Dad, I've found her. I found the user who has one of the 8 sacred gears we need. But I've got some bad news. David. Great job, son. Tell me, what's going on? Shido. Her name is Yoshino Himikawa. She is a patient with a terminal illness in the hospital. She just recently lost her mother and was told that she just has a few weeks left to live. What should I do? David didn't respond. The text ended here and Shido was getting worried. He tried calling his father but he wouldn't pick up. But after a few minutes, David suddenly came through the door with rain, surprising Shido. Shido jumped in shock and said, Dad? Mom? How did you find me? David. We can sense wherever you are, son. But anyway, is that girl Yoshino Himikawa? The one with the sacred gear? Shido. Yes, but… Rain. Say no more. Leave the rest to us. She didn't even let Shido finish and walked up to Yoshino with David. Rain observed Yoshino and looked at her physical condition. It was obvious she was in bad shape and any medical attention at this point would be pointless to save her. However, Rain was unfazed and proceeded to analyze the illness that was causing Yoshino a great deal of suffering. She placed her hands over her body and they started glowing. After a while, Rain had a grim expression on her face which worried Shido. Then, she turned to David and told him about the illness. Throughout my time as a medic in the US military, I've been to multiple war zones where diseases were rampant and deadly. However, I've never seen a disease like this. Why don't you take a look and see if you can figure out what this is? David stepped towards the bed and observed Yoshino. He used his powers to figure out what the disease was. Suddenly, David jolted backwards in shock and disbelief when he learned what the illness was. David turned to his wife and son, revealing the origins of the illness. It's not an illness known to humans. This is an artificial illness only known to devils. Shido. What? What do you mean? David explained. This particular virus strain is one that is unique to devils. It was originally developed as a form of execution for those who committed crimes so harsh that they deserved a slow and painful death. Yoshino here has this same exact virus, but it is much weaker because if she had the real thing, she would be dead in hours. Don't worry, the virus is not contagious as it was designed to only infect the criminal. Shido. Wait. If you're telling us that this virus is man-made, then wouldn't that mean that Yoshino didn't contract this virus on her own? Someone had infected her intentionally. David. Yes, since this is a virus created by the devils, it's highly likely that the person who did this was a devil who wanted to kill Yoshino because of reasons we don't know. However, given the circumstances of the past years regarding sacred gear users like Tohka and Origami Tabichi, both of whom have encountered members of Rias Gremry's peerage, it is highly likely that it was Rias Gremry herself who wanted to make it look like Yoshino was going to die and then miraculously appear out of nowhere and reincarnate her as a devil who would be part of her peerage. Shido. Yoshino said that she contracted this virus 3 years ago. Do you think that Rias might have already discovered the other 8 sacred gear users? David. That is a very plausible scenario, and if it is the case, we must move fast and locate the remaining users before they fall victim to Rias Gremry's deception and lies. For Yoshino's case, Rias might be checking in and out of her condition to see when would be the right time to swoop in and force Yoshino as a member of her peerage. Right now, I don't seem to detect Rias or any of her friends in Tengu City. I think we need to quickly save Yoshino and hide her somewhere in our house with magic seals so that nobody can detect her. Shido. Dad, I've been thinking. Should we create our own peerage system so that we can recruit the other sacred gear users first before Rias can get to them? David. I think that's a splendid idea. We will just create our own version of the evil pieces that will instantly reject any devil pieces so that our own members will not become devils and will not have to fight for Rias Gremry. Your mother and I will work on that, so don't worry, we've got it covered. Right now, let's focus on saving Yoshino. Since she only has a few weeks left, I bet Rias will arrive at the opportune moment to appear and forcibly make her a member of her peerage. But I can tell from the energy signatures all around Tengu City that she has no way of watching Yoshino. This means that a magic circle on a paper which was similar to the one Issei Hayadu received from Rias's familiar might be somewhere in this room. David looked around and turned his eyes to the nightstand with a bunch of items such as a glass of water, a bouquet of flowers, and a stack of papers which were all lying on top. He searched through the stack of papers and found a piece of brown paper with a magic circle on it. David, there's no doubt about it. This is a magic circle used by Rias. There's some words below here. From what I can tell, these words are actually a time and date somewhere in the future. Shido. The future? How far in the future are we talking? David. Somewhere close to midnight, almost 2 weeks later. I'm guessing this is when Yoshino is supposed to be on the brink of death and Rias is supposed to show up in her room. Without saying anything else, he took a lighter from his pocket and burned the magic circle. This way, Rias would not appear in Yoshino's room and her plan of making Yoshino a member of her peerage will be foiled. Even if Rias came to the hospital to check, Yoshino would be long gone and already allied with Shido's family. David. That should do it. Now Rias can't teleport here. We've temporarily managed to stop her in her tracks for now. But now let's go back to the important stuff, the virus that Yoshino has. Rain. Right. Is there a cure for this? David. No. The devils never created one. Fortunately, our powers are strong enough to kill this virus. We just need to be careful to not injure Yoshino while we eradicate this virus. We will use our powers to find out where this virus thrives, then we will send powerful energy through Yoshino's body and eliminate it. Are you ready? Rain. Yes. Let's do it. The both of them stood across from each other and stretched their hands over Yoshino's body. Then their palms started glowing as they closed their eyes to detect traces of the virus. It didn't take long for them to figure out which parts of her body were being heavily affected by it, so they proceeded with the next stage of the operation where they will eradicate the virus once and for all. Yoshino's blood vessels were glowing with bright red and blue energies flowing through her body. The entire procedure to cure her took a few minutes, but David and Rain managed to save her life. Shortly after the operation ended, Yoshino opened her eyes and she immediately sat upright. She looked left and right to see Shido and 2 others next to her bed. Yoshino. Shido? What's happening? Who are these people? Shido. Yoshino. Are you alright? Try walking. Yoshino was confused by Shido's behavior, but then everything hit her when she realized that she didn't feel as frail and weak as before. She moved her joints around without much difficulty and got off her bed to try standing. Yoshino was even more shocked when she found herself walking around the room without any difficulty, and even managed to run for a few seconds before she felt tired. Shido looked on in surprise as he realized that his parents had truly cured her of the disease that had caused her so much suffering. His eyes widened and glowed in joy as he exclaimed, Yoshino! You're all right now! He rushed over to his new friend and hugged her tightly. Yoshino couldn't believe it as she just performed basic human functions like waking and standing without any struggle for the first time in so long. What's even better was that she didn't feel so tired anymore and was feeling very energetic. That's when she truly realized that she had been cured of her illness. Yoshino hugged Shido back, and the two were crying tears of happiness and relief as they celebrated Yoshino's recovery from her illness. David and Rain watched on feeling happy about their efforts to save Yoshino. Yoshino. I'm alive! I'm so happy that I'm alive! Shido. Yeah! I was so sad when I thought that I lost you. While Yoshino was still hugging Shido, she looked over to David and Rain and asked who they were. Excuse me, who are you two? David. Nice to meet you, Yoshino. My name is David Murasame, and this is my wife, Rain. We're Shido's parents and the ones who cured you of your illness. Yoshino. Really? You cured me? Thank you so much. She separated from Shido and ran towards his parents to give them a hug. Rain and David came forward to hug Yoshino. Shido felt like this was such a wholesome moment he was witnessing right now, but he didn't know what to do next because the reason he came to see Yoshino in the first place was to recruit her into his team. But for the time being, he decided to ask his father what they would do next later and simply enjoy the happy moments. 4:20 p.m. The doctors were called into the room and were surprised to find out that Yoshino has miraculously recovered from an illness which almost brought her to death. They spent roughly an hour and a half performing more tests, and subsequently discovered that the virus had indeed been eradicated from her body. They couldn't find a plausible explanation for this unexpected result, but they celebrated anyway because Yoshino had somehow survived this illness. Since Nagisa had passed away, Yoshino was left orphaned without any parents or any known relatives to take her in. So, Rain and David offered to adopt Yoshino and let her live with them. She was going to come home with Shido's family right after the hospital officially discharged her. Shido and Yoshino were sitting in the lobby waiting for their parents to finish up some paperwork from the hospital, and decided to have a chat while they waited. Shido: "How do you feel, Yoshino? Aren't you happy to be going home?" Yoshino: "Well, I do feel a little hungry right now. I was so sick that I couldn't eat any food, so I'd greatly appreciate a nice meal." Shido: "Don't worry, my mom is the best cook in the world. She can cook anything you like." Yoshino was happy and looked forward to try some of Rain's food for dinner. Then Yashinan spoke. "Don't forget Yashinan. I want some food too." Shido: "All right then. I promise that tonight's dinner will be delicious. Just wait and see." He was glad that everything ended well, but there was still one problem left, and this was arguably the most important issue that still hasn't been resolved. Shido needed to tell Yoshino about the supernatural, otherwise she would be in danger of being attacked by external threats. But he already came this far. There was no room for hesitation in this situation, and it was vital that Shido immediately tell Yoshino about sacred gears and the supernatural. Shido: "Hey Yoshino, can I ask you something?" Yoshino: "Sure, what is it?" Shido: "Do you believe that people with powers exist?" Yoshino: "Like superheroes?" "Yeah. My mommy always told me stories since young about many amazing superheroes with superpowers to defeat evil villains. The stories she told me always gave me courage and made me feel brave, but it didn't last because I'm always scared. That's why I look up to Yashinan, because Yashinan is strong and confident. Yashinan is my hero, and one day I would like to be like Yashinan." Shido thought to himself. "Oh right. She hasn't been able to mentally mature since she was sick throughout all of middle school and never had the chance to grow up. Oh well, at least this makes it easier for her to accept reality. It's now up to me to deliver the truth in the correct manner." Shido continued speaking. "What if I told you that they do exist?" Yoshino: "Then I would like to know who they are. I want to meet them. I want to learn how I can be brave and strong." Shido: "You already have. They are the people who saved you from your illness." Yoshino: "The doctors, but dash." Suddenly, she finally realized what he meant by that. Yoshino: "Your parents have superpowers?" Her eyes glowed in surprise and curiosity. Shido: And so do you. I can sense that you indeed have powers." Yoshino: "I do? Well, what are they?" Shido: "Well, I need my mom and dad to help me with that. They can help you unlock your power and train you to use it well. But let's wait for them to come back so that we can all go home together. Can you do that?" Yoshino: "Yup." She nodded her head excitedly as she eagerly waited for Rain and David to return. A few minutes later, Rain and David came back. Shido and Yoshino got up from their seats, getting ready to go home together. But before they left, Rain told them what they did while they waited for them to return. Rain: "All right. We've signed the discharge papers and everything else. But we erased all the memories of the doctors and altered them to make them believe that Yoshino had died early. Basically, if Rias came here, she would think that Yoshino died before the intended date she was supposed to show up at the hospital. Thus, she would have no choice but to accept defeat and look elsewhere for other sacred gear users." David placed his arms over his shoulders and began stretching, talking in a tired voice. "Now that everything has been settled, let's all go home. Yoshino, we will be your new parents so you can call us mom and dad, okay?" Yoshino: "Oh, okay." Rain: "Hey, it's alright. I know you still love your own mommy very much. So you can take as much time as you want before you accept both of us as your new parents, okay? Yoshino. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Murasame. Thank you, Mr. Murasame. She ran towards Rain and happily gave her a hug. Finally, everybody left the hospital as they headed home. Shido was glad that everything went well and he managed to recruit one of the 8 sacred gear users into his team. Now, he just has to quickly find the other 7 before Rias or any other person beats him to it. Time skip. 5:15 p.m. Shido's house. Everybody reached home and took off their shoes, before Shido walked in and headed straight for the shower. Rain and David led Yoshino through their home and gave her a tour of the house to let her become familiar with the place. Yoshino looked around as she admired the interior of the house, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she finally could see the world outside of the hospital room she was imprisoned to for 3 years. In the dining room, which was shared with the kitchen, they happened to see Origami had moved in and was sitting by the kitchen counter drinking coffee. David greeted her upon seeing Origami in the kitchen. David. Hi, Origami. I see you've moved in already. How is the place? Origami. Hi, Mr. Murasame. The place is quite nice and spacious. It feels so great to live in an actual house for so long. By the way, who is this? David. This is Yoshino. She has a sacred gear just like you. She'll be living with us from now on too. So make sure to get along. Origami's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Wait, so she has powers too? Yoshino also widened her eyes in surprise as she too asked. You have powers too? Looks like Shido was telling the truth after all. Rain. Oh, Shido told you already? Well, I guess that means we don't need to explain much anymore. We will just have to tell you about the supernatural and everything. David couldn't help but feel impressed by his son's initiative to tell Yoshino about the truth of their world and how quickly she accepted the fact that she had powers. He chuckled as he complimented his son. Haha! Shido, it seems like you're really growing up now. Shido had finished showering and Yoshino had already seen the whole house. Since Origami and Yoshino were moving in, they were given rooms to stay in. Tohka was also given a room, but she hadn't moved in yet because David and Rain needed to complete some paperwork before they could officially adopt Tohka. Shido went to his room and immediately jumped on his bed and closed his eyes. He had a long day and simply wanted to rest for a while before going down to the dining room to have dinner. I finally recruited my first member into my team. There is so much work left to do and there's no room for stopping. Rias may be trying to get her hands on the other sacred gear users in our city, but little does she know that she has a competitor, me. I will make sure that nobody else has to suffer at the hands of Rias Gremory. I will make sure that nobody will have to go through the same pain as Issei Hayate ever again. Watch out, Rias, the end of your luck is nigh, and you won't see it coming. Chapter 12, Strength in Numbers. Shido and Origami were watching Yoshino as she tried to activate her sacred gear. David had given her the power needed for Yoshino to perform a simple skill. Yoshino focused hard and managed to summon a medium-sized ice shard towards the wall, and it flew right through it. She also managed to turn the floor around her into ice. Shido was stunned, saying, Whoa! So you have ice powers, huh? That's amazing! Origami analyzed Yoshino's power. From the looks of it, it seems like the ice shard Yoshino summoned was very formidable and sturdy since it managed to break through a tough concrete wall. Perhaps her sacred gear is meant for defense. Yoshino. Oh! Look, Yoshino! That was amazing! Again! Yoshino was still speechless after seeing what she was capable of. She was staring at her hands and wondering how she managed to conjure up powerful ice shards to deal damage to the wall. She felt happy that she really had powers, but was scared whether or not she would be able to control them or become stronger. Rain walked up to Yoshino and pat her on the shoulder, assuring her, Don't worry. It's fine. That was amazing and we all liked it. Keep it up. I believe you can do so much more. Just focus and you'll be able to master your power eventually. Yoshino looked up to Rain, who was smiling gently at her. Yoshino listened to what she said, before nodding her head and prepared to try again. Meanwhile, David spoke to the group while watching Yoshino attempting to try another attack with her sacred gear. Okay, I have identified Yoshino's sacred gear as Tsadkil. It is a sacred gear able to freely control ice and manipulate it in many different ways. Now, Sandalphon takes the form of a great sword and Metatron takes the form of several cannons that float around the user. In the case of Tsadkil, it takes the form of a massive rabbit-like puppet which can turn water and water vapor into freezing ice. Keep in mind that Tsadkil only controls ice, not water or water vapor, but can turn those two said states of water into ice. They listened to David's explanation of how Yoshino's sacred gear worked and observed how she attacked. Origami took note of Yashinon on her hand and said, "You said Tsadkil looks like a massive rabbit puppet, right? Well, don't you think it is a coincidence that Yashinon kinda resembles that puppet you mentioned, Mr. Murasame?" David took a look at Yashinon before replying to Origami. "You're right. It really looks like the puppet she's supposed to conjure when she wants to use Tsadkil. However, I think she can only use her own hands to summon and control ice for now since this is her first time using her sacred gear. Shido, Origami, why don't you two meet up with Tohka and Yoshino tomorrow and head to that industrial building where my wife and I will train you to improve your use of your powers?" Shido: "Sure, Dad. We will meet you there after school tomorrow. I'll contact Tohka and tell her about everything that's happened." David: "That's fine. We'll see you there tomorrow. By the way, we've already applied for Yoshino to attend the same school as you. She'll start tomorrow as a first-year student, so make sure to look for her during lunch break and be acquainted with her." Shido: "Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad she's finally able to live like a normal girl. But anyway, do you think we should tell her now? About the supernatural and everything?" David: "I suppose so. I think the sooner she knows, the better." He walked towards Yoshino and called for her to pause for a moment and gathered everyone together. Yoshino: "Is something wrong, Mr. Murasame?" David: "It's about your power." Yoshino was confused and asked, "My power? Is something wrong with the way I'm using it?" David: "No, you're doing fine. The thing is, your power is actually called a sacred gear, and its name is Tsadkil." Yoshino: "Tsadkil? Sacred gear? What are you talking about?" David sat next to Yoshino with Rain and revealed the truth about the supernatural to her. "Okay, humans and animals aren't the only living and sentient creatures that live on this planet. There are also supernatural beings such as gods and dragons who exist in different realms but occasionally pay our planet a visit." Yoshino: "G-gods exist?" Yashinon: "Oh, looks like things are getting intense. Tell me more. The suspense is killing me." David: "Alright. Your sacred gear along with many other sacred gears were created by the God of the Bible and allows humans to possess them. You can have a sacred gear if you were born with it, no other exceptions. Each one has a unique ability and its own name. Yours is called Tsadkil. Named after an archangel of heaven after said archangel recovered the remnants of a deceased angel's power and transferred it into a sacred gear. Right now, Origami here possesses a sacred gear named Metatron." Origami proceeded to summon several cannons which were floating in a circular formation around her. Yoshino was amazed by everything that was being shown and being told to her. She had a million questions, but she decided to ask one at a time. Yoshino: "Does Shido have any powers?" Shido: "Well, I have the ability to receive other people's sacred gears, but so far haven't been able to find out how to use it, He was embarrassed as he still couldn't figure out how to summon Sandalphon or Metatron. David: "Well, son, if I'm being perfectly honest, that ability you have was once one of the unique abilities of the boosted gear. It was all that was left of the boosted gear after most of its energy was used to give you a strong body. So, there is no exact way to perform this power without help with the boosted gear. However, I can tell you that it is possible to use your ability to use other sacred gears. I can't tell you how to use it, which means you have to figure it out on your own. Sorry, but I don't think I can't be of much assistance." Shido: "It's fine. Those DM people say that I have supernatural energy within my body, right? It can't be that hard to figure it out." Yoshino: "Wait, what is this all about? I'm really confused by what's going on right now. Everyone else decided to tell Yoshino the events of the past 17 years and how they have affected the present. It took a long time to explain every detail that was important and to answer every question that Yoshino had. But eventually, Shido's family were able to get Yoshino to understand everything that was important. At the end, Yoshino was feeling disturbed by the truth of everything that happened which led up to this point. She couldn't believe that the supernatural was real and that many things she thought were myths were actually real. She felt tired having to process a lot of information, but Yoshino was able to absorb most of the important details. She yawned as her eye began to close and almost fell onto the floor. Rain rushed to her and hugged her, gently saying, There. Why don't we go to bed now? You must be very tired and sleep is very important. Come on, let's go to bed. She carried up Yoshino to her room and tucked her into bed before she left for her own room. The rest of the family proceeded to head to their own rooms, seeing that it was getting late and they had an early morning tomorrow. Time skip. Tuesday, 12:10 p.m. Raisin High School. Tohka. So, the new girl is our junior? Shido. Yup. Her name is Yoshino and she possesses the sacred gear Tsadkyo. She might be a little shy, so make sure to not be too loud. Shido, Tohka, and Origami were sitting together after joining their tables to eat lunch. They were waiting for Yoshino, who was coming up to meet them. As they talked, Tanamachi was talking with Ai and her friends about Shido eating with two girls together. Tanamachi. Hey, don't you think that Shido might be getting a little too carried away? I mean, the dude practically has a harem now. It will only be a matter of time before he gets another girl, don't you think? Ai. I don't care if it was a fake confession, I will get my revenge of Shido for rejecting me instantly as if I was an immediate pass. Yeah. Shido's the worst. We will make him know what it's like to be rejected. Me. That is so lame. The girls weren't even listening to Tanamachi and were busy angrily plotting to get revenge on Shido for rejecting Ai even though her confession wasn't even a real one. It seems that Shido's rejection had severely shattered Ai's confidence. Tanamachi tried to get their attention. Girls, why don't you try improving yourselves to become the ideal girl for Shido? Ai turned to Tanamachi and asked. Huh? Improve ourselves? How? Tanamachi proceeded to explain his suggestion. Well, maybe Shido had his reasons for rejecting you, so why don't you befriend Tohka and Origami so you can find out what Shido's preferences and tastes in girls are? That way you can become his ideal girl in no time, and when he starts liking you and then confesses to you, that's when you will reject him like how he rejected you. Ai. That's not a bad plan. But I gotta ask, why are you helping us? You sounded pretty enthusiastic about that plan. Tanamachi looked down on the table and slammed his hands on the surface of the table, before enviously saying, Because that little son of a hitch suddenly has a harem now, even though he has told me since childhood that he has no interest in girls whatsoever. I want to see him go down. Ai. Whoa. I guess you have a reasonable motive for that. Makes sense. Me. That is so lame. Suddenly, David appeared out of nowhere and entered the classroom. He was angry and was approaching Tanamachi menacingly. His veins were very visible on his face, and he was huffing angrily. David walked up to Tanamachi and leaned towards his face, furiously interrogating him. Did you just call my wife a hitch? Tanamachi freaked out and leaned further backwards. Ai and her friends were anxiously watching David, looking like he was about to beat the shit out of their classmate. They wanted to say something, but there was something up with David that made the girls shiver in fear. Eventually, Tanamachi mustered up some courage and managed to respond. No, Mr. Murasame. I didn't say anything. David once again asked. Are you sure, punk? Tanamachi. Yeah. I swear I didn't say anything about your wife. I mean it. David moved back from Tanamachi and exhaled a loud sigh. Before he turned to leave, David said one last thing. Good, because if you had actually said that, I was going to make your spine become as flexible as a skipping rope. I'm living in your walls, boy. You better bucking sleep with one eye open tonight, 'cause I'm listening to every freaking word you say. David gave Tanamachi one last ominous glare before he turned around and stormed out of the classroom. Tanamachi was still trying to catch his breath after what just happened. He never expected David to unexpectedly barge in and get interrogated by him as if he was a criminal. Shido and his friends were sitting at their own table and laughed at the whole scene. They found it cute that David was such a nice husband to the point where he would threaten his own students with incomprehensible violence. What a guy. After settling down, Tohka mentioned something to her friends. Oh, right. I forgot to mention this to you guys, but I invited one of my juniors in the kendo club to come and eat lunch with us. Is that all right? Shido. HM? Oh, that's fine. The more the merrier, right? I guess we better make some space for Yoshino and your junior. Origami noticed Yoshino coming in and said to her friends. Speaking of whom, look who has arrived. She pointed to a girl who entered the classroom. Yoshino walked in and waved to them, and Shido gestured for her to come sit at an empty spot so that she could eat lunch together. Shido. Hey there, Yoshino! How are you feeling today? How was your first day of school? Yoshino. I'm feeling great. High school is a bit strange for me, since I've been absent from school for almost 3 years now. But I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Shido-senpai. She proceeded to hug Shido from the side, which surprised Shido but made Tohka and Origami jealous. Tohka. Hey. Stop that. He's my boyfriend. She walked over to Yoshino and tried to pull her away from Shido. Origami. That's right. Back off. You have no right to approach Shido like that. Yoshino. Huh? Wait. What are you doing? Shido-senpai is my friend. Tohka. No. Stop. You're getting a little too close for a friend. Shido shouted. All right. That's enough. The two of you calm down. Tohka, this is Yoshino. Yoshino, this is Tohka. Since the two of you will be living together with us under one roof, please just get along with each other. Tohka backed off and apologized. Oh, sorry, Shido. I shouldn't have done that. Yoshino. I'm sorry, Shido-senpai. Aye, she started tearing up. But Shido gave Yoshino some head pats to console her. Although Tohka didn't do anything, she was still obviously jealous that she didn't get any head pats, which made her lean in closer and pointed her head towards Shido, indicating that she also wanted head pats. Since Shido felt like he needed to be fair, he also decided to give Tohka head pats to make her feel better. Her jealousy and anger immediately disappeared when Shido began patting her head. She was happy and was simply enjoying the moment, not caring about anything else. The whole class who happened to be watching everything that just happened were all in shock. The boys couldn't believe that Shido got yet another girl and that they were acting so intimately. The girls were stunned by Tohka's bravery to demand something as intimate as a head pat in front of so many people. Tanamachi and the boys was fuming with rage and jealousy upon seeing Shido getting the ladies while they were all still single and had no girlfriend. Ai and her friends were utterly speechless and surprised by the entire scene. Just when things couldn't get any worse, it did, because another girl entered the classroom. She looked around and spotted Shido's entire group on friends, before cheerfully calling out. Hey! Tohka-senpai! I'm here, huh? What are you doing? Why is that boy head patting you? Tohka turned around to see the girl who had called her, and recognized her as her junior from the kendo club. Tohka called out to her. Oh! Hey there, Kotori! Don't mind me, we're just messing around! She was trying to not make this situation more embarrassing. Origami. Don't worry, it's fine. Please come in and have lunch with us. Kotori walked into the classroom and looked around. She saw that the boys' faces were all shocked as if she was someone they never expected to see. Then she turned to see the girls were also shocked. Kotori didn't understand why they were behaving like that, but she didn't care and walked over towards Tohka. Kotori peered over and saw Shido sitting on the chair and awkwardly smiling. For a moment, Kotori jolted back in surprise, which confused Shido. He became anxious because he thought maybe he had something on his face or his hair was a bit weird. But Kotori calmed down and proceeded to slowly sit next to Tohka, while still looking at Shido in the corner of her eye. Tohka introduced Kotori to the group. Everybody, please meet my junior from the Kendo Club, Koto Itsuka. She's becoming pretty good at Kendo, and she is almost becoming as good as me. Yoshino. Hi Kotori, nice to meet you. My name is Yoshino. She shyly reached out her hand for a handshake, to which Kotori responded by shaking her hand. Origami waved and said, Nice to meet you, Kotori. My name is Origami Tabichi. Shido introduced himself and said, Hi. Nice to meet you. My name is Shido Murasame. Thank you for always being friends with my girlfriend, Tohka. Kotori. W what? Boyfriend? Tohka-senpai, you have a boyfriend? Tohka. Yup. That's right. What do you think? Doesn't Shido look a little cute? She confidently showed off her boyfriend to Kotori. Kotori awkwardly glanced at Shido before turning back to Tohka and responded, I guess he is a little cute. Shido was blushing since he didn't expect himself to be complimented. He blurted out to Tohka, Hey. Please don't say that. It's kinda embarrassing, you know? Meanwhile, Tanamachi and the boys were glaring at Shido with the most intense and hate-filled death stares, muttering under their breaths. The buck? Did she just call him cute? Shido Murasame, we're so gonna bucking kill you. Shido's classmates couldn't take it anymore and proceeded to ignore everything they were saying. Suddenly, Shido felt an unusual sense of danger brewing in his body. It felt as if there was a strong feeling that miraculously burst into life and was growing stronger with each passing second. He snapped out of his train of thought and looked around to find out what was causing him to feel like this. But as more time passed, Shido began to recognize this feeling. It was the same type of feeling he got whenever he was directly next to a sacred gear user. Shido thought, Another one? In this classroom? Who could it be? Let's think I've known everybody here for a long time now. There's no way my classmates could be the one I'm looking for, and I've also memorized Tohka, Origami, and Yoshino's energy signatures. Which means that the only other person who could have the sacred gear is... He turned to the front and looked at Kotori. That's when Shido realized that she had a sacred gear just like the rest of them. Since he was the only one who could detect the energies of sacred gears, Tohka and the other girls couldn't detect them. So, he decided to secretly pass along a secret message on paper to Origami. While the girls were busy talking to each other, Shido took out a piece of paper and scribbled some words on it. Then, he tapped Origami's arm and handed her the paper. She turned to Shido and saw his serious expression, which prompted her to be on guard. But then, Origami saw the piece of paper that Shido was trying to give her, so she took it and read it for herself. Kotori is one of us. She has a sacred gear. Get her to meet with us and my parents behind the school so that we can recruit her into our team. I'll tell Yoshino and Tohka later when Kotori leaves. Origami's eyes widened upon reading the entire message. She nodded as a sign of acknowledging the instructions given by Shido. Then, Shido took out his phone and texted both of his parents of his discovery. Rain and David got the message and agreed to meet them after school to recruit Kotori into their team. Then, Shido turned off his phone and decided it was a good idea to become acquainted with Kotori so that he can find out whether or not she is aware of her sacred gear. Note: so far, only Shido and Origami know about Kotori having a sacred gear. Tohka and Yoshino still don't. So, he decided to ask about Kotori's friendship with Tohka, hypothesizing about the possibility of sacred gear users being naturally drawn to each other. Hey Kotori, how did you and Tohka become friends? Kotori looked to Shido and said, Well, since you are Tohka-senpai's boyfriend, you know she is living in a girl's home, right? The thing is, I also actually live in the same home as her and go to Raisin High School on the same condition that we must return to the home by 5 p.m. We've actually never spoken to each other because we weren't that close. But when Tohka-senpai joined the Kendo Club, I recognized her from the home, and we started talking. That's how we basically started talking. Tohka. Kotori is actually a very nice person. She may appear cold to strangers at first, but once you start to get to know her, she will eventually warm up to you. Shido. I see, so what happened to your parents, Kotori? Kotori didn't answer at first and appeared hesitant to say anything, but she decided to say something anyway. You won't believe me. This response only confused Shido and his friends. He turned to Tohka for answers, but she shook her head to indicate that she doesn't know anything either. Tohka said to Kotori, Hey, it's alright. You can tell us. My friends and I have seen many crazy things together. We won't laugh or make fun of you. Yoshino. Yeah. We're friends, right? Kotori still looked very hesitant to say what happened to her parents, but she eventually relented and told her friends. Well, my parents didn't die or anything, they just suddenly forgot about me one day. I thought they were playing a prank on me when they told me that they didn't have a daughter, but when I saw them becoming increasingly nervous and even threatened to call the police on me, I realized that something was wrong. Shido thought to himself, concerned about the details of Kotori's backstory. Her parents forgot about her? Wait. Think. I remember there was this one time where Mom was able to make Kid Hyde forget about ever meeting us. But I don't think she would ever try to do something like that. I need to find out more. Shido. When did this happen, Kotori? Kotori. 5 years ago, on the same day as the Great Tengus City fire. Origami suddenly feared the worst, thinking. Wait. That's the same day my parents died. If Kotori's parents suddenly forgot about their daughter without any clear explanation on the same day my family was killed by 2 devils, then there might be a possibility where there were even more devils affiliated with Rias on that day also seeking out other sacred gear users. Could it be that it was the devils who wiped out her parents' memories of her? Then, Shido continued asking, Is it alright for us to know what exactly happened on that day? We're worried for you and would like to understand your problems. Kotori. It wasn't just my parents. Besides the 3 of us, I actually had an older brother. His name was Kaido, and at that time of the day when I found out my parents had lost their memories of me, I quickly rushed out of the house to my brother's high school to see if he still remembered me. Could we talk about it outside? I don't like talking about it near so many people. Shido. It's fine. Let's go to the rooftop, the place where all of us share our worries. I'm sure you're much more comfortable sharing your story up there. They all proceeded to leave their seats and headed out to the roof. As they were walking there, Shido decided to break the news to Tohka and Yoshino, who were walking behind Kotori and Origami. Shido whispered to them, Hey girls, I have to tell you this right now. Kotori is a sacred gear user. One of the remaining 7 we have to find. Tohka and Yoshino gasped in shock as they heard the truth. They assumed that Shido started asking Kotori about her past because he wanted to find out how much she knew about the sacred gear. Shido continued, I've already told Origami and my parents about it. We've agreed to tell Kotori about everything after school. For now, don't say anything to her. The 2 girls nodded and continued walking towards the rooftop. Once everybody got there, they all waited for Kotori to start telling her story. Kotori. Thanks, I will start telling my story now. Flashback. 5 years ago. I was very frantic when I found out that my parents suddenly forgot about me. It's as if I never existed in their lives. But they said goodbye to my brother and I when we left for school earlier that morning, which means they still remembered me that day. I don't know how they suddenly forgot about me so suddenly. I'll actually say that my brother looked like Shido-senpai, but his hair was red just like mine. Think of Karma Akabane from Assassination Classroom. That's why when I first saw Shido-senpai, I was shocked because I thought I saw my brother, even though, well, I guess I have to tell the story first. 6:30 p.m. Outside of Kotori's house. I rushed out to look for my brother since this time of the evening meant that he was most likely nearing our home, and I needed his help to figure out what was going on. As the sun was setting, Kotori Itsuka rushed along the road to search for her brother, Kaito Itsuka. She was scared because she didn't know why her parents suddenly forgot her and was hurriedly searching for Kaito because he was the only one who could help her in this situation. It didn't take long for Kotori to find Kaito straddling along the street on the way back home, so she ran towards him and hugged him tightly because she was really afraid of this scary situation where she was all alone. Kotori. Oniai-chan! Help! Mom and Dad has forgotten about me! Kaito. Huh? Kotori? What happened? Is everything alright? He quickly wanted to make sure that his little sister was alright since she looked really scared. Kotori. Mom and Dad are acting as if I don't exist. It's not funny. I need your help. I don't know what to do. She was crying as she was desperately trying to relay the situation as fast as she could. Kaido. Hey. It's alright. I'm here for you. Take me to them. I need to know what's going on. Kotori grabbed his hand and ran back to their house. Kaido was becoming increasingly worried since his sister sounded very worried about something serious that had happened. He wondered what kind of situation had suddenly happened to make Kotori feel like this. When the siblings reached home, Kaido rushed inside to see what happened. As he approached the kitchen, Kaido saw his father, Tatsuo, sitting down on the table on his computer doing work. Then he turned to the living room to see his mother, Haruko, leaning against the wall on a phone call. Kotori was secretly hiding behind a pillar to make sure she wasn't spotted. They spotted him and greeted him warmly. Tatsuo. Welcome home, Kaido. How was school? Did you enjoy club activities? Haruko. Welcome back, son. I'm pretty sure you must be tired, so why don't you go take a shower first before coming down and have dinner with us? The food is already prepared for the three of us. Kaido recoiled in shock and said, Wait. 3 of us? Haruko. Yes. Is something wrong? Kaido. What about Kotori? Isn't she eating as well? His parents just looked at each other with a confused expression, not saying anything at all but simply raising their eyebrows. Then, his father turned to him and spoke. Tatsuo. Listen, Kaido, I don't know if you're finding this funny, but we've had enough. For the last time, we don't have a daughter named Kotori. This prank isn't funny and it's really beginning to creep me out. Tell that Kotori girl's parents that I want to speak with them. She shouldn't just barge into someone's house and claim that they live here simply because they are allegedly our family. Haruko. Don't tell me you were planning to play this stupid prank on us with that little girl. I'd be very disappointed to find out if someone such as you were to do something like that. Kaido widened his eyes in disbelief as he listened to everything his parents said. Then, in a moment of desperation, he pleaded with them to stop this madness. What are you talking about? Kotori is my little sister. She is part of our family. Why are you both acting as if she doesn't exist? Then, he rushed to the kitchen counter and grabbed a family photo of the Itsuka family and showed it to his mother. Look. This is Kotori. If she isn't your daughter, then why is she even in this picture? Haruko. Like I said, I don't know who this girl is. How did you manage to get a photo of us with her? It looks so real that it's giving me that creeps. Kaido stumbled backwards and was trying to catch his breath as he couldn't believe a single word he was hearing. Before he could try and say anything, Kotori came rushing out from behind the pillar and ran towards her mother and hugged her. Kotori shouted in despair. Mom! Please stop. How could you be like this? I'm your daughter. How can you forget me? She was crying as she begged for her mother to stop acting like she never existed. However, Haruko angrily pushed Kotori away and yelled, Listen, kid, I'm getting very tired of this. You enter my house without any permission and you claim that you're my daughter? Get the buck out. You're really testing my patience. Kotori had fallen to the floor and listened to each word her mother said in utter shock and confusion. When Haruko finished, Kotori started shedding tears again, but she was too startled to make a noise. Instead, Kotori simply got up and ran out of the house. This prompted Kaido to quickly chase after her. His parents were calling for him to come back, but it was futile as Kaido continued to run after Kotori to make sure she was safe and wouldn't end up in any dangerous places. Kaido spent the next 10 minutes chasing after his little sister no matter how far or how fast she ran. He just wanted to get to the bottom of this mysterious and weird situation which has definitely shaken him. Eventually, Kaido caught up to Kotori and was panting heavily. The siblings ended up somewhere on the other side of the neighborhood, and the sun was about to descend past the horizon. Kaido called out to Kotori. Hey! Kotori! Wait up! He went to her and managed to grab the back of her uniform to stop her from running further away from home any longer. Kotori just fell to her knees and was crying. She felt that she was kicked out of the house for no apparent reason, and she didn't know what else to do. Kaito hugged her to let her know that she wasn't alone and that he was going to help her find out why their parents were acting very strange. Kaito. Don't worry, Kotori. Your big brother is here for you. I'll make sure that our family will be back together as one again. He tried to comfort her as much as he could while Kotori continued to weep. After a few minutes, Kotori had eventually stopped crying and she turned to look at Kaito, asking him, Oniai-chan, do you promise to fix our family? I don't want to be alone. Kaito reassured her and said, Everything will get better in time. I'll make sure that our parents will remember you no matter what it takes. I just need to find a starting point so I can start investigating. However, before Kaito could even formulate a plan, two women approached him from behind. They heard their footsteps and turned to see them. Kaito. Who are you? Woman 1. Good evening, children. My name is Irina Shido and this is my friend, Asia. The two of you seem quite distressed. Is everything alright? Kaito. Well, my parents somehow forgot that my little sister still exists but only remembers me. I want to find out why this happened. Irina. That sounds pretty heartbreaking. It is really sad for a parent to suddenly lose their memories of their children, am I right? So why don't we lend you a helping hand? Kaito. A helping hand? What do you mean? Asia. Your parents didn't lose their memories of your little sister for no reason. All their memories, which included her, were all wiped out by a devil. Now I know. Kaito didn't even let her finish and interrupted her. What? Look, I don't know what kind of crazy cult you two are trying to introduce me to, but I simply have no time for that bullshit. Devils? Are you bucking kidding me? Just stop it already. Irina. But we're telling the truth. Look. Asia is a devil herself and can show you her wings. Then, a pair of wings resembling those of a bat sprouted from Asia's back. Kaito and Kotori were shocked as they saw the jagged and pointy shape of the wings. Kaito was breathing heavily and was questioning everything that was happening from just now at the house until now when he just saw a devil for the first time. Kotori was scared and closed her eyes as she hugged Kaito for protection as she viewed Asia as a monster. Kaito demanded Irina and Asia to leave, wanting to protect Kotori from whatever they could be. Leave now. I'm not going to repeat myself. Irina. Come on. Don't be so mean. Just give us a chance to help you and you'll eventually understand everything. If you want this problem to be solved, let us speak with your little sister so that we can. Kaito. Buck OFF. I'm not letting you hitches approach my little sister. Get lost. His shouting startled the two women and their happy and cheerful demeanor slowly shifted to impatient and pouting faces. Irina once again spoke but with a hint of impatience this time. Now hold on right there. It's really rude for you to talk like that to your elders. I'll have you know that we're the ones who are trying to help. You need to keep quiet and let us do the talking. Do you understand? Kaito. I don't care what kind of help you are offering. I've already made up my mind that we are going to speak with you anymore. Come on, Kotori, let's go. The siblings got up and started walking away, but even though they clearly indicated that had completely no interest in speaking with the two girls, Irina walked forward and grabbed Kaito's shoulder, preventing him from walking off. Irina, where do you think you're going? I already told you that we have a solution for your problems, so stay right where you are and just listen, okay? Asia. That's right. The two of you are such bad children. Just give us a chance to explain ourselves. Kaito. Get the buck away from me, Hitch. Suddenly, Kaito threw his elbow backwards and smashed it right into Irina's nose, causing her to stumble backwards and resulting in a broken and bleeding nose. Asia. Irina! Hold still. I'm coming to help. Kaito. I practice martial arts in school. I don't care if you're a devil or whatever you are, but if you try to hurt my sister, then I'm going to have to beat the shit out of you. He proceeded to use a back thrust kick to Irina's liver and caused her to fall onto her knees, and she covered the impacted area with her hands because it was super painful. Asia came to Irina and started healing her, but Kaito ran forward and did a flying knee strike to Asia's face, and she fell to the ground with several pieces of her teeth knocked out of her mouth. Kaito. I'm not done yet, take this. He picked up Asia by her hair and proceeded to ram her head repetitively against a lamp post with brute force until her forehead was bleeding. Then, for the final blow, Koto pushed her head downwards and he slammed his knee against her faces, resulting in many bruises and fractures. Koto breathed heavily as he finished off Asia, but when he turned to face Irina, it was too late. Like a strike of lightning, Irina used her sword to slice Koto's body from his chest all the way to his lower abdomen. Blood was pouring out from his body like a fountain and Koto fell onto the floor completely immobilized. Kotori's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the horrifying sight happening in front of her. She screamed for her brother who had been almost cut into two separate pieces. "Oanai-chan! No!" Her legs felt very weak and she instantly fell onto the ground. No matter how hard she tried to get up, her body wouldn't allow her. Kotori could only see her brother bleeding out as she made futile attempts to bring herself on her feet. The sight was so shocking and traumatic that Kotori felt sick. Her stomach was churning to the point where she felt like it was dissolving from acid. She fell flat onto the ground and could only move her head and arms. Kotori crawled towards Koto despite the heavy pressure and dizziness she was feeling. She slowly crawled little by little as she struggled to breathe properly. But before Kotori could even get close to Koto, Irina stood in front of her and blocked her path. Irina knelt down and spoke to Kotori. "Don't worry about your brother, just let us help you. You will be alright if you come with us." Even though she just killed someone, Irina was cheerfully smiling as she was talking to Kotori, who seemed greatly affected by this incident. Kotori felt her heart racing and her body temperature rising. She felt an intense urge to kill the murderer who killed her brother in front of her eyes. The muscles on her face tensed up as Kotori began to angrily narrow her eyes at Irina. "I didn't know what happened next. All I know is that I flew into a rage and I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I learned that a fire had happened and affected all of Tengu City. I somehow managed to survive the devastating blaze of the fire and stayed completely unharmed. I awoke in the same spot, but I looked around and saw the whole place in a mess. But then I spotted my brother's body, which had been burned to the point where it couldn't even be recognized. I got up and quickly rushed towards him, but I knew that it was too late since he had already been killed before the fire even began. I simply knelt in front of my brother and looked at his charred and mutilated corpse. But then, I looked over to the side of his body and noticed something had survived the fire and was intact. I think he kept it in his jacket, which is why it somehow miraculously survived. I slowly took it out and saw that it was the family photo that my brother showed to my mom earlier that evening in his desperate attempt to make them remember me. My parents survived the fire along with almost 95% of the city's population. Most survived due to the coordination of the fire department, the police, and the hospitals who tended to the injured. I watched from across the street as my parents had a funeral for my deceased brother. I couldn't take it anymore and ran away since I had nobody to turn to. I found the girls' home where Toka-senpai would move into in the future after running for a while, and I became an orphan. Years passed and I grew up all alone. It was only the beginning of this semester that I started attending school. I'm only 16, but so much has happened already. I don't know why this has to happen to me. End of flashback. Kotori was tearing up as she recounted her past where she had lost everything. Yoshino was also crying and she hugged Kotori as a sign of sympathy and support. Yoshino. We're here for you, Kotori. You're not alone. I'm your friend and I'll be there for you no matter how dangerous things get. Toka. Same here. You can count on us for anything. That's what friends are for. She proceeded to join in the hug. Shido felt sorry for Kotori after hearing her story. But as he was about to say something, Origami took out her phone from behind her back and pressed the hang up button after making a call. Shido. What? Origami? Were you making a call this whole time? Who did you call? Origami. Our mom and dad. I think they should hear this too and give their thoughts about it. I figured we should tell them as soon as possible without delay. I feel that now is better than later. Origami had secretly called Rain and David and placed her phone behind her back so that they could both hear Kotori's backstory. Then, David and Rain opened the door and arrived on the rooftop where the students were. As they walked towards them, David spoke. We've heard everything. So don't worry, leave the explanation to us. Rain walked forward and hugged Kotori, saying, It's all right, Kotori. You can stay with us if you like. Kotori was shocked by this, but after remembering the years of feeling all alone, she decided to accept Rain's offer, take her in, and hugged her back. Kotori, I would love that. I don't want to be alone anymore. Then, David immediately explained the truth of the supernatural world and unraveled the mysterious and secretive layers of the world, which showed Kotori a whole new dimension of bizarre existences and mythical yet enchanting aspects of this world. He also explained who his family really was and all of their pasts, which have impacted the events of the present. Later, David explained the sacred gear system to Kotori and how she possessed one since young and what kind of powers she has. Rain created a protective barrier so nobody could see them. Then, David gave some energy to Kotori so she could have enough power to activate her own sacred gear. Like all the previous users Shido's family has recruited so far, Kotori managed to summon hers and a massive halberd formed in her hands. Although it looked super massive compared to her, Kotori somehow had the strength to be able to swing the large halberd around without any difficulties at all. David, I know this one quite well. The angel I battled who possessed this power was pretty irritating. This is the sacred gear, Camel. It has the power to regenerate any injury ranging from small cuts to literal amputations in the form of healing flames. For example, let me demonstrate. He took out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and created a cut on his forearm, before reaching out the injured arm to Kotori. David instructed Kotori to swing the halberd at him so that the flames formed from the swing of the weapon will fly onto his forearm and heal the injury. Kotori was confused by the description of her sacred gear's ability, but she decided to listen to David since he seemed very knowledgeable about this sort of thing. She swung the halberd downwards and several bundles of flames flew directly at David. Some flames managed to land on the injured arm. Soon enough, the cut on the forearm was gone and his skin was perfectly fine without any scars, as if he was never injured in the first place. Shido. Whoa. Look at your arm, it looks completely fine. David. Yes. Camel, in my opinion, has the best healing ability among all the sacred gears I know that can heal. Tohka and Yoshino were simply amazed by Camel's superb healing ability and continuously observed David's arm as they tried to spot any small scars or marks but couldn't find any, leading both of them to believe that Camel is indeed an amazing sacred gear. Kotori. I never knew that this kind of thing existed in this world. I always thought that we were all just humans who could do nothing like this. Could I see your sacred gears? Tohka. Sure. Come on, everyone. Let's show our newest team member what kind of super cool things we can do. Tohka summoned Sandalphon into her hands and swung it around, creating many powerful slashes which fractured the barrier's walls, before shortly fixing itself. Origami summoned Metatron, materializing many exquisite cannons with unique designs on them and fired a volley of light-infused projectiles towards the walls of the barrier. Yoshino did her best and managed to conjure several ice shards using the power of Tsadkiel and sent them flying towards the barrier, and everyone was surprised to see the fractures caused by the ice shards were almost as big as the cracks caused by Sandalphon. Shido, in contrast, didn't have the slightest idea of how to summon the sacred gears his friends had, but tried his best anyway by focusing hard on conjuring Sandalphon in his hands. Unexpectedly, Shido was actually able to materialize the sacred gear within his hands, but it quickly faded away after a few seconds. Tohka. What was that, my sacred gear? Did Shido manage to successfully copy mine? Origami and Yoshino were shocked by this, seeing how quickly Shido has developed his skills by managing to successfully summoning Sandalphon for a few seconds before it disappeared into a flock of glittering dust. Rain and David were impressed. Even though their son hasn't discovered the way to copy a sacred gear, he somehow managed to conjure it in his hands, albeit the duration of its use lasted only a few seconds. Both of them thought that perhaps Shido needed some training before he can improve on making the sacred gears he summons last much longer. Kotori asked, Shido's power is the same as Tohka-senpai's? David corrected her. No, Shido's power is to copy other sacred gears. So far, he hasn't been able to successfully materialize one until just now. I don't know how he managed to do it, but I'm impressed. Shido thought. I did it! I did it! Although it was just a few seconds, I still managed to summon Sandalphon. Now let's see if I can do the same for the rest. He proceeded to try and conjure Metatron and Satkiel, but no matter how hard he focused, those two sacred gears would never form, which slightly disappointed him. Rain came over to him and said, It's alright, son. This is your first time using your powers, so it's only natural that you won't get it immediately. Everyone was once a beginner, so don't feel so discouraged. Shido. Thanks, Mom. We'll meet you and Dad after school for training. How did I manage to only summon Sandalphon? No, how did I even manage to do that when I have no clue how my power works? I guess I have no choice but to keep trying my best to find the method to copy other people's sacred gears. After this, Rain unlocked the protective barrier and everyone walked back to class. Kotori was holding Rain's hand and was continuously asking questions about the supernatural. Shido, on the other hand, was feeling somewhat satisfied at the progress he made. The other girls were feeling happy that there was going to be a new member in their team very soon. However, David was feeling a little suspicious. After witnessing the flames of Camel and recalling the details of Kotori's backstory, which he and his wife overheard as Origami secretly let them hear it, David came to the conclusion that the Great Tengu City fire was caused by Kotori, who had reached a volatile emotional state which caused her to conjure her sacred gear but wasn't able to control the flames it produced, which resulted in uncontrollable flames spreading across the entire city. This created a dilemma for him. David didn't know whether or not it was good to reveal to Kotori that she was the cause of the fire which engulfed the entire city 5 years ago. At first, he felt that he should tell her the truth so that she can come to terms with it and accept the truth surrounding the events before moving on. But at the same time, David felt like it was bad to reveal the truth to her because she might be too horrified of it and most likely might enter the same emotional state she entered 5 years ago, which enabled her to create the devastating fire that destroyed most of Tengu City. But after a tough decision, David eventually decided on not telling Kotori first, and felt that he should consult his wife first before he did anything. For now, David could relax and teach everybody how to properly use their sacred gears. But deep down he knew that he couldn't kicking down the can, as Kotori would have to face the truth one day. The group headed back inside the school as they left the roof one by one. But unbeknownst to them, someone had been watching them from the very beginning. From a massive distance away on an isolated field full of trees, a woman who worked for DM Industries was closely eyeing the group, who were talking among themselves on the rooftop, and used high-quality radio equipment to listen to their entire conversation. Jessica. You brats, I've finally got you now! The woman who was spying on them was Jessica Bailey. After she had failed to complete the assignment of kidnapping Shido Murasame, her boss, Isaac Westcott, was furious with her handling of the task and punished her by demoting her rank and promised to reinstate her former rank if she managed to give Westcott some precious information which can be helpful to him. And that was what she managed to do. After uncovering lots of useful information from the students' conversation, Jessica felt like it was time to report to Westcott about her findings. However, a certain thought struck her head. Jessica. Wait, those kids are pretty weak. Although I couldn't see them from the barrier created by their mother, I can still tell that they are no match for my company's superior technology. What if I personally captured the boy and his family? Westcott will definitely recognize me as someone worthy. I'd better get to work quick. Jessica managed to capture several pictures of the group using a camera with a powerful lens, as well as obtaining clear audio recordings of their entire conversation about the supernatural and sacred gears. She was menacingly scheming about how she should capture the group on her own while heading deeper into the forest, where she set up her own camp. Scene break. 3:30 p.m. School had ended and the group, except for Tohka and Kotori, went to the industrial building where they were going to train. David and Rain brought Kotori to her girls' home to sign papers for adoption. The couple was going to finish up the paperwork with the home's management, while the other children trained on their own, so Shido, Origami, and Yoshino decided to train by themselves until David and Rain came back. The training area was an abandoned warehouse with a vast amount of space available for training and a viewing deck on the second floor under a metallic roof. The trio entered the building and looked around the area. Origami. According to Mom, she said that she has already set up some personalized devices and machinery which can adapt to our training pace. It's got to be around here somewhere. They all looked around the area with Origami scouting the entire ground floor for any machinery which can still be used. Shido and Yoshino climbed the stairs up to the viewing deck and started their search from there. Shido was standing by the railing and observed the ground floor from there. He darted his eyes across the massive room of the building and tried to spot any peculiar objects that were similar to the description of the machinery described in Rain's instructions. Eventually, Yoshino found the specified devices located on the railing of the viewing deck. She called for Shido and Origami to come quickly to see the device she found. They arrived at her location and observed the machinery that Yoshino had discovered. It was a gray-colored, modern-looking console with many buttons on it with different colors and sizes. Origami noticed a paper booklet labeled Training Instructions attached to the console by a hook and proceeded to take it off and read it. Press big red button with power symbol to activate the training ground. Origami. Hold on. Let me try turning this thing on. She pressed the red button with the power symbol on it, and a weird metallic clank sound was heard. The trio was confused and looked around to find the source of the sound. But then, the console started glowing and several streaks of bright light were emitting from it. The streaks of light were getting brighter to the point where the trio had to cover their eyes. Eventually, the light died down and the trio opened their eyes to see what happened. What appeared in front of them was the same exact room with the same size and dimensions as the warehouse, except the walls were designed with a virtual theme with yellow tiles sprawling all across the area. Similar to a metaverse dimension in a virtual reality simulator. Yoshino. Whoa, is this the training grounds? It looks like something out of a video game! She was in awe of the room's design, and was admiring it as she looked around the entire interior. Origami looked at the booklet and continued reading. Hello kids, it's your mother. I've made this training ground with your father during the past 3 weeks after Ellen had left the city. We felt that it was crucial that we get your abilities up to scratch immediately before another attack comes. The training grounds design is similar to that of a virtual reality game because I thought kids your age would like this sort of thing. Anyway, the console controls the training grounds and is divided into 3 sections. It includes dummy practice, beast sparring, and infiltration. Dummy practice is basically a training mode where you are to fight moving virtual monsters that can do things similar to humans such as walking or running. But some have special abilities such as flying or digging. You must work together as a team to defeat 3 waves of incoming monsters which can come from any direction. So it is vital that you must be completely aware of your surroundings. There is a time limit for all of you to defeat the monsters, so come up with a plan to swiftly take them all down. The monsters get tougher and stronger with each round, and after the end of the 3rd wave, there will be a boss fight, which is a battle against a gargantuan monster the size of a 2-story building. Once again, work together to beat it before time runs out. There are 3 difficulties: easy, moderate, and difficult. I suggest that you start with easy mode as the intensity of the fight is similar to that of the battle with Kid Hayadu and her teammates from DM Industries. You can also select the type of terrain to fight in, for example, tundra forest in cold temperatures, a desert with hot temperatures, a marshy and humid rainforest river delta, a rugged and steep mountain range, and a dark cave system. You must beat the training in all these types of terrain if you want to unlock the next difficulty. Beast sparring is basically the same as the boss fight at the end of dummy practice, except you all have to fight 5 rounds against mythical beasts which exists in the supernatural world. They all have different abilities, and the point of this training is to mainly test your ability to quickly adapt to your surroundings, your thinking and planning speed, and your ability to quickly change fighting styles after each battle. The rounds get harder after each one, so be prepared for a prolonged fight. The last training type is infiltration. It is basically an attempt to raid a stronghold filled with monsters and obtain 3 items which are needed to win. After obtaining the required items, all of you are to fight of the remaining monsters while trying to find the exit portal which everyone has to pass through in order to win. Use the 3 items you found to activate the portal. There are also different maps for infiltration, such as a medieval fortress surrounded by forests, graveyards, and a river which cuts through the fortress itself. There is also a map with a narrow mountain pass with massive cliffs surrounding it with a small stream cutting through. Finally, the most challenging map would be the skyscraper in a massive metropolitan city. That's all we have for you now. There will definitely be changes to the training grounds when we recruit more sacred gear users into our team. In the meantime, work hard and get stronger. We believe in you. Shido. Wow. In 3 weeks, they built this for us? I'm really impressed. Why don't we start with the first training mode to see how we will perform? Origami. Seems reasonable. Let's do it. She followed the manual and activated Dummy Practice Easy mode. Then, an automated voice said, "Please type your names using the keyboard on the console." The trio typed their names and the automated voice spoke again and instructed them to climb down onto the first floor. They headed down the stairs and arrived on the ground floor to see what was going to happen. Then, the entire interior of the warehouse started changing dramatically, and it changed into an outdoor setting with the same metaverse theme of a vast mountain range. The trio looked around and were amazed by just how much ingenuity and detail has gone into the making of the training grounds. Yoshino. This is amazing. I never knew that your family was capable of such things, Shido. Shido. Same here. I never knew my parents were such dedicated and talented people when it comes to creating training simulations to help us develop our skills. Anyway, let's see what happens next. Automated voice. Welcome, Shido, Origami, and Yoshino. This is Dummy Practice Easy mode. The maps chosen for your training are all randomized, so you must quickly adapt to your surroundings and kill all the monsters. But before we can even start, the training requires the 3 of you to do warm-ups before the training commences. This initial warm-up is to ensure that your bodies are physically capable of withstanding the harsh conditions of the training a normal human body cannot handle. That being said, please complete 80 push-ups per person in 1.5 minutes. Begin. Shido. What? Push-ups? But I guess there's no complaining then. He looked around and was shocked to see Origami was already doing her own set of 80 push-ups in rapid succession without any slacking. Yoshino was worried as she didn't feel so confident about doing push-ups because after an extended period of time within the hospital without any opportunity to exercise, doing even a single push-up might be hard for her. But nevertheless, Shido and Yoshino decided to give it their best shot and attempted to complete their own set of push-ups. It didn't end well as both Shido could only do 7 while Yoshino could only do 5 during the 1.5 minutes time limit. Both of them found it exhausting to perform just a single one, and immediately got tired when they actually did one push-up. Origami managed to do so much more, but she only did 52 push-ups before the time ended. Even with a lot of prior training and workouts in her past years, Origami still didn't manage to hit the required number of push-ups needed for the initial workout before the next warm-up set. Origami. Still not strong enough. 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes is only possible for me if I am able to do it in the same rapid pace I moved at consistently without any stops. But doing a repeating action requires force and strength, so it is gradually depleted until I have to take a break and replenish my energy. So why don't we start with conditioning our bodies so that we become physically fit enough to complete different types of workouts as needed by the training program? Shido. You know what, Pan, I think that's a good idea, Pant. Yoshino. I agree, let's just take a rest now, I'm so tired. The trio decided to take a water break first before they will start doing simple workouts to help increase their strength, power, and stamina. Origami temporarily became Shido and Yoshino's fitness trainer to help them get physically fit. Scene break. Meanwhile, Tenga's City Girls' home. 3:55 p.m. David and Rain were just finishing up the last few bits of paperwork with the manager of the home. Tohka and Koto were watching from the side of the room, waiting for the good news. David. All right. I assume this is the last of the papers, Ms. Kiryu? Kiryu. We're finished. Tohka, Koto, you may head home with your new and adoptive parents. Tohka. Wait. So that means I can call you Mom and Dad now? Rain. Yes. We're your new parents now, so let's all get along. Tohka and Koto happily hugged their mother, as they felt extremely grateful for everything she and her husband has done for them. Meanwhile, David looked on with a gentle smile on his face as he found the sight wholesome. But he decided to ask a question to the manager. David, Ms. Kiryu, is Ika your first name by any chance? Kiryu recoiled in shock and said, Why yes. How did you know that? David, well shit. I need to make up a lie right now. Maybe this will work. My wife used to go to Ko Academy in Ko Town and was actually a student of a next-door class. She knew about you mainly because of a student by the name of Issei Hayato. She always found the stories of his antics spread by your classmates pretty disgusting yet entertaining at the same time. It was through these stories where she heard of you but never got the chance to speak with you. Kiryu, I see, so you were a student at Ko Academy too, Mrs. Murasame? Rain, why yes, damn it, Drake, why did you have to put me in this situation? Sigh, I guess I have no choice but to play along. You're correct, Ms. Kiryu. I was a student from Ko Academy. Kiryu, well then, it's nice to meet you. She shook hands with Rain. David, so anyway, I would like to ask about what happened after Hayato died. Kiryu, everybody was stunned by his sudden death. What made it creepier was that Issei was murdered and his body was found in the forest just outside of town. The murderer still hasn't been caught even after 17 years. When he was still alive, I always teased Issei and his two friends for being perverts. But I guess that was pretty hypocritical of me since I was the biggest pervert of the girls back then. After Hayato died, I actually felt sad. His two friends were the ones most affected by his death. You won't believe it when I tell you that they actually stopped being perverts and actually began focusing on their studies so that they can get a better future for themselves before their perversion ruined their lives. Today, they are philanthropists who have changed their ways and work together to help those who are in need. In fact, they inspired me to set up this home for girls and even funded my project to build and operate this place. Sigh, I think I should meet up with those two for a chat. It's been months since we last saw each other. David was speechless. He was shocked at just how much has changed since Issei died 17 years ago. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction after hearing Kiryu's story. When he was still dragged and sealed inside the boosted gear, he remembered Kiryu as just the perverted four-eyes girl who constantly teased Issei. Now she had matured and had grown up. David decided to ask more questions to get more information about Issei's friends and family after he died. David, I heard a rumor that there was a girl named Rias who dated him, is that true? Kiryu, heh! It totally shocked me, no, everyone when we learned that those rumors were true. But guess what? Issei indeed had a harem. He had several girls in his harem, 3 of them were actually my classmates. I really couldn't believe my ears when I learned the truth of those rumors. I found out they were real because I attended Issei's memorial service in our school hall, and those girls who were rumored to be dating him were all giving heartfelt eulogies about him while crying their eyes out. It was so shocking that it almost seemed fake. But anyway, I don't know what happened to those girls. All I know is that they continued living with Issei's parents even until now, and from what I heard from former classmates, the girls always seemed melancholic and depressed. However, I know for a fact that his parents actually gave birth to a baby girl after Issei had died. I met her a few times after I visited school for some nostalgia and learned that Issei had a little sister who went to the same school as him. Her name is Keed and she goes to Ko Academy too. She seems like a beautiful girl on the outside, but on the inside, she seems like the delinquent type of girl mainly because of her attitude and her coarse language that she constantly uses. I don't think I can remember anymore, I guess that's it. I hoped it helped. David felt an intense rage surging from within. He thought of the audacious prospect of Rias and the girls living together with the parents of the boy whom they betrayed and murdered. Are you bucking kidding me? Those hitches are living with his parents, and they think they are entitled to something like that. I never knew you would stoop this low, Rias Gremory. When we get strong enough, we're gonna teach you a lesson that will greatly scar you for life. But then, Kiryu interrupted his train of thought. Hello? You seem pretty scary there, Mr. Murasame. Is something wrong? David. Huh? Oh no. Nothing's wrong. I don't know what came over me just now. Kiryu. I see, well I guess that's it then. You may leave now. I've got other matters to attend to. David. Okay. Goodbye, Ms. Kiryu. Let's go home, kids. The couple left her office with their new adopted children, while Kiryu decided to call Motohama and Matsuda because her conversation with David made her feel like talking to them and catching up again. While the ringtone rang, Kiryu thought to herself, why does this nostalgic feeling feel so good yet so painful? Even though 17 years have passed, I can't help but feel a great ache in my heart as I remember those days. I kinda really wish I hoped to get to know Issei more as a person while I still had a chance. I hope he's doing well in heaven. I pray for him to find peace. Chapter 13, Dual Cycle Harness. David. We're home, kids. This is where you'll be living from now on. I hope you'll get along with each other nicely. Tohka replied. Yup. I think we can get along with each other. Koto cheerfully agreed. You bet. I promise that I will be good to all of you. Rain smiled with gratitude and said, That's great to hear. Now come on inside. We want to show you the place, and then when we're finished, please leave your bags here and follow us to where Shido and the others are. The four of them entered the house and immediately showed them the different rooms and their purposes. Tohka and Koto were especially excited when they learned that they got their own rooms. They also particularly liked the kitchen and the dining room because of its architecture and design. They looked forward to having meals together with their new family in their new house. Once the house tour was finished, Tohka and Koto left their bags in their rooms as instructed and left the house with Rain and David and began driving to the warehouse where Shido and the others were. Meanwhile, just an hour ago, Origami began teaching Shido and Yoshino different types of dynamic and static stretching to improve the flexibility of their bodies and prevent any difficulties from moving their joints when they started the real workouts. Both of them felt a lot of pain when they stretched their arms and legs in positions they didn't even feel was possible for them, such as the hamstring stretch and standing up straight then bending down to touch your feet with your fingertips. Shido and Yoshino felt discouraged that they wouldn't be able to become stronger, but Origami decided to encourage them by saying some motivational words to help them understand the importance and the benefits of stretching and working out daily. Origami. Don't worry, all of us were once weak. You're not trying to impress anyone, so just focus on your own progress. Rome wasn't built in a single day, so keep trying every day, and you will get better. Trust the process, and you'll eventually be the best. Never give up. Suddenly, Shido and Yoshino felt a huge surge of motivation that empowered both of them to keep working hard. They agreed to continue doing stretching with Origami before moving on to the actual exercises and workouts, which improves muscle strength and power. Despite how painful their bodies felt when stretching, they realized that getting physically fit is not a rushed process, but is a long-term progression that results in several benefits. Therefore, the trio were committed to setting goals for themselves in order to achieve the ideal strength and power they need to use their sacred gears better. Soon after they had completed their stretching, Origami decided to teach something simple to them, such as elevated, decline, and incline push-ups, which were easier to do than ordinary push-ups. This way, they could get used to the motion of the push-up and engaging different muscle groups to help them perform better. Then, the trio had a water break before they started again. Shido felt his entire chest was really sore and was worried that he'd have to do more workouts that might require him to use his chest muscles more. But this time, Origami had them do sit-ups to improve their abdomen muscles and increase core power. Yoshino felt it was quite difficult to perform several sit-ups in succession since this was her first time ever working out. Both of them felt exhausted after only managing to do 17 sit-ups. Finally, they had one last water break before the last workout exercise. It was squats, which were meant to increase leg strength and endurance. It was arguably the easiest of the workouts that Origami gave them, but it was harder than it looked since they weren't used to using this much strength from their leg muscles. At the end of their sets of squats, Shido and Yoshino felt really tired and really wanted to lie down. Origami, in contrast, was still feeling energetic and looked like she was ready to do more. Origami. It's fine. Don't exert yourselves too much. It's important to take breaks and drink lots of water. I'll also consult with Mom and Dad about a diet plan which is healthy for you. Shido and Yoshino were relieved when they heard that. But they knew that it doesn't mean that they should slack around as much as they wanted. It meant that they should take the opportunity to rest well before recuperating and commencing workouts again. A few minutes later, Origami decided to tell them about different foods and what kind of important things they contain which assist in body growth. Origami. Proteins are important for the muscles and the bones. Personally, I prefer to eat salmon, chicken, eggs, and dairy products because those foods are high in protein which are necessary for muscle growth. Carbohydrates, or carbs, are necessary for energy. Make sure you eat a lot of foods rich in carbs, such as rice, bread, potatoes, or pasta. Don't forget to eat fruits and vegetables, because they play an important role in helping you stay healthy and hey, wait. Is that who I think it is? She stopped halfway in her sentence and noticed a car pulling over by the entrance of the warehouse. Shido and Yoshino turned around and confirmed that it certainly was their parents and their friends. David and Rain came out with Tohka and Koto and greeted the trio who had been working out together just now. Tohka. Hi Shido! What's going on here? Shido. Well, we activated the training grounds, but we needed to complete 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes or the training simulation won't start. But I couldn't even do 10, what a bummer. Rain. I see you've managed to find your way around the complex controls of the training system. I'll tell you all this. The training that is included inside the system is meant for people with supernatural capabilities. I know you all can perform supernatural skills that humans can't do, but there are many other creatures and entities out there with much more superior abilities which outclass yours. That's why we'll get everybody up to shape before we can start doing some actual training in the system. Origami asked. Say, isn't 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes impossible for anyone? I think it's pretty ridiculous. David. It is impossible. If you're a human. But I want to tell you that all of you possess supernatural capabilities which you have not yet unlocked. To make sure you can successfully perform 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes, I'll teach you a skill which basically enables you to gain additional power from the existing energy within your body. This special energy is formed with the power of the sacred gears in your body together with the energy of your own body's energy. I call this skill dual cycle harness, because you make use of the flow of energy made up of two different energies to make yourselves stronger. Come on, let's go. David lined up everybody in a line and told them to focus on conjuring their sacred gear but do not fully materialize it, and simply focus on feeling the flow of their surging through their bodies when they attempt to summon their respective sacred gears. They did as they were told and focused on impartially summoning their own sacred gears and switched their attention to the flow of energy that could be felt when the sacred gear was about to appear. At first, they only heard the sound of their breathing, then they listened closely to the sound of their heart beating. As they tried to perform double cycle harness, David elaborated on the concept of this technique. Introduction. Double cycle harness is a technique which only sacred gear users can perform. It's also a technique I invented alongside with your mother many years ago, when Shido was still a toddler. We've never tested this out, meaning you're the first ones to test this technique. Don't worry, I'm sure you all can do it. We've done the math and everything. Concept. Anyway, when sacred gear users try to summon their sacred gear, its energy flows through their bodies and will end up appearing if they focus hard enough. However, your own body's energy flows in the opposite direction to prevent the sacred gear's energy from damaging your own body, so it's basically a layer of protection to help your body handle the summoning of your sacred gear. The movement and momentum of these two energies eventually equalize each other out, and create a unique and new type of energy which is stronger, and can be considered a powerful exoskeleton which can vary in intensity. The term for this exoskeleton is called dual cycle energy. This also means that it gives sacred gear users the aura of fear and intimidation around them depending on how strong this exoskeleton is. This is how some people can correctly guess how powerful an entity is just by reading their energy signature's influence on the environment. As for supernatural beings with no sacred gears such as dragons like myself, angels, fallen angels, devils, and gods, they just simply use their own natural aura and abilities they have since birth to intimidate their opponents. Application. Once you've achieved command of the flow of the dual cycle, you're supposed to separate an amount of energy from the flow and transfer it to any part of your body you want to use. For example, you can accumulate your dual cycle energy into your legs and perform kicks with godlike physical force. You can also store loads of it in your muscles and you can never get tired or exhausted. Think of it as a tree that immediately regrows fruit whenever it gets plucked off, and that fruit is helping you gain supernatural abilities, so don't worry about your dual cycle energy draining quickly as it regenerates quite fast. End of elaboration. Shido asked his father. I don't exactly have my own sacred gear, so what would that make me? David. Technically, you classify as a supernatural creature with natural power since you have dragon blood, but you have not lived up to the point when you mature and your natural dragon aura unlocks and then allows you to use your powers on your own. So for now, you are still as good as a normal human. I want you to learn dual cycle harness because I know for a fact that we all saw you manifest Sandalphon, which is basically the same as possessing a sacred gear. Your transferability from the original boosted gear acts as a storage unit for different types of sacred gears that you can absorb and copy. Therefore, Sandalphon must have its energy circulating around your body, and this makes you eligible for dual cycle harness. Rain. I know this is a lot of information, but it is the basis of this technique which can drastically help you. Just give it a go and we'll see how each of you will fare. Tohka was confused since she didn't know what she was supposed to be feeling for. She could only manage to focus for about 30 seconds before she would have to relax her mind and start trying again. Koto and Yoshino tried their best to maintain that specific state of materialization when impartially summoning their sacred gears, but also didn't seem to know what they should be feeling for. They didn't even know what a flow of energy is even supposed to look like. Origami simply trusted the process and consistently maintained the desired state of materialization when conjuring her sacred gear and tried hard to feel the flow of her aura. However, she felt was an echo of her heart beating. Nonetheless, she still persevered in acquiring the ability to sense her own dual cycle energy. Shido decided to focus on conjuring Sandalphon since he didn't have any other sacred gear or one of his own to summon. He did the same as the girls but found it hard to even summon Sandalphon. He stretched his arms forwards and gripped his hands into a position as if he were holding a sword. He thought to himself, "Come on, there must be a way to properly summon Sandalphon and make it last. What did Dad say about sacred gears? I think it was something about focusing on a particularly strong emotion which enables you to activate it. Let me try." Shido decided to think about all the atrocious crimes Rias and her peerage have committed against his family and friends, and angrily vowed to brutally kill them with his own bare hands. He felt a great anger and a strong desire for vengeance surge throughout his body, and immediately felt a mystical power beginning to grow stronger inside of him. Shido. I think that's it. Now imagine Sandalphon within your two hands. Alright, the feeling is getting very powerful. Okay. That's it. Stop right there. I feel that if I continue to focus on this feeling, Sandalphon will actually appear and I will have to try again. Now let's try to feel that dual cycle energy like my dad mentioned. Shido made the final push in his first attempt to feel the influence of his dual cycle energy, which he can learn to harness to gain supernatural abilities. But just like the rest of the girls, Shido was also stuck at an impasse. He felt, "Damn it! Why is this so hard? Can't Dad be a little more specific? What if I try sensing it from my hands? If I'm materializing a sacred gear using my hands, then shouldn't that particular flow of energy be strongest there since my body is doing its best to create it? Okay, let's see if that works." Shido tried his best to feel the energy that is most likely bursting in life from trying to materialize Sandalphon. He focused hard. Eventually, Shido gained this feeling of touching a delicate and loosely attached object made of silk that was invisible yet easily detectable with his fingers. He fidgeted around with his fingers where he felt the sensation of silk freely rolling over his fingertips and fingernails. Shido was fascinated by this surreal sensation that was circulating around his hands and proceeded to try and trace the flow of this energy. As he followed Shido began to sharpen his focus and felt the sensation flowing inside his wrists, and it kept traveling up his forearms. This was it. All he needed to do was continue tracing the flow of energy until he made it back to his hands. Shido took a deep breath and concentrated with sheer determination and resolved to master this skill. He swiftly and meticulously traced the path of the flow that coursed throughout his body and felt the sensation all around his body from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. It was as if he had a powerful exoskeleton that could withstand the most formidable force. Finally, Shido decided to improvise a little. He maintained the sensation and changed his hand position into fists. Then, he focused on the flow of energy solely on his knuckles. When the sensation became powerful enough, Shido stepped forward and ran towards a stack of barrels sitting by the wall of the warehouse. The girls and his parents were greatly confused at what Shido was doing. They just watched and were curious about what he was intending to do. Once Shido reached the stack of barrels, he sent a powerful punch forward to one barrel and completely disintegrated it into hundreds of pieces. Smash! Shido watched in utter shock and awe as he commented, "Holy shit, is this the power of dual cycle harness?" The others came rushing towards where Shido was and looked to see hundreds of rusted steel fragments of a barrel lying on the floor. David was shocked, yet impressed by the same time. His son had figured out the key to dual cycle harness and successfully applied it to a powerful punch. Rain and the girls were surprised. They never expected Shido to quickly harness his aura and actually destroy a barrel with his bare fist without any background in martial arts or any experience in strength and power training. But eventually, they cheered him on as they celebrated Shido's success in performing his first attack involving the use of his dual cycle energy. David. Haha! Attaboy, Shido! You did it! Tohka. OMG! That was so awesome, Shido! Tell me, how did you do it? I wanna know! Yoshino. What was that? That barrel looks so tough, yet you broke it into many chunks. Koto. No way! You really just smashed that barrel into a pile of rubble? Please teach me. Origami. Wow, this power, if I can learn that power, then maybe I can take down Rias and her peerage so I can finally avenge my parents. Rain. I'm proud of you, son. Why don't you share with us how you managed to do that? Shido felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction after witnessing the aftermath of his first application of dual cycle harness. He didn't feel confident in performing the technique since he learned that it was a prototype skill that was recently developed without any initial testing. With this newfound motivation, Shido felt like it was a good time to start helping his friends get better so that their chances of surviving against supernatural threats will increase rapidly. He explained the entire process to the girls and how he eventually managed to attain control of the dual opposing forces that sustain their bodies. Tohka and Origami went off on their own to test it out. Koto and Yoshino went to another section of the warehouse and practiced on their own. Origami did as Shido explained, and within a few tries, she successfully managed to obtain command of her dual cycle energy and manipulate it around with it. She decided to focus some of it around her leg and performed a roundhouse kick to a barrel and sent it flying towards the wall and even dented it. Tohka had a little bit of difficulty grasping the concept of the technique, but she persevered and eventually learned dual cycle harness. She accumulated some energy at her fists and punched through the air, sending tremendous wind pressure towards a stack of crates and smashed them to pieces. David and Rain were observing their progress as they provided tips for them to improve their usage of dual cycle harness so they can quickly increase their strength and become stronger fighters. Meanwhile, Shido had been leaning against the wall and was thinking about that silky sensation that gave him the ability to disintegrate sturdy objects with his fists. However, his train of thought was interrupted when he noticed Koto and Yoshino both with confused expressions when they tried to attempt dual cycle harness. He decided to help them out and see how accurate and reliable his method of harnessing his dual cycle energy would be. Shido walked over to them and asked how they were doing. Shido. Hey there, Koto, Yoshino, how are the two of you doing for dual cycle harness? Koto. You make it sound quite easy, but it seems really difficult. Yoshino. Yeah, I'm kinda worried I won't be able to get it. He saw that the girls seemed confused, so Shido decided to give them advice to help out. Shido. You both are able to conjure your sacred gears, which is why I want you to try and reach that impartial state of manifesting it, and I'll tell you what to do from there. Both girls looked at each other and still seemed puzzled, but they decided to give it a shot since they trusted Shido would know something useful. Yoshino and Koto managed to reach and maintain that state of materialization of their sacred gears and awaited his instructions. Shido. Alright. Now that you've achieved the desired effect, think of something which makes you feel very emotional. For me, I thought about Rias Gremory and her peerage's crimes against us and vowed for revenge against them. You can think of any emotion, it just needs to be strong. They proceeded to do as he said. Yoshino thought about things that would make her emotional, so she dived through her memories and wondered what would make her feel strong emotions. Yoshino. Throughout my whole life, I had always stayed in Tenga City without leaving once. It was just my mommy and me, I've never even met my daddy. Those days when I was still well and mommy was still alive seemed so long ago. Then my illness started and I stayed bedridden for over 3 years and missed out on so many things. That hospital room was all I can clearly remember. My childhood memories seemed to have been erased. Maybe it was because the pain from being sick had made me want to stop thinking for a while and just go to sleep. When I was approaching the end of my life, I learned that my mommy had passed away when she was working, but then I met Shido-senpai, who made my day brighter by being such a kind person. He continued being nice to me even towards the end of my life and took care of me just like my mommy, who used to visit me frequently back then. Now that I'm healed, I can find a way to repay his kindness and show my appreciation and gratitude. All I feel when I think of Shido-senpai is respect and admiration, so I think I will go with those emotions. Yoshino focused on all the generous and thoughtful actions that Shido had done for her. As she recalled each heartwarming moment, the level of respect that Yoshino felt for him only grew higher. As her emotions grew stronger and stronger, she was approaching the specific state of materialization of her sacred gear that was needed to feel the dual cycle flow. Once she reached that point, Yoshino stabilized her emotions and started feeling for the flow. Meanwhile, Koto thought about the things that would help her feel strong emotions and feelings that will help her feel the dual cycle flow. Koto. My life used to be very simple. My parents loved me very much, and so did my big brother. But when I was 11, those 2 wicked women came and ruined my life. My parents forgot about me and my brother was killed in front of my eyes. I spent the next few years of my life living all alone with no friends or family that could take me in. I thought that I was always going to be alone until I went to school and made friends. For the first time in a long time, I felt loved and cared for. Shido-senpai's family was willing to adopt me even though I just met them. I think this feeling of longing for love and affection is the emotion I will choose. Koto also focused on those emotions to help her achieve the ideal state of materialization of her sacred gear. She too was also able to reach and maintain that state and awaited for Shido's next instruction. Shido. Alright. Now that both of you are in the perfect state to feel the dual cycle energy, I want both of you to feel the flow of energy around your hands where the sacred gear would form. You should be feeling for a smooth and silky sensation. Both girls heeded his instructions and proceeded to try their best to feel that mentioned sensation. After a few seconds of focusing on the surroundings around their hands, they felt the silky feeling that Shido told them to feel. Once they felt it, they informed Shido of their discovery. After that, he told them to trace the flow of energy from the source of that silky sensation they felt and trace the path of the energy throughout their entire bodies. The girls did so, and although it took a few minutes and several tries, Koto and Yoshino managed to grasp the basics of the technique. Now that they felt the flow of the dual cycle energy, Shido allowed them to improvise and see what kind of interesting things they could do. Yoshino decided not to release her dual cycle energy in the form of any attack. Instead, she stored up huge reserves of energy within her body and started doing push-ups. Previously, she could only do 5, but somehow she was now able to do many push-ups in quick succession without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Yoshino tried to feel for any pain or aches in her arms and core but did not feel any discomfort, almost as if she was used to the motion of rapid and successive push-ups. Shido and Koto watched on in awe as they questioned just how convenient and useful dual cycle harness could be if they cultivated and learned it the right way. Then, Koto decided to use her own application of dual cycle harness. She stored most of her harnessed energy in her legs and did some stretching, before sprinting around the perimeter of the warehouse interior. As she ran, Koto could tell that she was running much faster than usual, and wasn't getting tired so easily. She spent a good 5 minutes dashing around the place before she decided to stop and process what just happened. Shido thought to himself. Whoa! Look at that! I can't believe something as convenient and powerful as dual cycle harness was never invented by people with powerful sacred gears. I guess we better keep it a secret. Why don't we make it our family's secret art? As he was pondering about the technique and what could come of it, Shido was suddenly interrupted in his thoughts by Yoshino and Kotori. They wanted to express their gratitude for teaching them. Kotori. Thanks Shido-senpai. Thank you for teaching me how to properly do dual cycle harness. I really appreciate it. She was blushing and sounded quite shy. Yoshino. Thank you, Shido-senpai. I learned how to do dual cycle harness. And it's all thanks to you. Unexpectedly, Yoshino sounded more cheerful to Shido than Kotori, which is a little unusual because both girls would normally have the opposite personalities. Shido shyly looked away and said, And no, don't thank me, I was just trying to help. It was nothing really special after all, since you're my friends. He tried to brush off the fact that he was obviously flustered by their comments, but it didn't help since he sounded so embarrassed, and was profusely blushing. Then, Yoshino suddenly walked to him and said, You're such a nice person, you know. You did so much for me when we met in the hospital, and I really liked it when you made my day better. I like that part of you where you always want to help others. I can't help but feel happy when I'm around you. Shido did not expect something like this from Yoshino, who was very shy and timid most of the time. Shido decided to keep her happy by saying he just wanted to be a good person and wanted to help. Shido. It's fine, Yoshino. It's what good friends do, right? He looked up to see what his parents and the other girls were doing, only to see a sight that made his heart sink. Tohka looked at Shido with an piercing and intimidating gaze, asking, Shido, tell me, what do you think you're doing with Yoshino? Shido was shivering in gear and didn't know how to answer. He recoiled in shock and said, What? Tohka! Wait! It's not what you think! I was just teaching Yoshino and Kotori how to. Tohka. Teaching? What part of teaching includes a guy messing around with other girls when he knows full well that his girlfriend is right here? She marched up to him angrily and was clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. When she got close, Yoshino got scared by Tohka's angry demeanor and instinctively clutched onto Shido for protection, but this only escalated the situation and Shido was scared shitless. Kotori immediately got in between Shido and Tohka, desperately trying to calm the situation. Wait! Tohka-senpai! It's really not like that. It's just Yoshino really admires Shido-senpai and wanted to repay him for teaching us. Why would Shido-senpai cheat on you when you're literally right here? Tohka was still fuming with jealousy and anger, but she was able to process what Kotori told her and didn't immediately say anything else. Eventually, she sharply exhaled and walked up close to Shido and glared him in the eyes, saying, All right. But you're sleeping with me tonight. I need to remind you who you're dating. She pouted in jealousy and looked at Shido with a frightening gaze. Shido. Why, yes, got it. He sheepishly nodded. Then Tohka said, Humph. Now I want you to cuddle me too. And I also want more head pats. Shido. Right now? Well, okay. He walked to Tohka and hugged her with his two arms and also patted her head at the same time. Shido looked at Tohka's facial expression and noticed that she gradually turned from angry to happy in just a minute. He was glad that she wasn't frowning anymore and pledged to watch himself whenever he was around other women so he wouldn't cheat on Tohka. After all, he didn't want to be as bad as Rias. While she was still hugging Shido, Tohka turned to Yoshino and said to her in a jealous and grumpy voice, Now as for you, I know we're going to be living under one roof. But I want you to keep your distance from Shido because I'm his girlfriend. Got it? Yoshino was frightened and said, okay. She seemed pretty upset that she wasn't able to get close to Shido as much as she wanted to. When everything had finally settled down, David broke the silence and announced what was going to happen next. David. All right. That's enough, everybody. Let me move on to the next section of the training. There's no time limit and you can set your own goal, because you can do this wherever you want and whenever you want. The truth is, dual cycle harness can be done without reaching that impartial state of materialization of your sacred gear. The only reason I wanted all of you to do that was because it would make it easier for all of you to detect the dual cycle energy. You can actually harness your dual cycle energy even when you are at rest. It's just much more difficult to feel it. Which is why I want all of you to train at your own pace and try your best to achieve control of your dual cycle energy without any help with your sacred gear. Rain, is there any questions? If not, let's all head home now. It's good to have a good meal and sufficient rest after training. They shook their heads to indicate that everything was clear and that they were ready to head home. Everyone entered the car and Rain started driving home. 5:30 p.m. On the way home, everybody was feeling really tired and were looking forward to reaching home. Rain was driving and David was sitting in the passenger seat, wondering to himself what the future holds for his family. Koto and Yoshino were sitting in the middle row talking to each other and becoming more friendly. Tohka and Origami were sitting in the back row and fighting over Shido, who was sitting in the middle. Tohka. Hey! Not you too! Get away from him, Origami Tabichi! Origami. Likewise. Get away from Shido. Tohka. Huh! No! You get away! He's my boyfriend! Origami. Then I'll be his mistress. We can all be equally happy like that. Tohka. Excuse me? No! That's not how this works. Shido was feeling very exhausted and stressed out by their argument and had enough, so he decided to speak up and stop them before things escalate. Shido. All right. Calm down. I'm really tired and I'm pretty sure you are too. At least wait until we get home. Both girls stopped fighting once Shido raised his voice. To calm things down even further, he patted Tohka's head and she eventually settled down and became happy. On the other hand, Origami was looking at Tohka getting head pats with Endy and decided to try something bold. Origami. Hey Shido, I'm sorry, could you at least pat my head too? Just once please? Tohka took notice of that and darted her eyes towards Origami, staring at her with suspicion. Before Shido could even say anything, Tohka said to her, Just one. That will be all. Shido was bewildered by this response, but to avoid making things even more awkward, he wanted to just get over it and reach home. So he stretched out his hand to pat Origami's head, but something completely unexpected came out of the blue. As Shido was bringing his hand closer to Origami, she suddenly pulled his hand and brought Shido closer, leaning in and kissing him. Crack. At this very moment, Shido somehow felt it was like the end of the world. He could feel a condescending and threatening aura coming from Tohka. He was scared and his bones were shivering. He slowly turned to Tohka, only to see an extremely furious and monstrous expression smeared across her face. Shido was terrified by this expression, and quickly tried to calm her down. Wait! Tohka! Calm down! I didn't intend to do that. It wasn't intentional, but he was cut off as Tohka spoke in an angry and low voice. Tohka. I let my guard down, Origami Tabichi, I'm gonna bucking RIP your eyeballs out. She was screaming angrily and trying to hit Origami, who was smirking confidently at Tohka while hugging onto Shido's body. The others in the car were taking note of this and were becoming increasingly concerned with what was going to happen. Except for David, who was instead getting more annoyed with each passing second. Eventually, he had enough of the quarrel in the back and decided to get them to be quiet. Hey! Kids! If you keep going on like this, you're gonna be grounded, you know. Just behave yourselves and just shut up, would why? That made the three in the back immediately cease their fighting and tremble in fear. Tohka and Origami backed away from Shido and leaned against the car doors and looked out the windows, regretting what they did in shame. Shido, on the other hand, slumped back and was relieved that the noise was all over, but he couldn't get over the fact that Origami was daring and bold enough to kiss him right in front of his girlfriend. Then, Shido felt a little weird. From the time he entered the car until now, Shido was feeling sore from all the workouts and stretching he had done with Origami and Yoshino earlier this afternoon. However, as he felt almost no discomfort or aching in his body after Origami had kissed him. Shido thought, wait, where did all the pain go? Did Origami heal me by doing that? It must have been some form of application from dual cycle harness, Did Origami manage to already master it without help from her sacred gear? It must be. The feeling I got after she kissed me felt very rejuvenating, and it feels like I just woke up from a great nap. The last time I've ever felt this energetic after feeling pretty bad was that time I was still coming to terms with the truth behind my existence, and then Tohka kissed me and somehow I felt really. Finally, the realization hit him. Shido had been scrambling for answers on how to duplicate his friend's sacred gears, and although this answer was hypothetical, Shido had a very strong hunch that he found the proper method to obtain another sacred gear's power. All he could do for the moment was wait until he got home and stay in the privacy of his room so that he could try out his hypothesis. However, Shido felt like probing a bit further, so he asked Yoshino, "Hey Yoshino, do you still feel sore after all those workouts with Origami?" Yoshino turned behind and responded, "Well, of course. I feel like lying down right now. I wonder how long the aching will stay." Shido thought, "There's no denying it. But there's no way something as simple yet ridiculous as that would make me able to perform another sacred gear's ability. Let's go home first, then I will try." He decided to give it a rest for a while and focused on reaching home first before doing anything. Scene break. Tengu City is an inland city, meaning that there are no beaches or coastal areas for recreation. Everything sits within a valley between the mountains. They are also not really connected to much of Japan's major cities. To reach other cities, one must take the train which connects to all of Japan. As for roads, there's only several roads which lead to other smaller and rural towns, including a town much further inland surrounded by forests and mountains known as Koto Town. Somewhere in that town is a high school named Koto Academy, which gained notoriety and infamy 17 years ago when a student named Issei had been tragically murdered and the culprit was never caught. As a result of that incident, the school management came under fire from parents and students alike, questioning the security of the people who learn and work at the school. However, since the murder never took place in the academy itself, Koto Academy was allowed to continue its operations under watchful eyes from authorities and communities who were deeply concerned with the safety and well-being of everyone involved with the school. Now let's move into the present. Although Issei has been dead for 17 years now, the people still live in fear of living in the same town as the murderer since no culprits were found. Admission into the academy decreased in the years following Hayate's murder, but steadily increased again as no violent crimes like homicide happened again. One student in this present age who has gained a lot of attention is Kid Hayate. The people of her neighborhood didn't like her as her late older brother had been an infamous pervert whose antics disgusted the townsfolk. As such, she was scorned and isolated by everybody, resulting in a lonely childhood with barely any friends. This kind of life for Kid continued all the way until she met Issei's former lover, Rias, who had reincarnated her into a devil and gave her a position in her peerage with 4 pawn pieces. Kid was subsequently trained in many types of skills by members of Rias's peerage and her friends. She went on to become a formidable asset in Rias's peerage and was treated like family. Kid would complete many missions assigned to her by Rias, and would produce exceptional and amazing results when she reported back. Most recently, she had been tasked with infiltrating DM Industries and gathering evidence of collusion with the supernatural for their own benefit. The whole point of this difficult assignment was to find and present evidence to the higher-ups in the underworld, so that it can prove that DM Industries is a dangerous, and can pose a serious threat if not dealt with immediately. So far, Kid was so close to obtaining those crucial pieces of information during a mission to capture a certain Shido Murasame, but was defeated by him and his family, before being thrown into a drainage hole and being carried by the water all the way out to sea. Kid was found by Rias through the evil pieces and was brought back for questioning to find out what happened on her mission. Koto Academy. ORC Room. 5:15 p.m. Rias. Are you sure that you really cannot remember a single thing? Kid. Like I said, I don't remember anything that happened on that day in Tengu City. The most I can remember was trailing that boy with Ms. Kates and Ms. Murayama, and then I forgot what happens next. Rias and her peerage had been asking Kid questions about what happened on her mission to capture her target, but so far has not received any clear answers. Rias turned to Akino and asked, Kid said that this Shido Murasame was suspected of having supernatural powers. Do you think he had something to do with this? Akino. It's possible that some sort of memory-erasing power was used to make Kid forget about the events of that day, but we cannot be sure if it was indeed that boy did it. However, seeing as how narrow our choices for a suspect is, it's not impossible that it could be him. I suggest we all go to Tenga's city in person to find out more. Then, Zenobia joined in the conversation and gave her views of the situation. Well, we don't even know much about this boy in the first place. All we know is where he lives, which school he goes to, and who his parents are. According to the information that Kid gave us before leaving for the mission, Shido Murasame is a 17-year-old boy who goes to Raisin High School and has a mother who works as a teacher there, while his father is unemployed. It really looks like the profile of a regular young boy who has a normal school life, but if he is truly involved with the supernatural, then we must be careful because he has done well to conceal his true identity to the point where an international company with state-of-the-art technology can only gather so little information about him. Asia. I don't think staying here is going to do us any good. Going to Tenga's city to confront the source seems like the only reasonable choice to make. It's just one boy, how bad can it get? It's not like he has a team of other supernatural beings whose powers can rival ours. Rias. You have a point, Asia. However, we will not go there right now. We will infiltrate the city after 2 months has passed. Asia. But why? Rias. In about 2 weeks, we will gain another peerage member, so we have to wait for those 2 weeks to pass first. Irina. A new member? Tell us more. How come we've never heard of this? How did you manage to find someone? Rias. This particular person is currently in the hospital right now suffering from a devil virus. I infected her 3 years ago and have waited until now to swoop in and recruit her into our peerage. Kaneko, remember that assignment I gave you to kill a particular person in Tenga's city? Kaneko. You mean Nagisa Himekawa? Yes, I do remember. You told me to kill her and I did it. Though it was kind of though since I was hiding in the top shelves and had to keep myself hidden from her. Why are you bringing this up now? Rias. Nagisa Himekawa is the mother of the new member. I made you kill her so that she can be removed from the picture, leaving the new member all alone. When she learns that she has no family left, she wouldn't hesitate to join us when I arrive in her dying moments and give her second chance at life, right? Zenobia. Whoa. You mean this plan to recruit this person was set in stone long ago? Wow. That's what I would expect from someone as smart as you, Rias. Let's not tell Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss. Those 3 are the type to disagree with this. They simply don't know what it means to get what you want using any means. Asia agreed with Zenobia and praised Rias. You're amazing, Rias. I can't believe you thought of something as meticulous as this. Rias. Heh. Thanks. It became clear to me 5 years ago that directly confronting the people with sacred gears was not a good idea. A massive fire was started as a result of that. Luckily, nobody but us seems to know about the cause of the fire being that girl with red hair tied into twin tails. Let's confront her another time. Anyway, from now on, let's work in the shadows and recruit our new members from there. How does that sound? Kaneko. You are our king after all. So you can count on me to follow all your orders without hesitation. I'll do what it takes to make sure we become the strongest peerage in the supernatural world. Irina. Same here. I'll make sure that I will do better than last time when I failed to recruit that girl into the peerage 5 years ago. If I meet her next time, know that I won't fail. Kid. Well, this is what I admire about you, Master Rias. You really saved me when I was at my lowest point in life, but then again, my life has always been crappy. I will dedicate my life to serving you, so you can count on me. Rias. Well, that's wonderful to hear. I'm happy that all of you have agreed to everything I've requested over the years. I'll make sure that I will be a good leader and produce great results from which we can reap the benefits. Then, she got out of her seat and gestured everyone in the room to follow. When Rias opened the door, she saw Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss waiting for her. Rias. Thank you for waiting patiently, you 3. Let's all go to Kid's place to have dinner. I'm pretty sure Mr. and Mrs. Hayata will prepare something delicious for us. Kiba. No problem, Rias. I'd do anything for you, since you're the best king after all. Rias. It makes me happy when you say that. But Kiba, I have a question. Remind me, what was the reason for you wanting to help me out so much? Kiba. Isn't it obvious? It's because I learned Issei was killed by an unknown and powerful creature that caused our peerage to go into a decline. I want to help you so we can become stronger and find that creature and kill it ourselves. Rias. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Let's go eat dinner now, I'm hungry. Kiba turned around and walked off with the rest of the peerage, while Rias was smirking cunningly as she was proud of successfully wiping out Kiba's memories of the events in America 17 years ago. Scene break. Shido's house, Tengu City. Everybody had reached home and was eager to have a shower and wind down for the day. As Shido exited the car, Tohka suddenly grabbed his hand and cut in front of everyone. He was caught off guard by this, but he knew that she was mad that he let his guard down and let other girls hug and kiss him while she was watching. Tohka continued pulling Shido into the house and into her room. Then, she closed the door and locked it. This made Shido scared, as he was worried about what was going to happen next. Tohka turned to him and pouted, saying, "Humph! Tonight, we'll be sleeping here together. I won't lose to any other girl who wants to steal you away from me. You got it?" Once she was finished, Tohka wrapped her arms around Shido and looked him straight into his eyes while pouting jealously. Shido was somewhat relieved that Tohka didn't act so angry this time around. All he needed to do now was nod to indicate that he understood and also follow up with a few more head pats to make Tohka happy. He did so and calmed down when Tohka really cheered up when he was patting her head. Then Shido said, "Dinner is going to be ready soon, so why don't we take a shower first before heading down?" Tohka got excited at the sound of food and exclaimed, "Yeah! Let's go! I want to see what kind of delicious food will be prepared tonight." She took a set of clothes and her towel before speeding out of her room towards the bathroom. Shido thought about how Tohka immediately gets happy at the mention of food, but then he also remembered something else important. That girl really likes food. Oh wait! That's right! Why don't I try testing my hypothesis? Now that he had complete privacy, Shido felt like it was the opportune moment to figure out whether or not he really gained a new power. Shido started focusing on his emotions and slowly reached the point of near materialization. Then, he tried summoning Metatron's cannons around him. To his surprise and joy, it really appeared, although the number of cannons was much smaller compared to how many Origami could summon since it was his first time summoning Metatron. From these results and conclusions, Shido could confirm with absolute certainty that the method of gaining a new power was through kissing. It may seem like a ridiculous way of becoming stronger, but all the evidence had pointed to this, and there was no more need for further investigation. Shido thought to himself, glad yet weirded out by this conclusion. Wow! Who would have thought that the way to gain another Sacred Gear's power was by kissing the user? But at least I'm glad I figured out how to use my power. I thought I was going to be weak forever. Anyway, let's inform Mom and Dad about this discovery. I think it is great progress. Time skip. 30 minutes later. Dining room. Rain and David had prepared Italian food for dinner since it was delicious and nostalgic for the both of them. Everyone else had gathered at the table and were eager to eat it. Tohka's eyes were gleaming with happiness as she loved the smell and appearance of the food. And so did everybody else. It was obvious that they wanted to start eating already. Finally, they all ate together and cooled their heads down as they could relax after a long day. After finishing a delectable meal, David made an announcement. David. All right. I need to inform all of you about something new that has been in the making. Origami. What is it? David. Your mother and I have created our own personal version of the evil pieces. We call them the virtue pieces because virtue is the opposite of evil. It's meant to form our peerage, which acts as a defensive team against external threats who endanger the lives of the people in Tengu City. It also follows the pieces used in chess. Here are all 16 pieces that we've made. They are all infused with dragon energy that reincarnates the person into a dragon, and will gain a great deal of power. Coterie. A dragon? You mean that if we take that chess piece, we will become dragons? Rain. Yes, and you will also gain new abilities depending on which piece you absorbed. Don't worry, you will still look like a human when you turn into a dragon. One of the abilities you gained is the ability to partially or completely transform into a dragon whenever you want. Shido and his friends were stunned by the various functions of the virtue pieces, leading to some such as Kotori and Yoshino to doubt their own safety when absorbing one. David decided to show them what he and his wife had been working on, so he reached into his bag for the virtue pieces. He took out a small box and opened it up, revealing a whole set of golden chess pieces that exerted a strong aura. Shido and his friends were all admiring their intricate and beautiful designs that were incorporated into the making of the pieces. Then David picked up the king piece and said, "Rain and I won't be part of the peerage. We will act independently when dealing with enemies, but we shall act as your allies if you need us. I was planning on making Shido the king, since by the time the entire team is assembled, he would have gained all 10 sacred gears, making him the strongest." Shido was shocked and said, "What? I'm the king? But why? I thought that position would be better for you, Dad." David. This peerage was created to protect and recruit the other sacred gear users from Rias or other devils who seek to forcefully recruit them into their peerage. Your mother and I don't need the pieces because we can manage ourselves just fine. It's you and your friends who need protection from external threats. You might be the king of the peerage, but you report to us since we are the ones who give orders. He finished and handed Shido the king piece. Shido. Okay, if it's for the sake of everybody's lives, I will take responsibility and become the king. After all, I think it's fitting for a situation like this. Issei Hayate's reincarnation versus Rias. The hitch who betrayed him, it's settled. How do I become the king? Rain. Hold it in your palm and close your hand. Then, focus on its power and absorb it into your body. Prepare yourself for any side effects. The king piece contains the most power out of the 16 pieces and will give the holder a massive power boost. So your body might evolve to adapt to handle the power. Shido did as instructed and closed his eyes, focusing on the sheer draconic energy that was surging in the piece. He took a deep breath, and then pressed his fingers downward while concentrating on becoming one with the king piece. Eventually, Shido could feel immense energy surging through his body, and after only a few minutes, Shido opened his eyes after fully absorbing the king piece. He opened his hand to see that it was gone, which meant that he successfully took in the king piece. Tohka got out of her seat and asked Shido with concern. "Hey, are you alright, Shido? How are you feeling?" Shido. "Well, so far nothing much but heartbeat." Shido recoiled backwards in discomfort as he felt tremendous forces of energy flowing rapidly throughout his body. He fell on the floor and had a hard time trying to breathe. Everybody got out of their seats and rushed towards Shido. His friends were worried about what was happening to him. Tohka held onto his shoulders, constantly asking what happened and if he was alright. David and Rain were feeling very tense. They watched on and increased their powers just in case they needed to step in when things go bad. Shido was still on the floor feeling the side effects of absorbing the king piece. It felt like surges of electricity were flowing everywhere in his body. Luckily, after a minute or so, Shido had calmed down, and he felt an unusual sense of euphoria, as if pure adrenaline was traveling through his body nonstop. He looked around and noticed that his eyesight had improved. Shido could see outside the window much more clearly even though he wasn't even close to it. But more importantly, he was confused about the current state of his body. He didn't know whether or not the king piece had caused any mutations or modifications to his body. Then Tohka asked worriedly, "Shido, are you alright? Are you hurt?" This caused Shido to snap out of his confusion and look to his friends and parents who were observing him cautiously. To reassure everyone, Shido said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just feel unusually awesome right now. I feel like I could go running along an entire mountain range and will not stop until I reach the end." David stepped forward and took a look at his son for a while, before saying, "Okay, I think it worked." Shido. "What worked? Is something supposed to happen?" David. "Yes, much like the devil evil pieces which reincarnate someone into a devil, you have become a full dragon now. You used to be a half-dragon from my side and half who knows what from your mother's side, but now the king piece has erased that unknown half of your body composition and replaced it with dragon properties, thus reincarnating you into a complete dragon. Shido. Wait. What? You mean I've become a full dragon now? What's going to happen? David. Calm down, son. It's fine. I'm a dragon too, so I can help you control your new abilities. It's going to be alright. He walked forward and pat him on the shoulder. Shido was still breathing deeply but had calmed down a little since his father reassured him that everything was going to be fine. It would take him a minute or so to fully relax, but Shido decided to not wait around and ask what was going to happen now that he's the king of the peerage. Shido. So what about the other pieces? What will happen to them? David. Each piece grants special and unique abilities to the people who receive them. For example, the Knight piece gives the user the ability to move at blinding speeds. The Rook piece gives the user the insanely high defenses and attack power. In addition, the King has the ability to swap places with the Rook, similar to the castling technique in chess. The Bishop piece gives the user immense magic boosts. The Queen piece gives the user the abilities of all the previously said properties of the Knight, Rook, and Bishop pieces. The Pawn piece gives the user the ability to promote to any of the other pieces besides the King piece if they are in an enemy territory, or if their king gives them permission to do so. In addition, a person can have more than one pawn piece at a time. Basically, Shido, I want you to decide which piece will go to your friends. You may take your time to decide, but it must be done by the end of this week. We can't afford to waste any more time. Shido looked to his friends and saw that they were quite concerned with not only his new transformation into a full dragon, but they were also worried about the decisions and choices Shido will make, which may critically affect their futures. The future was a huge blur, and any action taken can be considered a major risk. However, due to Shido's determination to protect his friends and family as well as avenging Issei Hayato by defeating Rias, Shido made up his mind immediately and announced his next intentions. Shido. I've decided. Don't worry, girls, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. But other than that, I already decided which pieces you are each going to receive. The girls were surprised by this response, but they had firmly placed their trust in Shido and believed that he could make the right and rational decisions which can benefit everyone in the long run. So, they were quite pleased to hear him unfazed by this sudden change in his life and didn't hesitate to accept it and move forward. Origami. Well, what are we going to get, Shido? Shido. Tohka and Koto will get knight pieces since they use melee weapons. Sandalphon and Camel will definitely be great assets in battle when combined with high speeds. Origami will get 2 pawn pieces, since Metatron is versatile and can be good with any of the pieces. Yoshino will get a rook piece since Sadkyo focuses on high defense, which means impenetrable ice walls, as well as high offense attacks, which means unstoppable and formidable ice shards which can break through the toughest defenses. That is how it will go. David. Are you sure? Once the pieces have been absorbed, there's no going back. Used pieces can't be extracted because it will kill the person who has them. So are you really sure about this selection? Shido looked at his father with determination in his eyes and firmly restated his intentions. Yes. I've made up my mind and I strongly believe this choice is the best we have. David looked at his wife, waiting to hear her thoughts about this. Rain got the hint and looked at Shido. Then I have no further objections. Let the procedure start now. The girls breathed in and out, readying themselves for the absorption of the pieces. David took the pieces that Shido requested and gave them to each respective person. Once he was done, David said, "When you're ready, you may begin." The girls did the same as Shido and concentrated on absorbing the pieces they were given. After a while, it was complete. Similarly to Shido, the girls felt uncomfortable side effects which made them feel weak as their bodies were gradually evolving into those of dragons. Since the other pieces had much less power than the king piece, their transformation duration was much shorter and they didn't feel as much discomfort as Shido. The girls were breathing heavily as they were getting used to their new bodies. Shido rushed over to Tohka and asked her, "Tohka, are you alright? Does your body still hurt?" She looked up towards him and smiled confidently, saying, Hey, don't worry. I'm fine. The other girls were also fine as they all were able to stand up again. David and Rain asked what kind of new immediate abilities they gained upon the completion of the process, and the girls said that they gained much sharper vision and much better hearing. David smiled in reassurance, knowing that the virtue pieces were a success and that nothing had went awry. He proceeded to inform them of the possible abilities they most likely will gain now that they are dragons. Okay, since you are all dragons now, possible abilities that you have a high chance of having now are increased vision, which includes night vision, increased hearing, which allows you to clearly hear sounds from up to 20 yards or 18 meters away, increased endurance, improved sense of smell, which can allow you to smell the faintest sense, improved reflexes, and improved physical abilities such as higher jumping and stronger throwing. You may try out in your free time to see what has changed. This weekend, I'll teach all of you how to partially transform into a dragon, which can help you gain stronger attacks and better defenses. He demonstrated by transforming his arm into that of a dragon claw. His skin turned into crimson scales and his fingers transformed into sharp claws. Shido and his friends watched in awe, knowing that they were now capable of doing amazing things. David, don't worry, you are able to turn the transformed parts back into human. And just to reassure you all, you cannot just suddenly transform against your will, you have to focus to partially transform. So don't worry about unwanted transformation. Rain. Anyway, does anybody have anything to say before we let you go do your own things? Shido. Yes. I learned how to use my powers. I learned how to absorb another sacred gear using my transfer ability. Everybody was now paying attention. They were all waiting eagerly for Shido to show his discovery to them, as they were curious how he managed to solve it. Shido started focusing on his emotions and managed to summon 6 cannons of Metatron, surprising everybody. Origami. How? How did you learn to use Metatron? Shido. You see, the way for me to absorb a sacred gear is by kissing the user who possesses the original sacred gear. I discovered this when Origami kissed me. David. Say what? Kissing? Are you serious right now? Shido. I'm not joking. The only 2 sacred gears I can summon belong to Tohka and Origami, both of whom I have kissed. Otherwise, how would I be able to summon Metatron just now? Rain. This is pretty interesting. I didn't expect your method of obtaining a sacred gear power to be kissing. I guess you have to kiss each user you find to obtain their power then. Tohka. Why, yeah, I guess it's really that simple. She was visibly irritated and her eyebrow was twitching. David. But a kiss is something that is not something easy to get. Just imagine if you just asked the user so casually for a kiss. You'd be immediately rejected. I think you should bring them out for dates and make them fall for you so that it creates a comfortable environment similar to a couple's relationship where kissing is not so embarrassing. Heh, this reminds me of Issei, who wanted to be the harem king. Shido. Dates, huh? Well, I don't know if I got the riz. I'm kinda scared of how those users would see me in their eyes. David. Don't worry, son, I am a married man and I can teach you how to get a girlfriend. Just start by taking things slow and simply become friends, then you eventually progress on in your relationship with them, and you'd be holding hands with them in no time. David was feeling pretty proud and boastful, until he saw Tohka infuriating with rage and jealousy, and could clearly feel her aura getting stronger, as she got even angrier. Then, Tohka grabbed Shido's hand and went to her room. Everyone was speechless, and they decided that they should probably discuss this another time when they have energy. For now, they did their own things for the rest of the night, hoping to get some rest. Chapter 14: My Territory. After 4 days since their transformation into dragons, their lives went normally this week until an unusual incident happened which made David take note of it. Shido and his friends were out in a dark forest just outside of the city limits searching for several suspicious individuals that were lurking around the forest when the sun had set, and the lights were out. On Wednesday, these particular individuals that Shido was looking for had attacked a family sleeping at night in their house, which was located in a suburb near the forest. The police said that the culprits had violently broken into the house and the victims were murdered in cold blood. The case became infamous mainly because the injuries inflicted on the victims were wounds that could have not been done by ordinary humans. The chest and stomach regions of the body were brutally opened up and their internal organs were gone. Investigators could only speculate that the culprits who did this were cannibals. There were trails of blood leading out of the house and into the forest. Despite their best efforts, massive squads of police officers could not find a single lead that could lead them to the culprits. It was almost as if they simply struck at night and then vanished shortly after. Shido's family had taken note of this incident, and they immediately knew that someone who would be willing to do this and successfully get away with it would be a stray devil. So, David decided to use Origami's former secret base in the alley as a surveillance center for Tengu City, which they had turned into their territory. Before Origami moved into Shido's place, she lived in her secret base on her own while on the run from DM Industries. This meant that she had to be on high alert at all times to prevent herself from being captured. That's why she hid many cameras around the blind spots of the city, and also hacked existing cameras to see everything happening in Tengu City. Yes, even the forests and the mountains surrounding the city. But now that she is living with Shido, there was no need for her to stay in the secret base. However, the number of security installations was too much and too good to be abandoned, which is why David and Rain decided to use that place for security checks against any external threats. Back to the present, David had used one of the cameras to view the footage of the murder of the family that was killed. He caught the 3 culprits breaking in through the window and spent a few minutes in there. Then, they left with blood stained all over their bodies and fled the scene. There was no denying it, those were strays that fed on humans. Knowing that the civilian population is powerless before the ruthless strays that kill people, David knew that he had to act before there would be more victims. He and Rain stayed in the former secret base to direct and locate Shido's peerage to make sure they weren't separated and were safe. Meanwhile, Shido would lead his friends out into the forest to search for the strays. The forest was so obscured by the darkness that nobody could see anything. Luckily, the team had gained night vision and could see better in the dark. But even with this ability, they couldn't find the strays anywhere in the surrounding area. Shido ordered his team to get into a defensive formation. "Okay, everyone. I can sense the auras of the strays right here. Get into a circular formation and stand around the beacon." Everybody immediately stood ready and assumed fighting stances, waiting for the strays' arrival. Their eyes darted around the whole area, looking for the most subtle movements and hearing for sounds. In this moment, everything felt suspenseful. Everybody had their guard up and were focusing on the surroundings for any sudden attacks. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs could be heard around the area. This made everybody summon their sacred gears. Shido decided to summon Sandalphon since it was the most suitable weapon in this situation. Things got more intense as the sounds of the leaves and twigs were becoming more frequent. Kotori anxiously asked, Where is it? Where is this stray?" She looked left and right while gripping onto Camel and preparing for the stray's first strike. Tohka got frustrated and decided to taunt the stray. "Come on out, you scaredy cat! We're right here!" She kept her guard up and scanned the surroundings to see where the stray would pop up. Origami summoned an additional 3 cannons to increase her defenses while Yoshino conjured up ice in her hands to prepare to summon an ice wall to block any incoming attacks. However, the ominous sounds all stopped. This made them nervous. A sign that the sounds have stopped meant that the strays have found the perfect place to strike and were simply waiting for the right moment to attack. Shido slowly looked left and right, searching for their enemies who were hiding. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. Shido looked upwards and saw the stray jumping from the treetop and coming down towards him. The stray had sharp fangs and teeth, opening its mouth as it prepared to bite Shido's head. Once the stray was in his sight, Shido used his dual cycle energy in his legs to boost himself upwards and swung Sandalphon onto the stray's head. Slash! The stray was cut in half as Shido sliced it from its head to its crotch. The 2 pieces of its body flew apart from each other, and blood splattered across the ground and the bushes. Everyone else turned to see Shido successfully killing one of the 3 strays that were lurking in the forest. Tohka was surprised and said, "Oh, that was fast, I didn't even notice until I saw the body." She was in awe of how fast Shido had grown from not knowing how to use his ability to making the first kill of the night. However, the second stray attacked from behind and was charging towards them. This stray was much bigger, and was throwing its massive fist towards Yoshino's head from behind. But the attack was noticed, and Yoshino quickly formed a large ice wall to block the incoming strike. Crack! The stray's hand was broken upon impact with the ice. The jagged and rugged surfaces equipped with extremely high durability and defense made a good combination to block a powerful punch. The stray roared in pain as its broken hand was dangling around like a puppet. Then, Koto jumped up into the air and infused her halberd with scorching flames. She struck downwards and created a flaming scar on the stray's belly. The stray caught on fire and fell onto the floor as it struggled to breathe. While it was squirming on the floor, Origami fired 3 of her cannons and blasted light bullets towards the stray. The light bullets pierced through its stomach, heart, and head, blowing those portions of the body away and killing it. 2 strays down, 1 to go. Things settled down and Shido asked, "Is everybody alright? Nobody is hurt, right?" Tohka: "Don't worry, Shido. We are all fine. We were just caught a little off guard." Shido: "It is our first time doing something like this, so it's only natural that we struggle a little. What matters is that nobody is hurt. Well done, everybody. We just killed a freaking stray devil. Now there's just 1 more to go. I can sense somebody's aura over there among those trees." He pointed to a group of trees to their left which had large bushes growing around its roots and large branches with big leaves obscuring the entire area. Koto confidently stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me, I'll dig that little bucker out of there." She swung camel towards the trees. A large slash of bright flames flew across the forest and burned the targeted trees. What followed next was a scream of pain that echoed through the area. Once the final stray's location was confirmed, Shido and his friends sprinted towards the stray. Tohka ran in front of the group and sent powerful slashes of energy towards the burning area. Horizontal and vertical slashes instantly cut through the trees, and they fell onto the ground. Then, the stray was now visible, and it had many severe burns and cuts on it. "Stray! You buckers, I'll remember this!" It hissed at the group before it turned and ran away. Upon seeing it attempting to flee, Shido sped up by increasing the dual cycle reserves in his legs and boosted towards the stray at lightning speeds. Once he got right behind the stray, Shido raised Sandalphon high in the air and pierced through the stray's back. It coughed out blood upon being impaled and fell onto the ground. Shido continued to let Sandalphon stay in its body and proceeded to inform his parents of the outcome of the situation. Shido, over radio: "Dad, it's done. Although, one of them is still alive, but it's currently being pinned down to the ground after I impaled it with Sandalphon. Should we question it and ask what it's doing here?" David: "No, it's no use. Just kill it. There's no good coming from interrogation with a stray. Finish it off and come home." Just then, the rest of the group had arrived at Shido's location. Shido: "Got it." He picked up Sandalphon and pulled it out of the stray's back. Then he raised it upwards and prepared to slice it in half across the waist. But then, the stray desperately called out, "Wait! I had orders! We didn't act alone. It was Bailey who ordered us to do this." The group became curious and began to question the stray. Origami stepped forward and demanded answers. "Bailey? You mean Jessica Bailey? From DM Industries?" Stray: "Why, yes. My friends and I aren't strays, we are innocent devils who are part of a peerage in the underworld. A few days ago, Jessica Bailey summoned us using a magic circle and made a contract with us. She said that our task was to eliminate you guys and bring her back your bodies. But when we tried to attack your house at night 3 days ago, but it seemed like there was a strange seal protecting your home from us. We got hungry and decided to feast on some humans to replenish our energy and try again. Well, it was my 2 friends who killed and ate them. I was just keeping watch. Then we hid in the forest, and we were then found and killed by you guys." Shido: "You mean to tell me that we were the true targets this whole time? Tell me, where is Jessica Bailey right now? Tell me now, or I will cut you in half." Stray: "I will tell you, but I need to tell you first that you won't talk with her for long since she will instantly kill you." Tohka: "What? What's that supposed to mean?" Stray: Jessica Bailey summoned us and ordered us to kill you. But we had actually refused her, and then decided to kill her since she was getting on our nerves. However, what followed next was carnage. My teammates and I were brutally beaten to the edge of death. I don't know what it was, but I could tell that she was equipped with high-level technology which wasn't powered by any magic, but it was simply a product of human technology. Bailey was like a killing machine with those high-tech weapons. I really thought I was going to die that day. It was only when Bailey offered to spare us if we agreed to follow her orders, so of course we accepted. Shido. How can I be sure that you're telling the truth? Origami walked to Shido and said, I think it's the truth. I worked with Jessica Bailey before, and I can tell you that she was a sadistic and ruthless person. She constantly takes missions to the very extreme and doesn't care in the slightest about any destruction she causes along the way to accomplish her assignments. Bailey is different than Kid Haidu. She's on a whole different level. If I'm being honest here, Bailey would be unfazed if she encountered us. I would even think that she has a slim chance of defeating us combined. Yoshino. Then, what should we do? We can't just go up to Bailey and simply force her to leave. She would definitely attack us and probably kill us. Shido. I understand your concerns, but let's settle that later. Let's focus on asking this stray where we can find Bailey. He turned to the stray with a stern and demanding expression, and in addition also increasing his aura to make him feel intimidating. The stray knew that his fate was sealed, so he decided not to hide anything. Bailey is somewhere hiding in the Akaishi Mountains just southwest of here. I don't know the exact location, but I knew we met her somewhere on the mountain slopes near one of the peaks. Shido. I see though, I still have some questions for you. Stray. I'm about to be killed here anyways, so go ahead and ask me whatever you want. Shido. Do you happen to know anybody in the underworld by the name of Rias? Stray. Yes, I do. My master is friends with her. Why do you ask? Shido. We have a bone to pick with her, and right now, I want to know what she's been doing these days. Stray. All I know is that she's been hiding everything she's been doing for the past 17 years. I think she's just heartbroken from her lover's death and decided not to speak publicly anymore. Shido. Rias is definitely hiding something. I know that her being sad is just a lame excuse to hide that hitchy personality of hers. Judging by how all of my friends here have encountered people linked to Rias, I bet she has some sinister plan for Tengu City's sacred gear users. After taking a while to analyze what the stray told him, Shido decided to ask one last question. What's your name and who is your master? Don't worry, I won't go after them. Stray. My name is Sebastian Haas. I used to be a human that was reincarnated into a devil. My master's name is Sikvera Agars, and she was the one who personally introduced me to her peerage. Shido. I see, I have no clue who she is, but it doesn't matter. Sebastian, thank you for all this information you've given us. However, although you didn't kill anybody, you still let your two friends kill innocent people. And on top of that, you tried to attack my family while we're asleep. So, may God forgive you because I won't. Shido raised Sandalphon into the air and slashed Sebastian's neck, decapitating him and finishing him off for good. Then, Shido got on the radio and informed his parents of new developments in the mission. Okay, Mom, Dad, turns out that the strays we were hunting were part of a peerage whose king is called Sikvera Agars. Do you know who that is? David. What? They are not strays? Wait, never mind. Anyway, yes, I do know who Sikvera Agars is. In fact, Issei Hayato also knew her. If you really killed 3 members of her peerage, then we have to prepare for a massive fight. Sikvera is allied with Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, and Serorg Bale. They are all strong devils with powerful peerages and they can easily decimate us if we tried to fight them. Shido. Wait, what? You mean Issei's former student council president and the strongest of the youth devils? Those guys? David. Yes, and they will eventually find out what happened since the evil pieces of those devils you killed can be traced. There's no denying that they were killed, which is why we need to make it look like someone else killed them. Shido. Someone else, you say? Well, today is your lucky day. I learned from those devils that they were actually here to kill us, as agreed upon a contract they signed with a certain DM worker by the name of Jessica Bailey. Why don't we pin the blame on her since she requested those devils to murder us? Eye for an eye. I think that's pretty fair. Rain. Jessica Bailey? You mean she ordered those devils to kill us? Where is she? What about those people that those devils ate? Shido. Hold on. Those devils got hungry and decided to feast on humans after failing to break through our home's protective magical barrier. They were planning to try again, but they couldn't because we killed them first. As for Bailey, she is somewhere hiding in the Akaishi Mountains southwest of here near one of its peaks. I heard she is also equipped with destructive weapons, so that makes her quite a dangerous foe. David. So Bailey has links with the supernatural and has deadly weapons, huh? It seems she is a rogue soldier of DM right now, since we know for a fact that the mission to capture you has been cancelled. It also means that Bailey might be more dangerous than we thought. Shido. So what do we do now? David. Keep training more. When Bailey comes face to face with us, your mother and I will be there to support you in battle. But if we are to have a better chance at beating her, then we need more allies. Shido. I understand. Is there anything else you want to add? David. No, that will be all. Head home first. Your mother and I will head to the forest because we have some things we would like to do with the evil pieces left in those corpses of the devils. Shido and his friends subsequently left the forest and made their way back, wondering what David and Rain needed to do with the evil pieces. Meanwhile, Origami's former secret base. David had turned off all the radio communications now that the mission was over. Sitting next to him was Rain, who had also been observing the timeline of events that happened in the mission. Rain asked her husband, "What is it that you want to do with those evil pieces?" David, "I think I can delay the time it will take for anybody in the underworld to find out about this incident. But first off, the evil pieces are filled with demonic energy. Do you think you can extract it and place it into an orb like how you did the same to Issei's memories?" Rain, "I can. But why?" David, "The evil pieces will become inactive and Sigvera cannot use them to track down her peerage members' locations. Then, we will carry whatever remains of their bodies and dump them somewhere else. As for the demonic energy stored in the orb, we need to find a way to somehow transfer all of it to Jessica Bailey. That way, we can make it look like she killed those devils and consumed the evil piece's power." Rain, "Sounds like an elaborate and smart plan. Let's go. It's better to do this now before Sigvera Agars find out and tells Rias Gremory or anybody else." Both of them left their seats and left the secret base. They made their way to the forest to collect the leftover evil pieces and initiate their plan to trick anybody from the underworld into thinking that Jessica killed Sigvera's devils. Meanwhile, Shido and the gang had reached home. They sat down at the dinner table and went to get leftovers to eat since they were feeling hungry. While they were eating, Shido decided to initiate a discussion about their next plan of action. Shido, "Alright, everyone, I've got some news for all of you. Here's what Dad has updated on the current situation. Basically, the devils that were hired by Jessica Bailey to kill us were part of a peerage whose king is Sigvera Agars, a close friend of Rias Gremory. When she finds out that some of her members are missing, she wouldn't hesitate to search for them, and we know for a fact that their bodies will definitely be found. Once that happens, Sigvera wouldn't hesitate to contact other devils such as, like I previously mentioned earlier, Rias Gremory, her best friend Sona Citri, and her cousin Sarorg Bale. If you remember the story of Issei Haidu, you would know who those devils were. Facing them in combat is basically a suicide mission. We must avoid that at all costs." Yoshino, "That means the situation is quite dangerous, right? How are we supposed to survive what's going to happen?" Shido, "For the time being, we need to worry about Bailey. She is still alive and she most likely can summon more devils and make them do her bidding. The worst case scenario is when she personally comes to Tengu City to face us herself." Origami, "Although I've worked with Bailey several times in the past, I don't think there is really an effective way to bring her down. She's basically a tough enemy with killer instinct who won't stop at whatever comes her way." Tohka, Is there a reason why Bailey acts so rash like you described?" Origami. Well, all those dangerous and reckless acts are things that Bailey has done or actions that DM would not approve of, since their missions are meant to be covert. It's almost as if Bailey is trying to attract attention and become noticeable. Kotori. Maybe she wants to be promoted? If she wants attention, who is she trying to impress? The only possible person she could try and impress would be her boss, since most promotions would be made by him. Origami. Westcott? Most likely. I heard from my other teammates who have worked with Bailey in the past that she has always muttered under her breath about gaining Westcott's recognition and praise, so I believe she is most likely trying to catch his attention. Yoshino. Then why hasn't she been able to do so after all the stuff she did during her missions? Origami. Maybe it's because of Ms. Mathers, our former English teacher. I tapped into a call she made with Westcott before she left for London. He said that Ms. Mathers was much more reliable and dependable than Bailey ever was, so maybe Ms. Mathers overshadows Bailey and also performs much better than her. Tohka. Since Bailey was initially in charge of the mission of capturing Shido, does her failure to complete it mean that she would most likely be demoted? Origami. Definitely. In fact, Bailey was actually Captain Kuzukabe's superior whom she reported to until she was demoted once again. Judging by her streak of recklessness and inefficiency, I can guarantee that Bailey was demoted again for her failure to capture Shido. Shido. A person who is willing to throw away everything just to get the attention of someone else. It seems Bailey might be the type of person to go to extreme lengths to accomplish what she wants. Be careful, everybody. Bailey is definitely going to try something dangerous again. Let's all stick together and make sure nobody goes anywhere alone. Oh, understood. With that, they finished up the evening and proceeded to sleep early for the night and prepare for tomorrow. Since it was a weekend tomorrow, they needed to head to another training facility set up by David and Rain located somewhere outside of the city in the forested mountains where there was an abandoned building. It would be the first time they needed to use the new training area, so they were quite curious what it was all about. Time skip. Saturday, 10 a.m. Training wasn't going to start until 4 p.m. in the afternoon, so everybody was free to do whatever they wanted. Since Shido had lots of free time, he decided to spend some time with Yoshino and Kotori so that he could get to know them better. Both girls had been imprisoned to a hospital bed and an orphanage respectively, so Shido felt that it was right to show them other parts of the city. David recommended a cafe named Rose Thorns that just opened up in the shopping mall in the city center and suggested that Shido should go there because it was a type of cafe meant for younger people. Tohka had begrudgingly agreed to letting Shido have a harem on the condition that she was his number one and he wouldn't neglect her. That being said, Shido decided to allow Origami to become the second girl of his harem. Today, Tohka hung out with Origami so she could improve her friendship with her and tried to decrease tensions between them. Coincidentally, the two girls ended up going to the same cafe David suggested without knowing Shido was coming too. Scene break. At a cafe in the city center. Tohka was sitting across from Origami and were having drinks while chatting with each other. They felt that since now they were part of Shido's harem, it was necessary to get along with each other before conflicts would arise. That's why they took this time get to understand each other and erase any misunderstandings. Tohka. So you're telling me that you liked him because he helped you in the beginning of your first year in high school? Origami. That's correct. After learning the truth of DEM and being separated from my former teammates, I was lonely and had no living relatives that I knew of. Despite how hard I tried to focus on avenging my parents, I could not avoid the feeling of loneliness. I kept telling myself that I will take back my life after killing Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju, but deep down I felt that my life has already been destroyed and irreparable. It feels a little embarrassing for me to admit this, but I always wanted someone I could love as well. That was when I met Shido for the first time. The way he reached out for me felt like a massive burden was lifted off my shoulders, and I also felt like a miracle had happened. Since that day, I always wanted to get to know Shido, but I never had a clue on how I should approach him. After all, I still had the mindset of a soldier in my head, so I was scared I would have scared him. After 2 years, I still didn't have the courage to talk to him. I thought that I had all the time in the world to prepare myself for the moment when I introduced myself, but I was too late when I saw you and Shido eating together during lunch and heard you both speaking so casually to each other like a couple. In that moment, I felt like I lost a part of myself. I really didn't want to believe that the two of you were dating, because I would feel like I lost a loved one again. So, I followed you on your date at the mall and at the park. I heard and saw everything and came to the conclusion that the both of you were already developing feelings for each other despite meeting on the same day. I am sorry I shouldn't have been so selfish and invasive. Tohka. Well, how do you feel now? Origami. Honestly, I don't think I deserve him. I brought him into this entire mess with DM Industries and now he has to be on guard every day no matter where he goes, and the normal life that Shido has always wanted is never going to be realized. It's my fault that his life is messy and chaotic. Tohka. I beg to differ. I don't think it's your fault. If we are to blame someone, it's Rias. She and her peerage has harassed and hurt all of us. It's her fault that we are all this situation together. So don't blame yourself for making things so messed up, it was already like that many years ago. All of us were on board the supernatural train since birth, and there's no turning back. We are just people who were born in the storm and we're now finding a way out of it. Remember, we are more than just friends now. We will have each other's backs no matter how tough things get, and we will fight through thick and thin until victory is in sight. Surrender or defeat is not an option. It will take all of our collective efforts and strength to bring down Rias. Origami was shocked yet impressed with Tohka's words, which made her say, "Wow. I didn't know that you had a way with words. Thank you, Tohka. Know that I also feel the same way and that we'll fight the toughest battles together with everyone else. Rias has started a war that we will finish. We are not going to show any mercy and we will show those hitches in the underworld just how much they bucked up." Both girls felt fire up after their conversation, and as a sign of their friendship, Tohka and Origami shook hands for the first time to signify the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie and unity between the people who had their lives ruined by Rias and were out for revenge. The handshake also cemented their friendship, and although they still saw each other as love rivals for Shido, they now saw each other as sisters who would back each other up no matter what. Then someone called out to the two girls. "Hey! Tohka! Long time no see! Reunion! It's nice to see you again, Tohka." Tohka was surprised when she saw Kagaya and Yuzuru, her former friends who brought her to the girls' home she used to live in. Tohka. "Oh! Kagaya! Yuzuru! It's been a while. How are the two of you?" Kagaya. "We've really missed you, you know. Ever since you've moved on to the next world, we've been wondering just what kind of brand new daily habits you've picked up. Are your new overseers treating you respectfully and courteously?" Yuzuru. Inquiry. "How have you been these last few days? I hope your new parents are treating you alright." Tohka. "Don't worry. Everything is going great. Here, let me introduce the two of you to my friend, Origami Tabichi." Origami. "Hello, it's nice to meet some of Tohka's friends." Kagaya. "Hee. Pleasure to meet a companion of Tohka. Any ally of Tohka is an ally of mine. My name is Kagaya Jamai." Yuzuru. Introduction. "Nice to meet you, Tabichi. My name is Yuzuru Jamai, and I hope we will get along." Tohka. "So anyway, what are you girls doing here?" Kagaya. "We were coincidentally out on a quest trying to search for you. We were wondering who was the kind and pure soul who was willing to take you to the next world. We wanted to show some appreciation and gratefulness for the kind-hearted gesture that your new overseers have shown to you. Speaking of which, who were they?" Tohka. "Well, my boyfriend's parents took me in and I've been living there since. It's a lovely place and I would like to show you the house one day." Yuzuru. "Surprise, you have a boyfriend? Who is he?" Kagaya. "Oh, looks like Tohka has found a partner. Tell me more, Tohka. I want to know what this boy is like." Tohka smiled joyfully as she began to talk about Shido. "Well, his name is Shido Murasame, and he is a boy with a chivalrous spirit and a heart of pure gold. It was just my first day of school and I didn't know anybody, but Shido offered to be my friend, and since then, we've got to know each other, and we're now a steady couple. Yuzuru. Interest. How does he look like? What kind of boy is he? Tohka. Takes out phone here. Isn't he pretty cute? Kagaya. Ooh. You're so lucky, Tohka. He looks really cute. I'm happy for you. She began swiping to see all her pictures of Tohka and Shido together. Tohka felt pretty proud about having Shido as her boyfriend. She was beaming with confidence and joy as she looked at each image that Kagaya was swiping in her image gallery. Then Yuzuru asked, Question, where is Shido right now? Tohka froze up when she heard her question. She knew that he was out with Yoshino and Koto because he wanted to show them around the city, but if she told Kagaya and Yuzuru the truth, they might see her weirdly, so she made up an answer on the spot. Tohka. Well, Shido is out with some friends. Kagaya. Friends, huh? You sure he's not cheating on you? Tohka. No. He would never do that. Origami said in agreement. Of course not. Shido is a loyal boyfriend and he would never cheat on us. She quickly covered her mouth in horror as she realized what she just said. Kagaya. Us? What do you mean by us? Isn't Shido dating Tohka? Why did you phrase it like you're also as close to Shido? Is something weird going on here? Yuzuru. Doubt, is Shido really dating you? What's going on? Tohka panicked and quickly said. And no! It's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. You see, Origami is my best friend at school and she follows me on my dates with Shido to make sure he doesn't do anything bad. Yuzuru. Uncertain, that still doesn't answer the question why Tabichi said us. Does he happen to be friends with her too? Tohka. Why yeah. Because of that, Shido also got to know Origami as a friend too. Kagaya. But what if he cheats on you with her? Wouldn't it make you a little scared to let her come along frequently, which might lead to him liking her over you? Tohka. No. Origami knows that if she did that, our friendship would be over and she would regret it for a long time. At this point, other people in the cafe were looking at the girls talking. They were confused about their topic of conversation but continued to listen in since it was an unusual topic. Tohka and Origami were praying really hard that Kagaya and Yuzuru wouldn't find out the truth of their life and hoped that they would believe the lies that they'd put out. Eventually, Kagaya and Yuzuru sighed, before the former spoke. Alright. Sorry for being insensitive. I shouldn't have asked you both questions like that. Yuzuru. Apology, sorry for being rude. It was bad of us to behave like that. Tohka sighed in relief and responded. Don't worry about it. It's fine. As long as you understand, it's all okay. She thought that she could finally relax now, but then her luck ran out when Tohka looked to the entrance of the cafe and saw Shido enter with Yoshino and Koto. Tohka gasped in fear and she looked away from him to avoid being spotted. Origami also noticed them and instantly turned away. However, Kagaya and Yuzuru got suspicious of them suddenly looking away. Yuzuru. Concerned. Tohka, Origami, are you alright? Why did you just suddenly look away from us? Tohka. It's nothing. We just thought the scenery outside looks very nice. I mean, the sun is shining. The birds are chirping. The flowers are singing. The trees are dancing. Kagaya. Okay. Enough of this charade. What's going on with you two? Are you hiding something from us? Tohka and Origami were freaking out as they were unsure of how to answer the Yamai sisters. Meanwhile, Shido was spending his day with Yoshino and Koto at the same cafe. Shido. Alright. So here is cafe. Rose Thorns. I know both of you girls never had the chance to explore the more contemporary places of the city, so I thought it would be nice to show you more of Tengu City. What do you think? Koto. I think it's really fancy. I don't go to dining establishments often, so I never expected a cafe to be this modern and flashy. Yoshino. It's a little bit noisy, but I think it's pretty nice. Maybe some food will help me relax. Yoshino. Yeah. Shido, order some food because it looks really good. I want to try and see how it tastes. Yoshino brought along Yoshino since she had never had the opportunity to do so while at school. Shido. Alright, settle down everyone. I'll get some food for us, so sit down here while I go and order, okay? Koto and Yoshino. Okay. Meanwhile, just one table away was Tohka and Origami being interrogated by Kagaya and Yuzuru because they were acting really strange. Kagaya. Come on. Just tell us what's wrong. It can't be that embarrassing, right? Yuzuru. Impatience, just say it. I'm getting tired of this rude silence. They still didn't say anything. They were hoping that Shido wouldn't notice them. But their hopes of keeping their lives a secret went down the drain when this happened. Shido. Huh? Oh. Hi Tohka. Hi Origami. Didn't expect to see my two girlfriends here. Tohka and Origami gasped in shock and terror as their efforts to hide themselves went down the drain. Now, there was no dodging the shitshow that was going to unfold. Tohka slowly turned around to face Shido and awkwardly greeted him. Hi Shido. Shido just noticed Kagaya and Yuzuru standing by their table and asked, What's wrong, Tohka? Oh, and who are these girls? Are these your friends? Kagaya and Yuzuru turned around and looked at Shido with an ominous expression. They slowly approached Shido and began to talk. Kagaya. Well, I never expected Tohka to be part of a harem, so you're Shido, huh? I've heard lots of things about you. But I'd never guessed that you were a playboy. Yuzuru. Shock, what a surprise, and would you look at that, you seem to have two more sitting with you over there. Shido recoiled in pure horror as he realized what he had just said. Now rumors about him being a playboy with a harem are going to spread across Tengu City like wildfire. All he could do was shiver in fear as the Yamai sisters got closer to him and cornered him by the wall. Koto and Yoshino quivered in fear and anxiety as they were worried for Shido's safety. Kagaya and Yuzuru leaned in towards Shido and glared at his face, observing his body language with a judgmental look on their faces. Then, they backed away and crossed their arms. Kagaya shouted, Explain yourself, playboy! Do you really love Tohka? Or are you just toying with her feelings and playing with other girls behind her back? Yuzuru. Interrogation, we demand answers from you, Shido Murasame. If we find out that you're nothing better than a philandering cheater, we'll beat you up and send you straight to the emergency room. Shido was breathing heavily as he listened to their words, but then, a massive stroke of luck happened as he felt a familiar sensation. Upon closer inspection, Shido felt the presence of a sacred gear radiating strongly. Since Tohka and the others were standing much further away from him, there was only one person who could be the possessor of the new sacred gear. It was one of the Yamai sisters, he just didn't know who it was. But then he also needed to send a message to Origami to let her know of his discovery. So, Shido knocked on the wall in Morse code, spelling out SACREDGAR, while being interrogated by the Yamai sisters. Origami, having the skill set of a soldier, immediately translated the entire message and informed her friends of the situation. Origami. One of the Yamai sisters has a sacred gear. We need to get them to calm down and have them listen to us. Tohka, can you do that? Tohka. I'll try. She walked up to Kagaya and Yuzuru and begged for them to stop, assuring the sisters that nothing bad was going on and told them that the truth of the whole matter was that Shido indeed had a harem, but the reasons behind it were complicated, and she would explain it to them as long as they are willing to listen. The Yamai sisters agreed to cool down and sat down by the table with Origami, Yoshino, and Koto. Now that the whole drama was over, Shido could finally start explaining the whole truth of the supernatural to them. Because of all the ruckus they caused, some of the customers left and made the cafe a little more quiet, which was the appropriate setting the gang needed to tell a story involving supernatural elements. It took roughly 45 minutes explaining who they really were and what their purpose is, as well as what a sacred gear is and how Rias Gremory and Florian Andromalius were responsible for their current situation. The sisters seemed confused and unconvinced at first, but when Yoshino conjured a small spark of ice in her palm, the sisters were taken aback by the sight and started to take things seriously. Kagaya. What? Did you just? Huh? Did she just summon ice from her hands? Yuzuru. Disbelief, no way. How did she do that? Shido. I told you already, Yoshino has a sacred gear that can summon and manipulate ice. All of us have different abilities, and so do you. Just listen to us and you'll understand. Kagaya. Okay, let me get this straight. You're telling me you're the reincarnation of a boob-loving dragon hero who is currently seeking revenge against the tomato devil and her posse of rejects who used to love you but cheated on you, and then you died because of a bunch of devil poisons and some nuclear chess pieces in your body. On top of that, you must also stop a guy who leads a whole entire army of rebels who plan to overthrow the Devil King and seize power. But now you've already recruited all these girls here who allegedly have superpowers to help you in your quest for vengeance. Did I get that right? Shido. Yes. You got it right more or less. Yuzuru. Clarification. So devils, angels, fallen angels, gods, and every mythological creature exist in this world? Shido. Yes. That's right. We just killed a few last night because a crazy lady placed bounties on our heads and those devils came out hunting for us. These new pieces of information were hard to digest for the sisters, who have just been exposed to their first taste of the supernatural. Thinking of the best way possible to move forward, Kagaya asked, So you said we have powers too? What are they? Origami. We don't know, only Shido's parents are able to tell you. Yuzuru. Request, then take us to them. We want to know everything about this world. It seems like we really don't know how deep the truth behind this world goes. Shido. I could take you to them right now, but dash. Before he could continue, a certain someone happened to conveniently show up. David. Don't worry, son. Leave the rest to me. They recoiled in shock as they suddenly heard David's voice. Shido and his friends were just talking about him, and he somehow seemed to appear at just the right moment, when they needed to ask him and his wife for more information. Shido exclaimed in disbelief. Dad? How did you find us? David. I work here too, and as a matter of fact, I own this place and just recently opened this dining establishment today. Why do you think I suggested this place? It's because I want to build my business. Ha! But seriously, I created the cafe, Rose Thorns, so that we seem like normal people to the public or other supernatural beings who won't suspect us of doing supernatural things. Basically, this cafe acts as a front for our true intentions. Since the school holidays are coming and I'm a part-time teacher, I might as well find other ways to make money. Perhaps you kids could find some part-time employment here too. I named it Rose Thorns because I wanted this place to look like a lovely and beautiful place, but serves as a front for all the dangerous and supernatural things that we do. Beautiful on the outside but dangerous to handle. Ha! Shido. What? You mean this cafe is simply a facade to hide all of our secret activities involving the supernatural? Sighed Dad. I think you watched too much Breaking Bad. You're currently both a teacher at my school and an owner of a dining establishment, the crossover I never expected. David. Ahem, anyway, I saw you kids coming in here for a bite, but I didn't call out to you because I wanted to see how you treated each other when my wife and I aren't watching. Kagaya got up from her seat and asked, Hold on, so you are Shido's dad? Well, that's great. Tell me, what kind of super cool powers do I have? Can I? Before she could continue, David stopped her and reminded her that he is currently at work. He said, Whoa. Slow down there. I won't be able to get into the specifics until 2 p.m., when my work shift ends and I'm free. So for the time being, have some food while you wait. You're the only customers here, so you can order anything you want as long as it's just one food item. Tohka. Just one food item? I think I'll pass. I'll just eat the kanako bread from the bakery at the basement. She got up looking very disappointed and left the cafe. Origami. I think I'll pass too. I'll go along with Tohka since we are good friends now. Why don't Kagaya and Yuzuru also come? I think we can explain everything to you in our free time. Kagaya. Sure. Why not? Let's go, Yuzuru. This is our time to learn of our destiny as heroes who shall become magnificent figures for eons to come. Yuzuru. Agreement, yes, let's learn more about this sacred gear and see if we can truly be heroes. David interjected into their monologue. Sure, why not? Origami, Just don't inflate their egos too much and don't make them endanger themselves. Meet back here by 2 p.m. With that being said, Origami followed behind Tohka along with Kagaya and Yuzuru, which left Shido, Yoshino, and Kotori left in the cafe. Yoshino. Can I get a waffle with cookies and cream ice cream? Kotori. I want some pancakes and sausages. Shido. Just get me a cup of hot chocolate. I'll settle my own lunch later. David. Gotcha. Just wait here while I prepare the food. He left and walked into the kitchen where we proceeded to make their food. 11:10 a.m. As they waited for David to make their food, Yoshino decided to start a conversation with Shido. Yoshino. So, Shido-senpai, how did you begin to like Tohka-senpai? Shido turned to her and Kotori also listened in on the conversation. Shido spent a while thinking of how he should answer, before responding. Well, I think Tohka is someone who will always stay by your side despite all the shortcomings you have. I remember when I learned who I really was and how I was connected to Issei Hayato. I cried because I felt like my entire life was a lie and that the normal life that I desired was no longer possible. But despite all those unsettling backstories behind my birth, Tohka still accepted me for who I was and confessed her feelings for me. It was then I realized that maybe I could also learn to love myself again and love others regardless of their imperfections. Tohka has played a huge part in my life, and I will forever be in her debt. Yoshino. I see. I didn't know your history with Tohka-senpai goes way back. Shido. Hee. Oh please, I just met her a few weeks ago. It's not like we're childhood friends. But still, we already began to act so intimate with each other on the first day we met. We even made a promise to escape to somewhere off the grid and live out the rest of our lives together without being near anyone. Yoshino was surprised by this remark and asked, Wait, really? You made such a promise? Shido. Yeah. I'm still dedicated to keeping it. But since we are up against Rias Gremory and Florian Andromalius, we're going to have to put that promise on hold for the moment. Kotori. But aren't you scared that some of us might die during the fight? Shido. Don't worry, nobody will die under my watch. I'll protect everyone. There will be no more victims who will suffer from Rias's treachery. We will all make it out alive and we will reach the end of the tunnel together. I promise. He pat Kotori's shoulder while reassuring her that everyone will live. Kotori blushed at the unexpected gesture, but she did feel some sense of security when Shido told her that he would protect all his friends. Yoshino couldn't help but feel jealous at what Shido was doing, which prompted Yoshino to say, Oh! Looks like Kotori is taking the lead, Yoshino. Come on! Why don't you show Shido how much you care about him? Yoshino panicked as Yoshino blurted out such a random yet bold statement, but she was feeling embarrassed and didn't have control over her own body, so she instinctively hugged onto Shido's arm. Shido was surprised by this sudden reaction from Yoshino, but he didn't really feel that shock since this wasn't the first time she hugged him. Instead, he calmly and gently said, Hey, don't worry. It's fine. I love all of you equally. I don't have a preference, but I did promise Tohka that she was my number one. But it doesn't mean I'm going to pay attention to purely her. Yoshino calmed down as she heard those words, before proceeding to smile happily and reached in for a kiss. Don't worry. I changed the girls' ages in this fanfic so that it abides with Wattpad guidelines and because I'm not putting any creepy or freaky things in this fanfic. At that moment, Shido felt the same sensation he got after kissing Tohka and Origami, which meant that he has now obtained the sacred gear, Sadkiel. Shido became eager to try it out and see what kind of special things he could do with it. Then, while he was in the middle of formulating attack styles in his head, Kotori called out to Shido. Hey, Shido-senpai? You said you were going to live off the grid with Tohka-senpai in the future, right? Shido. Yeah, what about it? Kotori. Could I please come along with you too? The thing is I'm scared of being alone. I really like you for being a nice and caring person, even the two of us met recently. So I don't want you to leave me while you escape somewhere remote with Tohka-senpai. Shido. Sure. Yoshino can come too. You know what? Everyone is invited. Once I use all my virtue pieces to form my peerage, We shall all live our lives as peace somewhere far from the human and supernatural chaos. How does that sound? Kotori. Really? Are you okay with that? Shido. Of course. After the battle with Issei's enemies are over, we can all finally relax and live a normal life together. Kotori's eyes glowed in happiness as Shido allowed her to come along with him to live a secluded and normal life after all the dust has settled, prompting her to reach in for a kiss as well. Now, Shido has obtained Sadkiel and Camel. 4 sacred gear powers have been obtained, 6 to go. By the time they were finished talking, David had arrived with the food and served it to them. David. All right. Here you go, kids. Your food is ready. Enjoy. They all started digging into their food and munched down on it happily. As they were eating, Shido became eager to test out his 2 newly obtained sacred gears. Shido. Say, why not after eating, we all go and train until 2 when Dad is done with his work shift? Yoshino. Why not? It will be a great opportunity for us to get stronger. Since a huge battle is approaching, we should improve our skills to increase our chances of winning. Kotori. Hell yeah! I'm down for that. I hope that I can create a fire tornado which can destroy anything that crosses its path. Shido. Alright, settle down. Let's not get too excited. We'll relax for a bit before we'll head to the warehouse where we learn dual cycle harness. After that, they continued eating their food and rested for a while before setting out for the warehouse. Although today seemed like a happy day for Shido and his harem, it wasn't really a good day for certain individuals living in Koto Town just a few miles away. Scene break. 12 p.m. Koto Town. Inside the student council room of Koto Academy, former student council president Sona Citri and her peerage was speaking with Sikvera Agars, who has come to request their assistance in tracking down missing members of her peerage. Sona. So, you're telling me that 2 pawns and 1 rook from your peerage has disappeared? That's awfully strange. Sikvera. It's the truth. They'd been away for a few days now. I wanted to track them just to check in, but it seems like I can't. It's almost as if the evil pieces are not working. Tsubaki. Have you already tried contacting them in person? Sikvera. I tried everything. They are not responding at all. What does this mean? Sona thought for a while before giving her answer. If you truly cannot track them down using any methods available, then that means that the evil pieces are inactive. Meaning that the demonic energy within them have been drained, leaving an empty shell behind. Sikvera became worried and asked, You're telling me that my pawns and rook are dead? Sona. That's the worst possible scenario. Let's try to keep a cool head and not panic. Do you know their last known location? Sikvera. Tengu City. That was their last known location 4 days ago. They could be anywhere by now. I really don't want any harm to befall them. Sona turned to her peerage members standing by the side of the room and asked for their opinion on this peculiar situation. So, what do you think? Should we assist Sikvera in this matter? Personally, I think it's pretty serious, since this is the first time a member of a devil's peerage has gone missing and can't be tracked down. 17 years ago, Issei died, but Rias was able to track him down using the evil pieces still stuck in his body. Saji. Well, I think we should go too. The fact that Ms. Agars has come to us for assistance can only mean that she's out of options. Let's lend her a hand, shall we? I personally consider this as serious as Issei's sudden and unexplained death. I don't want any more victims who die without us knowing the truth. We'll get to the bottom of this and find the person responsible. Sona and the others were impressed by Saji's quick initiative to help Sikvera. This made all of them collectively agree with his suggestion and complied with Sikvera's request to search for her missing peerage members. Tsubaki. Then it's settled. We'll assist Sikvera look for her pawns and rook who have mysteriously disappeared. When should we leave? Sikvera. Right now will be the best time. I don't want to wait any further. Sona. Then let's go to Tengu City. We'll see if we can find any clues in the area. The group got up and left the student council room. As they were heading through the hallway towards the exit, they bumped into Rias and her peerage, who were secretly listening to their conversation. Sona. Huh! Rias? What are you doing here? Wait a minute. Were you eavesdropping on our meeting with Sikvera? Rias. Oh. I guess? Sona. Sai, you really haven't changed at all, huh? Anyway, what do you want? Rias. Well, I also happen to have an interest in Tengus City too. I tried recruiting the local sacred gear users there, but we didn't have any luck in trying to get them to join us. But now, I want to investigate a probable supernatural cause which involves my pawn, Keed, losing her memories of her time in that city while on a mission. Sona. Oh, is that so? Keed, do you not remember anything that happened during your undercover mission with DM in Tengus City? Keed. Yeah, I really can't remember anything no matter how hard I try. It's almost as if my memory was wiped clean. Sona's peerage was confused and puzzled by this. It would be completely impossible for any piece of technology in existence to erase a person's memory permanently, which could only mean that the one behind it was someone with supernatural powers. Tsubaki. Then would you like to come with us? You can investigate your own matters in Tengus City while we investigate our own matter. Rias. That's fine with me. Maybe we could help each other solve each other's problems, the more the merrier, right? Sona. That would be convenient for both of us. It's settled, let's head out to Tengus City to investigate the strange circumstances of the city.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.